The wind screamed through the sky-brick mountains, a relentless force that clawed at Lin Yan's cloak and sent shards of ice skittering at Lin. Lin Yan stood at the edge of a cliff, his boots sinking slight into the frost-laced earth, the remnants of his sect's unsymmetric halls. The remnants of his sect's unsymmetric halls were a distant small binding camp. The weight of his disgrace pressed against his chest, but his eyes burned with a fire that refused to be extinguished. His sister Lingia was still in Nightshade's grasp, and he would not rest until she was free. The elders' robes were tattered, their edges frayed as if they had been worn through by storms and time. Their face was obscured by a hood, but their presence radiated a thing to part. Why help me? The elder chuckled, a sound that was both weary and knowing, like the creak of an ancient door. It's merely fate, they said, their voice like winds through the ruins of a forgotten temple. You're not making sense. This isn't fate, it's a curse. I've been cursed with this broken life, and I don't need a cryptic old man to remind me of it. The elder tilted their head as if listening to something only they could hear. You think this is a curse, they said softly. The curses are only chains if you let them be. The sword you catch the strength. This sets the weather. He had spent years convincing himself that his anger was justified, that his thirst for vengeance was the only thing keeping him from succumbing to despair. But now the elder's words felt like a blade slicing through his defense. Its surface was cracked, as if it had endured a battle that had long since faded into legend. The broken sword. Take it, the elder said, their voice a whisper that seemed to echo from the depths. The moment his hand touched the hilt, a surge of energy coursed through him, a surge of ancient states. He had no idea what lay ahead, but one thing was certain. His journey had only idea what lay ahead, but one thing was certain. His journey had only just begun. The blade was cold to the touch, its surface marred by deep fissures that seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. He had spent years honing his craft, must seem to pulse with an unseen dangers. Me had spent years holder, 倚天. The wind howled around him as if the very air sought to test his resolve. With a deep breath he raised the sword, its weight pressing against. A surge of power, a whisper of ancient wisdom, anything that would confirm that this was the weapon he had been meant to wield. But there was only silence. He exhaled sharply. The wind shifted, carrying with it the faintest echo of a voice distant and fragmented, like a memory slipping through his fingers. It was not a voice he recognized, nor one he could underkeep. Doubt crept into his mind. Had he made a mistake in accepting the elder's gift? What if this was not the weapon? He needed Tang Fang Song, sensing that they didn't to see. What if this was Tang Kong Si, the ended? It was something more, and he would have to figure out what it was before it was too late. The wind howled through the mountains, carrying with it the scent of pine. The weapon had not responded to his will, and yet the weight of it in his hands felt undeniable. He had no choice but to press forward. He stepped onto the narrow path carved into the mountain. As he moved forward, the broken sword pulsed faintly in his grasp, its cracks glowing with an eerie light. The sensation was both unsolid and accompanied with bold, 唏嘘. 我感到非常放松. He turned his head, 三口气. Who are you? The man smirked. A mere wanderer like yourself, but unlike you, I know what the broken sword is capable of. Lin Yan's heart pounded. He had no idea what this man was, but she could feel the tension. The man took a step forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his own weapon. You have no idea what you're holding, do you? Lin Yan's jaw clenched. He had no choice but to fight. The clash of steel rang through the mountains. each strike sending sparks flying into the air. Lin Yan's mind drifted back to the days of his youth, when the Heaven's mind drifted back to the days of his youth, when the Heavenly Sword sect was still whole, its halls Finland. He had been a prodigy, a disciple of the sect. His talent was the sword. AC. Ho Xiang, his senior brother, had stood before him, his face twisted in a cruel smile. You were never meant to be a Desoi, a Kwang, Kangman to be a Desword, and Tuo Xiang had then, his voice filled with hatred. He had been cast out, stripped of his title, his name erased from the sex records, and worst of all, he had been left with the knowledge that his sister Winier had been taken by the very people who had once called him brother. He had spent years wandering the world, seeking redemption, seeking vengeance, but now with the broken sword in his hands he wondered if he had ever truly been meant for this path. The masked man lunged, his blade slicing wall. Fancy gritted his teeth, his grip on the broken sword tightening. This was not just about revenge, it was about survival. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the cliff, the wind slicing through his tattered twigs, the wind slicing through in his hands. The broken sword pulsed faintly, its cracked surface glowing with a light that seemed to come from the void itself. It was cold, heavier than it should have been, like holding a piece of the void itself. At chest, 以我黑酒, or 历酒 astray. Asterisk Lin Yuan's grip tightened. He had no idea what the elder meant, but the sword felt like a burden that refused to be ignored. He raised it. The blade trembled meant, but the sword felt like a burden that refused to be ignored. These things supposed to be asterisk, legendary asterisk, right? Like asterisk, epic asterisk. Why is it acting like it's got a case of the Mondays? He took a step forward, the frost crunching under his. He turned back to the sword, his jaw clenching. What are you hiding? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The air shifted, and for a moment the wind carried a sounder voice, fracadate and distant, like a mammon. 此 wind, 烈力 bites. The soft glow intensified, its cracks flickering, like a heartbeat. Lin Yuan's breath caught. He had spent years honing his craft. Master's 非常 caught hot. He had spent years honing his craft. Men, you. A surge of power, a whisper of ancient wisdom. Anything that would make this feel asterisk right. Asterisk feel asterisk right. Asterisk the sphincteral asterisk. The wind shifted again, carrying with it the faintest echo of a voice distant, fragmented like a memory slipping through his fingers. It was not a voice he recognized, nor one he could faintly got. Doubt crept into his mind. Had he made a mistake in accepting the elder's gift? What if this was not the weapon he needed, but something else in Tai Kengxian? It was something more, and he would have to figure out what it was before it was too late. The memory hit him like a punch to the gut. He was back in the grand hall of the Heavenly Sword sect. He was young, his hands wrapped around the hilt of a sword that had once gleamed with pride. The elders had praised him. The other disciples had looked up to him, and for a time he had believed that his path was set. But then came the behind. You were never meant to be a disciple, Akyung had said. You were never meant to wield the sword. The memory was sharp, like a blade pressed to his throat. Lin Yuan had barely had time to react, be assured. He had been cast out, stripped of his title, his name erased from the sect's records, and worst of all, He had been left with the knowledge that his sister, Linger, had been taken by the very people who had once called him brother. The battle with the masked man. He had spent years wandering the world, seeking Wo Fei Tang Song Song. He had spent the sword's glow intensified, its cracks flaring with an eerie light. He could feel it now, a presence within the blade. Aim sweet and real. Then a figure emerged from the trees, a man, his face obscured by a mask of blackened steel, his eyes gleaming with cold immense, blackened steel, his eyes gleaming with cold, immense, his voice made, almost mocking. A mere wanderer like yourself, but unlike you, I know what the broken sword is capable of. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He had no idea what this man was, but he could feel the tension in the air. The man took a step forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his own weapon. You have no idea what you're holding, do you? Lin Yuan's jaw clenched. He had no choice but to fight. Shrieking strange, Lin Yan muttered, his voice low as he stared at the sword. This thing's supposed to be asterisk, epic asterisk, right, like asterisk, 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 asterisk. Why is it all the rises? None the swords, the Monday. I mean, I get it, he said, his voice tinged with frustration. You're broken, you've been through a lot. But come on, man, you're not even giving me an asterisk hint, asterisk of what you're capable of. The wind shifted again, carrying with it the faintest echo of a voice distant, fragment like a memory slipping through his fingers. Lin Yan's grip tightened. What are you hiding? For a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. Then the wind shifted once more, and the voice returned clearer this time, like a wished sieve toward its bore, and the voice cast half asterisk, asterisk. Ni Yuan staggered, his breath coming in short gasps. The voice was not just a whisper. The voice was not just a whisper. The voice was not just a whisper, it was a presence, a force that had been sealed with heart pounding. The wind howled again, and the sword's glow intensified. Lin Yan's resolve hardened. Whatever this was, he would not stop until he uncovered its secrets. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the sky-break mountains, a relentless force that clawed at Lin Yuan's cloak and sent loose stones tumbling down the narrow path. The air was sharp with the scent of pine and something older, something that made his skin prickle. The broken sword in his grip pulsed faintly, its cracks glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. He had no idea what it was, but he could feel it watching him. The path ahead was treacherous, the rocks slick with ice, and the shadows cast by the fading sunlight seemed to stretch unnaturally. He took a cautious step forward, his boots crunching against the frost-covered gong. Then a figure emerged from the trees, a man, his face obscured by a mask of blackened steel, his eyes gleaming with cold intent. The air around him seemed to still, as if the world had paused to witness. Lin Yan's grip on the sword tightened. Who are you? The man smirked, his movements fluid as he stepped forward, his boots leaving no mark on the icy ground. A mere one's jaw clenched. What are you talking now? The man tilted his head, his expression unreadable. You think you are the first to wield it. You're not. You're just the latest in a long line of fools who believed they could control something far older than themselves. This was no ordinary encounter. You don't know what you're holding, do you? The man continued, his voice dripping with condescension. The broken sword isn't just a weapon, it's a prison, and if you're not careful, it'll come the hill. Lin Yan, I don't care what it is, I'll find my sister and I'll make sure Nightshade pays for what they've done. The man chuckled, a sound that sent a chill down Lin Yuan's spine. Then see if you're strong enough to survive what's coming. With a flick of his wrist, the man drew his own bladed weapon of gleaming silver that seemed to drink in the light around it. The air between them crackled with energy. The air between them crackled with energy. You're just the latest in a long line of fools who believed they could control something far older than themselves. Asterisk, asterisk. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened, his nostrils white. He had spent years chasing redemption, years of wandering the world, of fighting for every step forward, and now here he was, standing at the edge of a battle that felt like it had been written. Then they'll make sure Nightshade pays for what they've done. Asterisk. Asterisk. The masked man's smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Then let's see if you're strong enough to survive what's coming. Yuan exhaled sharply, his breath visible come. With a swift motion, he raised the broken sword, its glow intensifying as he met the man's gaze. The wind howled around them. The mountain's gaze. The wind howled around them. Lin Yuan's blade met the masked man's with a force that sent a jolt of pain through his arms. The broken sword pulsed in his hand. It sent the jolt of pain. 一看Lin Yuan barely managed to parry the impact of the strike, sending a jolt of pain through his arm. He gritted his teeth, his grip on the sword tightening. Asterisk, asterisk. You think you can conquer? You think you're the chosen one? You're just a pawn in a game. Asterisk, asterisk. Lin Yuan's jaw clenched. I don't need your approval to fight. The masked man laughed, a sound that echoed through the mountain. Then let's see how long you last. Lin Yuan barely managed to block, his muscles burning with the effort. The wind howled around them, the mountain itself seeming to hold its breath. The broken sword pulsed again. It's ground. The masked man's blade sliced through the air again, and Lin Yuan barely managed to dodge, the impact of the strike sending a jolt of pain through his side. He could feel it, something ancient, something restless, something that had been waiting for this moment. The masked man stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with amusement. You're not as strong as you think, Lin Yin. With a sudden burst of energy, the broken sword flared with light, its cracks glowing with an intensity that made the masked man's eye burn. The broken sword pulsed in his hands, its glow intensifying with each strike. He could feel it watching him with each strike. He could feel it watching him with each strike. He called Meng. The masked man was past his me. 底音愉悦之道。我感到非常放松。He 归堂，喜堂放松。The masked man laughed, a sound that echoed through the mountains. Then let's see how long you last. With a swift motion, the masked man lunged, his blade slicing. The masked man left the masked man's, his blade slicing through the air. Lin Yuan barely managed. The broken sword pulsed in his hands, its glow flickering like a heartbeat. He could feel it something ancient, something restless. Then let's see who's stronger. With a sudden burst of energy, the broken sword flared with light, its cracks glowing with an intensity that made the masked man's eyes than Li Qi Ford. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the sky-break mountains, slicing through Lin Yuan's coat like a blade. His boots crunched against the frost-covered ground as he faced the masked man, the broken sword pulsing faintly. The masked man's blade gleamed under the pale light of the moon, its edge sharp enough to cut. Through foam, Lin Yuan's muscles tensed, his fingers tightening. I turned mad. You carry the broken sword, the masked man said, his voice smooth and mocking. You must be Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's jaw clenched. His blade flicked in the air, a blur of silver and steel. You think it's just a weapon. It's a prison, a key, a curse. And you, Lin Yan, are the one who's supposed to unlock it. 我感到非常放松。我感到非常放松。 The masked man's smirk widened. Lin Yuan barely managed to parry the impact, sending a jolt of pain through his arm. His mind reeled, memories crashing over him like cold waves. He saw the heavenly Xing's equal, Xian Kou Xing's asterisk. He saw the other disciples turning on him, their weapons drawn, their eyes filled with hatred, the betrayal, the exile. Their eyes filled with hatred, the betrayal, the exile. Their eyes filled with hatred, tiding. The masked man laughed, a sound that echoed through the mountains. Survive? You think you can survive this? You're not the only one. Was. The clash of steel rang out, the air splitting with the force of their strikes. The broken sword pulsed in his hands, its glow intensifying with each blow. He could feel it, watching him. Wait. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The masked man taunted, his blade slicing through the air. Asterisk, asterisk. You're just another pawn in a game. You don't understand. Asterisk, asterisk. Lin Yan's heart pounded. He had spent years chasing the truth of the broken sword, but here it spoken. Asterisk, asterisk. What are you talking about? Asterisk, asterisk. The masked man's smirk widened. Asterisk, asterisk. The masked man's smirk. What heighter? Asterisk, asterisk. The masked man. Asterisk, asterisk. He launched his blades slicing through the air. Lin Yang barely managed to parry the impact, sending a jolt of pain through his arm. His yin light willed一天. He saw Exiled's face twisted in a cruel smile as he declared, asterisk, you were never meant to be a disciple. Asterisk, he saw the other disciples turning on him, their weapons drawn, their eyes filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth, his grip on the broken sword tightening. Asterisk, asterisk, I don't need to remember. Asterisk, asterisk, he growled, his voice low and dangerous. Asterisk, asterisk, the masked man laughed, a sound that echoed through the mountain. Asterisk, asterisk, survive. You think you can survive this? You're not the only one with a grudge. Lin Yuan, you're not the only one who's alive. You think you can? Asterisk, Lin Yuan's eyes gleaming. Asterisk, asterisk, the clash of steel rang out the air, splitting with the force of their strikes. The broken sword pulsed in his hand, its glow intensifying with each blow. He could feel war pulsing in his hands, its glowing in 美好的一切. The masked man barely had time to react before a whip of pure energy lashed out, striking him square in the chest and sending him striking him square. A woman, her dark hair flowing like a river, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of mischief and determined naming. You're Lin Yan, right? Lin Yan blinked. What are you doing here? Leah tilted her head. I could ask you the same thing, but I think I already know. You're as a nightshade, Ari. Oh, I know more than that. I know that you're holding the broken sword, and that it's not just a weapon. It's a key, and if you're smart, you'll figure out what it unlocks before it's too late. Lin Yan stared at her, his mind what it. She had no idea who she was, but something about her confidence. Her no-cut butter her confidence. Her knowledge made him think that she might be more help than he had expected. Well, Liu Ya said, stepping forward. Lin Yan hesitated her phone. Lin Yong 非常放松. Lin Yong highlighted. Fine, but if you're lying to me, I'll make sure you regret it. 李老爷没卡的一天，既然是没害。Poppy looked down at the broken sword, its glow pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He had come too far to turn back now. If he was to save his sister, he would have to face the truth of his caste and man. He had come too far to turn back now. The ruins of the ancient city loomed like a forgotten dream. their skeletal remains clawing at the sky. Crumbling arches and shattered obelisks stood as silent sentinels. The air was thick with the scent of moss and something older, something metallic and sharp, like the breath of a long-dormant beast. Shadows pulled in the dormant beast, shedding on the breath of a long-dormant beast. It didn't. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightens, its cracks flickering with an eerie glow that seemed to mirror the unnatural light in the roofs. Somewhere in the distance, a bird's cry echoed that seemed to mirror the eye to Den, to Tai. The city was alive, waiting, and the weight of its silence pressed against Lin Yuan's chest, like a blade at his throat. Lin Yuan, Levi's voice cut through the stillness, sharp as a dagger. You, not the only one with a grudge. You, after Nightshade, right. Her words hung in the air, but her tone was laced with something else, something that made Lin Yu's instincts. You think you're the only one who knows what the broken sword is. You're not the first to hold it, and you won't be the last. Lin Yu's jaw tightened. What are you talking about? He had spent years chasing answers, and now this woman was throwing him a curveball. Xianxia tilted her head, her smirk grudgingly. You're not just looking for your sister, are you? You're looking for something bigger, something that the sect's buried. And if you're smart, you figure out what it unlocks before it's too late. Her eyes gleamed with a mix of mischief and something darker, something that made Lin Yu's pulse quicken. But be careful, Lin Yan, some doors don't open without a price. Lin Yu's mind raced. He had heard rumors about the broken sword's origins, but they were just the rumors. Yet, Xianxia's words carried the weight of something real, something dangerous. What if she's right, he thought. He starts a tangled web of doubt. He starts a tangled web of doubt. He starts a tangled web of doubt. What if the sword is more than just a weapon, could now striking in the game? The wind howled through the ruins, carrying with it the faintest whisper of a voice distant, fragmented like a memory slipping through his fingers. Lin Yuan's breath caught. He wasn't alone. A shadow moved at the edge of his vision, and the air grew cold. Xianxia's smirk faded, replaced by a look of quiet warning. We are not the only ones here, Lin Yuan, and they not here for the same reasons. Lin Yuan, grip on, 以听压爆. The ruins trembled as the wind shifted, and the air grew thick with the scent of something ancient, something waiting. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, something richer, thicker. A figure immense from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, something weak. You must be Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He had no idea what this man was, but he could feel the tension in the air, the way the wind seemed to steal around. This one是没idea what this man was, but he could feel the tension. You have no idea what you're holding, do you? Lin Yuan's jaw clenched. He had no choice but to fight. With a swift motion, both the broken cloud. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the acrid tang of burning stone, as Lin Yuan and the masked man cast. The brown Yuan and the masked man cast. The brown Yuan and the masked man cast. That's 指尖有 pen. The masked man was fast, his movements precise, his blade a blur of silver, and Lin Yuan barely managed to parry the impact of the strike, sending a jolt of pain, Toffee Indy, cleansing and jolt of pain. And if he was to find his sister, he would have to survive this KO. You just fighting for your sister. You fighting for something bigger. And if you were smart, you'll figure out what it unlocks before it's too late. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He had no idea what she meant, but he could feel the weight The masked man watched his blade slicing through the air. Lin Yuan barely managed to carry, his muscles burning with the effort. He could feel the weight of the broken. He could fast Nana. Just as he was about to counter, a sharp whistle cut through the air. The masked man barely had time to react before a whip of pure end-time to last as he was about to the end. Lin Yan turned his eyes widening as he saw the figure standing at the edge of the clear. A woman, her dark hair flowing like a river, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of mischief. At Xinqing, "You're not the only one with a grudge," she said, her voice laced with a playful smirk. "Name's Zoya Yu," Lin Yan writes. Lin Yan blinked. "What are you here?" "I could ask you the same thing, but I think I already know you after Nightshade, aren't you?" Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. "You know who I'm looking for," Xianxia chuckled. "I know that we're holding the broken sword, and that it's not just a weapon, it's a key, and if you're smart, you'll figure out what it unlocks before it's too late." Lin Yuan stared at her, his mind racing. He had no idea who she was, but something about her confidence, her knowledge, made him think that she might be more help than he had expected. "Why," Niuya said, stepping forward, "if you want to find your sister, you're going to need more than just a sword. You're going to need allies." Wen Yan hesitated for only a moment before nodding. "Fern, if you lying to me, it'll make sure you regret it." Xiao smirked. "That's the spirit." The wind howled through the ruins as Lin Yan and Doya pressed forward, their path now clear of the masked assailant, the broadcast still cool of the masked island, their path now clear of the masked forward, the dial, ever, the age. If she was truly on the same path, then perhaps she could be trusted for now. As they continued their journey, the landscape shifted. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the remnants of a forgotten civilization loomed like ghosts of the past. Xiaoya frowned. Wei Mieran followed, and a group of figures stood at the edge of the ruins, their silhouettes dark against the pale light of the moon. They were clad in dark armor, their weapons gleaming with an unnatural. "I see you've come to play the hero once more." Lin You's jaw tightened. He recognized the voice blade. Nightshade stepped forward, hand resting the voice blade. "You're not the only one with a grudge, Blade." Blade chuckled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Then let's see if you is strong as you claim to be." The clash of steel ran through the ruins as Lin Yuan and Liu fought against the enforcers of the Seven Sets Alliance. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the acrid tang of burning stone, and every knee and he had faced enemies before, but never with the weight of the broken sword in his hands. It pulsed with an energy he could not yet understand, but he could feel it watching him. She was no novice, and her skill was evident in the way she weaved between her enemies, striking with dead efficacy. Lin Ying could not help but admire. Lin Ying could not hiss, but she was on could not heal but good she was. Finally, with a final decisive strike, Xiaoya sent the last of the enforcers sprawling to the ground. The battle was over, but the tension in the air was still thick. Lin Yuan exhaled, his muscles aching. He turned to Liuya, his expression unreadable. "You said the broken sword was a key. What are you talking about?" Xiaoya tilted her head, a smirk playing on her lips. "You really don't know. I know that my sister is still in Nightshade's hands, and I know that if I want to save her, I need to find out what the broken Jianjian." Xiaoya's smirk faded. "To save her, I need to find out what the broken Jianjian. Then I guess it may stay." Niu Yu's eyes narrowed. "What's that?" Xiaoya's expression turned serious. It's the decade that Nightshade used to condemn your sister. And if you want to break that contract, used to condemn your sister. Lin Yu's heart pounded. He had known that the soul-locking power was important, but he had never considered the possibility was impotent的搜拉看通气的剥去。Yuan looked at her, his mind already racing with possibilities. If this was the path he had to take, then he would not hesitate. He had come too far to turn back. The ruins of the ancient city loomed like a forgotten dream, their crumbling spires clawing at the sky. The air was thick with the scent of the sky, and the ground was thick with the scent of the sky, and the ground was littered with scent of decay. In the distance, the wind whispered through the hollowed-out remains of a grand hall, carrying with it the faint echo through the hollowed out. Comsigon lantern flickered in the shadows, long somewhere in the ruins. A hidden mantina shivered down the spine. The silence was not empty. It was watching, waiting, as if the city itself held secrets that had yet to be unearthed. Lin Yuan, Bloodblade's voice cut through the stillness, smooth and cold as a blade pressed to the throat. His dark armor gleamed under the pale light of the moon. His presence a stark contrast to the ruins around him. He stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with the ruins of the moon. He stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with the moon. You're not the only one with a grudge, Bloodblade, he said, his voice steady, and I'm not here to play games. Bloodblade chuckled, his hand resting on the hilt of his own weapon. Waya stepped forward, her smirk playful but her eyes sharp. You're not the only one with a grudge, Bloodblade, she said, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. Waya, she said, mildly. You're not here to help him, are you? Waya tilted her head. Oh, I'm here to help him, but I'm also here to make sure that you don't get in the way of what's coming. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He had no idea what Waya was coming, but the tension in the air was thick with unspoken secrets. Asterisk, what if she's not on my side? Asterisk, he thought, his mind racing. Asterisk, what if she's work humbled? Asterisk, what if she's word pulsed? Asterisk, asterisk. The break cord his mouth bulged in his hands. Its glare indents his word pollen. But if I'm right, I might not have a choice. Asterisk. The wind howled as the battle betrays, and Yuan's blade met Bloodblade's with a clash of steel that sent a shockwave through the ruins. His muscles burned with the effort, but he pushed forward, his movements fueled by desperation. The broken sword pulsed in his hands, its glowy insert pulsed in his hands. The broken sword pulsed in his hands. "Oh, you," she called out, her voice cutting through the chaos. "You're fighting for something bigger." Lin Yuan barely had time to respond before another enforcer lunged at him. He parried, his breath coming in short gasps. "What are you talking about?" "It's a key, and if you're smart, you'll figure out what it unlocks before it's too late." Lin Yan's heart pounded. He had no idea what she meant, but the way she said it like she was holding back something bigger made his blood run cold. "Or is she leading me somewhere I don't want to go?" Asterisk. The thought was interrupted as Bloodblade struck a asterisk, and if he was to find his sister, he would have to survive this. The ruins trembled as the battle raged on. The broken sword pulsed with an antler raged on. The broken sword pulsed with an extra rage, but the broken sword pulsed with an inch far. What if it's a trap? Asterisk. The thought was lost as Bloodblade lunged again, his blade slicing through the air. Lin Yuan had no choice but to fight. The ruins of the ancient city loomed like a forgotten dream, their crumbling arches and shattered pillars laid in the pale light of the moon. The remnants of the seven sects, alliance, lay strewn across the ground, their remnants disordered. Their remnants disabused their bodies still. The silence spreaded their bodies still. The silence was broken only by the distant howl of the wind. Maya stood beside him, her cloak fluttering in the breeze, her expression unreadable. For a moment it felt as though the world had paused. We felt as though the world had paused. Waited. Tell me again why we're here, Lin Yuan said, his voice sharp with exhaustion. The soul-locking pearl sounds like something out of a bad fantasy novel. Liuya rolled her eyes, her smirk barely hiding the edge of a novel. It's the key to Nightshade's control over your sister, and if you want to save her, you're going to need to unlock it. Lin Yuan exhaled, his grip on the sword loosening slightly, and held again. Loya crossed her arms, her tone laced with mock exasperation. Relax, hotshot. I've got a plan. It's not perfect, but it's better than letting your sister rot in that cursed place, Inyan. But don't pretend you're not scared. Leoya's smirk faltered for a split second before she turned away, her voice low. Scared? Yeah, I'm scared, but I'd rather be scared and alive than dead and sorry. She'd been no older than 10, her small hands clutching his as they stood in the courtyard of the heavenly sword set. Her laughter had been like wind chimes, light and carefree. He'd watched helplessly as the other disciples turned on him, their blades gleaming with betrayal. The memory burned like a brand, a Cambry burned like a brand. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped to Liuya, who was already drawing her curved blade, her posture tense. We're not alone, she muttered. Her voice. They were clad in dark armor, their weapons glinting with an unnatural sheen. The 7 sects alliance had sent in. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened. The fight was far from over. The demon-sealing abyss was a place where time itself seemed to hold its breath. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and something older, something that had been buried for centuries. The broken sword pulsed in his grip, its cracks glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light that cast long, flickering shadows across the cavern walls. Leoya stood beside him, her posture tense, her eyes scanning. The silence between them was heavy, broken only by the distant echo of the sword's hum, a sound that felt both ancient and intimately personal. A sound that felt both ancient and intimately tense now. A sound that felt both ancient. Lin Yan nodded his jaw tight. It's like it's waking up, but I don't know what that means. Liuya exhaled sharply. Then we'd better figure it out fast, whatever's in this abyss. He had spent years chasing the past, but now standing in the heart of the abyss, he felt as though the past was reaching back for him. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed in the set? Lin Yuan asked, his voice very full. You were never meant to be one of them. That's not your fault. Lin Yan's laugh was bitter. Easy for you to say you're not the one who watched his sister get dragged away by people he trusted. Liuya finally turned to him. Easy for you to say you're not the one who watched his sister get dragged away by people he trusted. I spent years running from the people who took everything from me. You're not alone in this. Lin Yuan stared at her, distraught. Then don't let them take that from you again. The memory hit him like a punch to the gut. Lin Er's face, pale and trembling, as she was dragged away by the sect's enforcers. Small hands reaching like a punch to the gut. Asterisk, he had been too late, too weak. The weight of that failure had followed him for years. The latent ache in his chest. Now, standing in the abyss, a sudden tremor rippled through the cavern, sending dust cascading from the ceiling. The broken sword's glow intensified, its cracks now pulsing in time, with shilling yin. From the darkness, a figure emerged tall, cloaked in tattered robes. from the Dax's and Dongyan's, but you do not understand its purpose." Lin Yuan's grip on the sword tightened. "Who are you?" The figure tilted its head. "A guardian, a remnant of the past. The sword was never meant to be wielded by you, and yet it chose him." The guardian's eyes narrowed. "Because he is the only one who can break the cycle. But to do so, he must face what the sword has buried." Images flickered Li Yuan as a boy, his sister laughing in the sunlight, the betrayal, the blood, the fire that had consumed the sect. The memories were not his, but they felt like they belonged to him. The Menti now, don't you? The sword is not just a weapon, it is a mirror, and it reflects the truth of those who wield it. Lin Yan's breath caught the truth, the weight of it. The guardian's voice faded. We passed by the sound of the sword's hum, deeper now, resonating through the cavern like a heartbeat. "You're not ready for this," she said, her voice tight. "Whatever's in that sword is," she said, "just power. It's pain. It's history. You can't just wield it and expect to come out unscathed." Lin Yuan looked at her. "If I don't face this, I'll never be free." Loya's eyes softened, but she didn't stop him. "Then be careful, because once you open that door, there's no going back." The guardian's voice returned. "A whisper, but remember what you seek may cost you everything." Asterisk, asterisk. Lin Yan closed his eyes. The choice was his. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay as Lin Yuan and Liuya stepped into the ruins, their boots crunching, and Leia stepped into the ruins. Their boots crunching, and Leia stepped into the ruins. Their boots crunch, and Lin Yan's glaze scattered the ruins. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the ground, cast by the pale light of the moon, and the wind carried whispers that seemed to echo from the past. The place felt wrong, as though it were holding its breath, waiting for something or someone to trigger its secrets. Lin Yan's pulse quickened. The air itself seemed to hum with anticipation, as if the past was about to claw its way back into the present. "You think Xianxia acted alone?" Loya said, her voice low, as she started the archway. "People who didn't just betray you, they orchestrated asterisk icky." Lin Yan's jaw tightened. "You're saying this wasn't just about me. That Yuan was part of a bigger plan. Lin Chu Tai Lawai. It was asterisk strategic. Asterisk. And if you want to find your sister, you're going to have to dig deeper than you asterisk. BT. I'm not hiding anything. I'm just telling you the truth. The truth that Yuan didn't want you to know." Lin Yuan's mind reeled. He had always believed Xianxia's betrayal had been personal, a result of Jia. The thought made his stomach churn. He had spent years chasing vengeance, but now the ground beneath him felt like it was shifting. Asterisk. This isn't just about Yuan. Asterisk. Loya's words had planted a seed of doubt, but Lin Yuan wasn't ready to believe her. Not yet. He had come too far to let a stranger's cryptic hints shake his resolve. He had come too far to let a stranger's cryptic hints shake his resolve. As Lin Yuan stepped toward the archway, the ground beneath him trembled. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating through the ruins. Like a heartbeat, the symbols on the archway flayed with archways. The ground beneath him trembled. Wait, that's not normal. Lin Yuan froze, his hand hovering over the archway's surface. The energy emanating from it was unlike anything he had felt before. Cold, ancient, and asterisk, and as they yield. "Something's wrong," Liuya muttered, her eyes darting around the ruins. "This place, it's not just a ruin. It's an asterisk trap. Asterisk." He could hear the faint sound of footsteps too, many to be just the two of them. His instincts screamed at him to run, but his body refused at youth. A wave of energy surged outward, knocking both Lin Yan and Liuya off their feet. The archway behind them exploded into a cascade of light. At the center of the chamber stood a figure cloaked in shadows, their face obscured by a mask of cracked obsidian. You shouldn't have come here, the figure said, their voice a hollow echo. He had expected to confront Chuan, but this was something else entirely, and the broken sword still glowing in his grip seemed to asterisk no asterisk. The wind howled through the skeletal remains of the ancient ruin, its mournful wail echoing like a ghost trapped in stone. Lin Ying stood at the edge of a crumbling archway. The broken stood at the edge of a crypt. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the ground beneath his boots felt unnaturally warm. And the ground beneath his boots sunk. Oh there! The ruins had been abandoned for centuries, yet the way the light from the sword seemed to pull toward the center, seemed to pull toward the center of the sap. Still think this is just about revenge. Loya's voice cut through the stillness, low and edged with something he couldn't quite place. In Yuan's jaw tightened. Do you think I don't know what's at stake? Ko Xiang took my sister. That's not something I can just let slide. Laya tilted her head, her smirk fading. I can just let slide. Laya took out her head, her smirk fading in something almost like pity. You're not the only one who's been hurt, save you. Lin Yuan's breath hitched the words. Felt like a knife, but he couldn't tell. See, if this was the moment, he would not falter. He took a step forward, the ground beneath him trembling, as if the ruin itself had finally decided to speak. The moment Lin Yuan crossed the strider to speak, Vaira's hand hovered near her blade, her posture tense, but she said nothing. A voice, low and serene-eyed, Nen. The man he had spent years hating, the one who had betrayed him, who had stolen his sister and left him to rot in the dust of the set. His eyes, once cold and calculating, now held a flicker of something that looked almost like regret. You finally came, and Q Han said, his voice rough, as if he had been holding his breath for years. You left me to die. Kang exhaled a sound that was almost a laugh. Left you to die? No. Lin Yuan, tried to save you, but you were too far gone to see. He hands a tan Qiu, You don't remember, do you? The night the sect fell. The fire, the way the elders chose to sacrifice you to save the rest of us. Lin Yang's breath caught. It had been ordered and now, standing here, he realized the truth. His mind reeled, the pieces of his past falling into place with the violence that left him breathless. Cao Xiang had never been the traitor, had been the one who had tried to Esther. He had spent so long believing that Kong had wanted come, but now with the truth gnawing at him. He looked at his brother, the man who had once been his senior, his role model. Now he saw the exhaustion in his eyes, the way his hands trembled, as if he had carried the weight of the world for years. You didn't have to do this, Lin Yan. You could have let me rot in the dust of the sect. Kang's expression was unreadable. I couldn't. Not after what I did. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He was the only one who had ever tried to save him, and the truth was he had never been ready to forgive him. Kang's voice was quiet, almost reverent. What are you talking about? Kang stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. The soul-locking pearl. It's not just a curse, it's an asterisk. Break it. Ying judged the cast. Huang's expression darkened. By using the briefing start, Gu Huang's expression. I'm telling you that if you don't, the sword will consume you, and your sister will be lost forever. He had spent years chasing vengeance, but now with the truth chasing vengeance, but now with the truth like a thief, the man who sits, and for the first time in years he felt the weight of the past begin to lift. The sky-brick mountains yawned like jagged teeth, their peaks clawing at the bruised sky. Lin Yan's boots sank into the muck of a forgotten stream. The water blackened was sunk into the muck of Lin Lan blood. Probably he had expected the wilderness to be a test of endurance, but this was a graveyard. The trees here were gnarled, their branches towards a gored tree. Dead. Yin Yuan's muscles tensed to the hilt of his sword. The figure stepped into the clearing, and the moonlight caught on the edge of a blade that looked like it had been forged in hell. His face was a mask of scars, his eyes cold as the void between stars. You're not the first to cross me, he sneered, the words dripping with contempt. Lin Yuan barely had time to parry the impact of the clash, sending a shockwave through his arms. The sound of steel raining against steel echoed through the forest, a cacophony that sounded like a war cry. The warrior's laughter was a low, guttural growl as he pressed forward his blade carving axe of the disaster. Let's see how long you last. When I'm in the mix, she darted forward, her strikes wild and unpredictable, a whirlwind of chaos that forced Bloodblade to reticle, the whirlwind of chaos that forced Bloodblade to reticle. You're not helping, he muttered, his voice strained as he parried another strike from Bloodblade. Leia rolled her eyes. Relax, bro. Lin Yan's precision clashed with her recklessness, but together they formed a rhythm that was both chaotic and effective. Bloodblade snarled, his face contorting with fury as he charged at them, his sword a crimson comet. Blood's voice was a venomous whisper as he pressed his blade against Lin Yuan's. The steel humming was the force of their clash. The steel humming was the force of their clash. The steel humming was the force of their clash. You don't know what she's been through. You don't know what she's been forced to endure. His eyes burned with a fire that wasn't just anger, it was grief, the kind that gnawed at the soul. Let's just end this, okay? She charged forward, her blade a blur as he struck Bloodblade from the side. The warrior snarled, his face a mask of fury as he struck Bloodblade. The betrayal that had led him here, the weight of vengeance that had shaped him into the man he was now, but for the first time he felt something else, the flicker of hope, the possibility that he might not. With a nod, Lin Yuan charged forward, his heart pounding with the weight. A very thin tongue Lin. The ground was littered with the remnants of past conflicts, the soil stained with the echoes of forgotten wars. Liuya's blade flashed, her movements a blur of chaos, as she danced down to flub Bloodblade. Together, they formed a rhythm that was both beautiful and brutal, a duet of destruction that left the air viteful. You think you can change the past? Lin Yuan's eyes burned with determination. I'm not changing the past, he said, his voice steady. I'm making sure it doesn't happen again. The trees whispered secrets of old battles, their branches swaying as if caught in a storm. The ground was littered with the remnants of past conflicts, the soil stained with the echoes of baton sharp. The ground was littered with the echoes of tension. Let's just end this. She charged forward, her blade a blur, as she struck Bloodblade from the side. The warrior snarled, his face a mask of fury as he twisted his sword, meeting hers. The betrayal that had led him here, the weight of vengeance that had shaped him into the man he was now, but for the first time, He felt something else. With a nod, Lin Yan charged forward, his heart pounding with the weight of everything he had lost, and the man he had become. The forest was a living thing, its breath slow and heavy, the kind that made your skin prickle and your thoughts feel like they were being siphoned into the earth. Lin Yuan and Lioya had barely espied the tea. The air was thick with the scent of moss and decay, and the shadows stretched unnaturally, as if the forest itself were watching. From the mist emerged a figure clothed in tattered robes that seemed to shift with the wind, the nameless elder. His face was obscured by a hood that moved like smoke, and his presence was a palace boast and dancing tin near woe. His voice, when he spoke, was like the rustling of ancient leaves, low and resonant. You seek vengeance, he said, his words coloring through the apes. The vengeance is a burden that few can carry. Lin Yi, your lectures. I just need a way to save my sister. His voice was sharp, but there was a tremor beneath it. His voice was sharp, but there was a tremor. The elder tilted his head, as if amused. Then you need the broken seed, as if pulsing with an any Yuan had ever seen. This sword is not merely a weapon, it is a prison, a key, and a test. It will guide you or lead you to ruin. The choice is yours. Lin Yuan hesitated, his gaze furtive. Because you are not the only one who has suffered, and because you are not yet ready to face the truth. As the elder's words lingered in the air, Lin Yuan reached out his fingers, brushing a truth, and surge of energy coursed through in the air. Lin Yuan reached out his fingers. Let's see what you're made of, he muttered, gripping the hilt with newfound determination. Raya, who had been watching the exchange with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, stepped forward. 我感到非常放松。This sword looks like it's got 100 years of bad deeds attached to it. Lin Yun smirked, though there was a flicker of unease in his expression. It's not about the deed. Waya rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of admiration in her smirk. Okay, fine, but if it turns out this thing is a portal to the underworld, I'm blaming you. As they turned to leave, the forest seemed to tighten around them, the shadows stretching. The broken sword pulsed faintly in Ning Yin's grip, its energy a constant reminder of the path he had chosen. He could feel it now, the weight of the sword, the wisp passing. Back at the edge of the clearing, Waya leaned against a tree, her arms crossed. So bro, what's the deal with this sword? It's got more layers than my exes inspired. It's got more layers than my exes. 也安年也好的. It's a test. 也 and not just a weapon. I don't even know what that means. Lioya tilted her head, her expression a mix of curiosity and mischief. A prison for what? The sword itself, or something else? Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. I don't know, but if it's got anything to do with my sister, I'm not letting go. Waya smirked, but there was a flicker of something else in her eyes concern. You're not the only one who's been through hell, Ro. Just don't forget that. As the words hung in the air, Lin Yu held. But the forest had other plans. The moment Lin Yun stepped forward, the ground beneath him shifted, the roots of the trees writhing like serpents. A low growl echoed through the clearing. The air grew heavier, the temperature dropping as the figure raised a hand, a blade of pure shadow materializing as the figure raised a hand. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the shadows deepening, the air thick with the promise of battle. Lin Yuan's heart pounded, his mind racing wrath. The cliffs of the Skybreak Mountains loomed like jagged teeth, their surfaces slick with frost and the remnants of ancient teeth, their surface slick with frost and the remnants of ancient battle. Across from him, Chuang, and against a weathered stone pillar, his arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. The two men were mirror images of each other, same height, same build, same eyes that had once burned with the fire of a side pipe. You've got some nerve showing your face, Yuan sneered, his voice a low growl that cut through the wind. You think you can just waltz in here and demand answers? You think you're the hero in this story, bro? You're just 能好的一天. His words were sharp, each syllable laced with the venom of someone who had long since abandoned the ideal they once shared. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. You know what you did. You led the sect to its destruction. You sold the sect to knights. You let innocent lives be destroyed. You let my sister be used as a pawn in a war you didn't understand. Xianxia let out a short, bitter laugh, the sound echoing off the cliffs. Yang Tian was weak, and the other sects were circling like vultures. I saw the future, and I chose power over loyalty. His eyes gleamed with something unreadable, a mixture of richer, and I chose power, Qi. And now you're here, thinking you can fix everything. You're just as blind as I was. Lin Yan's heart pounded, his mind a storm of rage and grief, about confronting the truth that had been buried beneath years of hatred. Asterisk, you don't get to walk away from this. Asterisk, he muttered, his voice low but firm. Kong's smirk faded, replaced by a look of cold calculation. You think you're ready for the truth, Lin Yuan. You think you can just waltz in truth. Lin Yuan, you think you can just waltz the truth. Lin Yuan, you think you can just waltz 一天. His voice dropped to a whisper, as if the wind might steal his words. You think you're fighting for your sister. You're fighting for a war that's already been lost. You're fighting for ease. But I'm not. I'm not going to let you twist this into something else. I'm not going to let you make me feel like I don't matter. His voice was raw, the words spilling out like a dam breaking. You think I don't know what's at stake? I do. My sister's life, the lives the Feli one, who died in that fire. You think I can just walk away and pretend I didn't see what you did? I can. Xianxia's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. Lin Yuan's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, the weight of the broken sword pressing against his palm like a silent promise. He could feel the ancient power humming beneath his palm like a silent promise. He could feel the ancient power humming. Asterisk, it's about everyone who's been hurt by this, everyone who's been left behind. I can't let this end the way it started. Lin Yuan's head snapped toward the source, his instincts screaming at him to act. A figure emerged from the Mr. Scout, from Nightshade's forces, his blade glinting in the dim light. Huey's smirk returned, but this time it was laced with something else amusement. Looks like you're not the only one who's been waiting for this. Lin Yuan barely had time to react before the scout's blade came slashing toward him. The crash of steel sent shockwaves through the air, the force of the impact sending a gust of wind that howled to the quips. The scout's eyes widened as he wielded the wind that howled to the quips. The scout's eyes widened as he wielded a gust of wind that howled to the quips. Lin Yuan's grip on his sword tightened. Then let's see how strong you really are. With a roar, he charged forward, the broken sword cutting through the air, the fall. The wind howled as the scout's body crashed into the rocks below, his scream lost in the chaos. Yuan watched the scene unfold, his skull scene. The wind howled again, as if the mountain itself was ready to witness the battle that was about to unfold. The mysterious elixir sect's grand hall was a labyrinth of shimmering vials, each one a tiny universe of color and light. Lin Yan and Li Ye stepped into the chamber, their boots clicking against the polished stone floor, their boots clicking against the polished stone floor, their boots. Her robes were a tapestry of deep greens and golds, embroidered with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Her hands steadied. 花们6个围场放松，我感到非常放松，我扛不去。Her gaze flicked to Laya, who was already rolling her eyes. And you must be his sister, though I dare say you're more of a troublemaker, the healer. Laya opened her mouth to retort, but Lin Yirang cut her off with a sharp "But Lin Yue. My sister is being held by Nightshade, and I need your help to break the soul-locking pearl's hold on her." His voice was steady, but there was a tremor beneath it, a raw urge sting. The soul-locking pearl is a powerful backhit, one that requires rare spiritual herbs to unlock. If you're willing to endure the trials, I can guide you in the search. Her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what they implied. Waijia's voice was laced with sarcasm, but her eyes were alight with mischief. I mean, I'd rather fight a dragon than traipse through some cursed grove, looking for plants that probably have a vendetta against us. Lin Yan Guanbo. His voice was low, but there was a flicker of exasperation in it. This isn't just about finding herbs. It's about saving my sister. If we don't act, she'll be lost for a moment. But she quit saving my sister. But if we end up in the most tragic deaths section of the history books, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lai Rong's lips curved into the faintest of smiles. Then let's begin. Lin Yuan's mind raced as he stared at Li Rong, the weight of her words pressing down on him like a stone. Asterisk, this is it. Asterisk then. What if I'm not strong enough to protect her? Asterisk. The thought of his sister being trapped, her spirit crushed by the soul-locking pearl, made his chest tighten. Even if the path is lined with fire, I'll walk it for her. Asterisk, his resolve hardened, a fire igniting in his chest. He turned to Loya, his voice steady. The trees here were gnarled and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The ground was a mosaic of cry, like Scalia's stamble. The whispering vines were the first to strike. They slithered from the shadows, coiling around Loya's ankle. You'll never save her. Loya's knees buckled, her face pale. Bro, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best, she muttered, her voice trembling. With a swift motion, he severed the vines, freeing Yoya from their grip. Dairong's eyes narrowed as she stepped forward, her hand outstretched. This is a test of will, she said, her voice steady. We must not let the growth, as she said, revoice steady. Ro, I think we're about to fall to our doom, Loya said, her voice laced with sarcasm. But hey, at least it'll be a dramatic death. But hey, at least it'll be a dramatic death. But hey, at least it'll be a dramatic death. We need to find a way across, he said, his voice low. Lai Rong, any ideas? Lai Rong's gaze flicked to the trees. As the words left her mouth, the trees began to shift, their branches parting to reveal a narrow path of stone. Lin Yuan exhaled sharply. The sky-break mountains loomed like a jagged spine of the world, their peaks clawing at the heavens with a defiant sign. 屈膝膝 clawing at the heavens with a giant sign. 康请的我先累他们，我得依靠的西天。Shadows clung to the rocks, shifting in ways that defied logic, as if the mountain itself were alive. Breathing in tandem with the storm clouds that swirled the path. But times the wind came. The path ahead was a labyrinth of ice and stone. Each step a gamble against the unseen forces that seemed to conspire against them. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your lives, Loya muttered, her voice barely audible over the wind. She adjusted the straps of her tucker, eyes darting to the tassel. This place is like a cursed tick-tock, filter too dramatic for its own good. Lin Yuan shot her a look, though the corner of his mouth twitched despite himself. His voice was steady, but his fingers tightened around the hilt of the broken sword, its cracked surface pulsing. Faint still its beak, too felt the mountain's malevolence. They roam ever the up the mountain's malevolence. The mountain is testing us, but we've come too far to turn back now. Her words were calm, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. Testing us. Daya snorted. Bruh, this instant attested the death trap. You know that. Ning Yan didn't answer. His mind was already racing ahead, to the summit, to the answers that waited beyond the storm. But as the wind howled again, carrying with it a sound that wasn't the 上面 to the answer 的呢言 ，cover 的我也出不过大的威仪。Roya said, her voice low, "You're not going to win this with brute force. You need to be smarter." Lin Yuan's eyes flickered within the wall, though. "You need a spawn to win this, 你有口 You need to be smiley." "Bruh, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best." Loya said, her voice laced with confusion. Lin Yin, Ron rolled his eyes. You're not hallucinating, Bran. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Loya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Laya Maya, for the rest of your life. Ning Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the any most tragic deaths section of the history. We don't end up in the A to find the rest. Stepped forward, but the graph is dangerous. Its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grass, the air grew colder. The shadows stretching and not to be trusted rise in their ease. Ro, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best. Loya said, her voice laced with confusion. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Loya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lo, I swear, Lin Yuan smirked, though his ears remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the history books. Section of the history we don't end up in the end need to find the rest. But the grove is dangerous, its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows stretching unnaturally. The air grew colder, the shadows shallow but sure. Bruh, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best. Laya said, her voice laced with confusion. Like mine, the best. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Neoya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lo, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. So Li Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the history box. But the grove is dangerous. Magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows stretching unnaturally. Bruh, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best. Loya said, her voice laced with confusion. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. You依然 still being played by the plants. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Ryoya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bru, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lo, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Ni Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the history books. Then Shangpeng Emma the Optimist stepped forward. We need to find the rares, but the graph is dangerous. Magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows stretching are not to be trusted. The air grew colder, the shadows drowned the Yitian, then whisked sideways in the east. Bro, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best. Foya said, her voice laced with Xianxia. Lin Yun rolled his eyes. You ain't not who sick, I just heard my mom say. Mind you. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Loya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Thus, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lo, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lo, I swear. 我感到非常放松。宁元 smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the annals tragic deaths section of the history books. Section of the history we don't end up in the most track the rest. Sapor, but the growth is dangerous. Its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows stretching unnaturally. The air grew colder, the shadows stretching on their Brafik, I just heard my mom say I'm the best. Loya said, her voice laced with confusion. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. You, not hallucinating. Bra. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Loya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Boo, I swear, if we die here. Ni Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the almost tragic death section of the history books. Li Rong, ever the optimist, stepped forward. But the grove is dangerous, its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows stretching are not to be trusted. The air grew colder, the shadows stretching are dangerous. Wow, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best. Loya said, her voice laced with comfort. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Loya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lo, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Ning Yan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic deaths section of the history books. Nian Yan, Sparer, the optimist, stepped forward. We need to find the rare dirt that will, but the growth is dangerous. Its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows stretching are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper, the shadows stretching on the earth. Bro, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best. Lawyer said, voice laced with confusion. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. You. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Loya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lo, I swear. Lin Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the history books. Yuan, ever the optimist, stepped forward. We need to find the rare herbs that will us, but the grove is dangerous. Magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows stretching unnaturally. The first challenge. Bro, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best. Laia said, a voice laced with confusion. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Laia from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lo, I swear. Lin Yan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the history books. Section of the history we don't end up in the. But the grove is dangerous, its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows stretching unnaturally. The first challenge came in the form of the whispering vines. Raw, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best, Loya said, her voice laced with confusion. Lin Yun rolled his eyes. You, not hallucinating. Raw. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Laya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Ru, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lo, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lin Yan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the history books. A section of the issuers, though he Yan smirked 171. But the grove is dangerous, its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows then are the ghost. Bruh, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best, Doya said, voice laced with confusion. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. You were not hallucinating. Or he severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Wei from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. No, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Oyama. Lin Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the history books. Lin Yun, ever the optimist, stepped forward. We need to find the rare herbs that were the Kowei. We need to find the rare tians that will are. But the grove is dangerous. Magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder. The shadows stretching are not to be trod. The air grew colder, the shadows. Bruh, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best, Loya said, her voice laced with confusion. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. You're not hallucinating, bruh, you. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Loya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Laura. Lin Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the history books. Lyron, ever the optimist, stepped forward. We need to find the rare herbs that will agua. But the grove is dangerous. Its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows stretching unnatural. The air grew colder, the shadows strengthened each end. Bro, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best, Loya said, her voice laced with confusion. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. You, ya talosinatai, Lo Yu. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Yoya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Li Yao muttered, adjusting the straps of her pie. Lin Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic deaths section of the history books. 林语言美好的一天 that will lock. We need to find the red hearts that will lock so locking past pow. But the grove is dangerous. Its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows strangely unnaturally strangely. Well, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best, Loya said, her voice laced with confused. Lin Yian rolled his eyes. You ain't not hallucinating, bro. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Loya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lin Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic deaths section of the history books. Lin Rong, ever the optimist, stepped forward. We need to find the rare herb pair, but the grove is dangerous. Its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder. The shadows stretching are not to be trusted. Air grew colder. The shadows stretching 过屋表的 cast. Bra, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best, Leo said, her voice laced with confusion. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing line. 怪带一干 Though he and smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the history. We don't end up in the most. Tai tam nian day, cut the elbows, tai lo sai. But the grove is dangerous. Its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper and not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder, the shadows straightening at the angle. Bra, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best, Loya said, her voice laced with confusion. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Yoya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lin Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the history books. Lin Yong, ever the optimist, stepped forward. We need to find the rare herbs that will long off the soul-locking pose. But the grove is dangerous. Its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder. The shadows strangely are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper, the shadows the way pie. Bro, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best, Yoya said, her voice laced with contempt. Lin Yu, Zhou Bing played by the plants. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Loya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. But I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Though I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lin Yuan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic deaths. Section of the history we don't end up in the most tragic deaths. Section of the history we don't end up in the most tragic deaths. But the grove is dangerous, its magic is unstable, and the plants here are not to be trusted. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the air grew colder. The shadows stretching are not to be trove. The air grew colder. The shadows strailed. Bro, I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best. Loya said, her voice laced with confusion. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. He severed the vines with a swift motion, freeing Lioya from their grip. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Bro, I swear, if we die here, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. Lin Yan smirked, though his eyes remained sharp. Then let's make sure we don't end up in the most tragic death section of the East Fuji. The Starfall Sab's grand hall was a cathedral of the cosmos, its vaulted ceiling a tapestry of constructed car. At the center of the room stood sect leader Xianxia, his robes woven from threads that seemed to pulse with the light of this sect gaxes. His presence was apparent Xianxia. Even Lioya, usually unshakable in her bravado, hesitated as she stepped forward, her boots echoing like gunshots in the stillness. The stars above seemed to watch them, their cold, distant glow a gunshots in the stillness. You said the stars have shown you a vision. What do you see? His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of expectation. Xianxia tilted his head, his voice read the rustling of wind through Anxi Khan tilted his head, his voice, and in the storm, a choice will be made that will shake the fate of all. Lioya let out a short, bitter laugh, her arms crossing over her chest. Roa let out a short, bitter laugh, her arms crossing of coal. Tell us what to do. Her sarcasm was sharp, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. You think the stars are going to hand us answers? They're just as messed up as the rest of this world. Lin Yuan didn't respond, his jaw tight. Asterisk. Lin Yan's mind turned the weight of doubt pressing against here, turned the weight of doubt pressing against hers, the weight of doubt pressing against his ribs. He had spent years chasing Benxing, the sort of the demon queen manipulating even the stars to mislead him, nod at him. He had trusted too many people before, and the result had been catastrophic, as does too many people before. He had to be careful. One wrong step, and he would be the one who fell. The air in the hall grew heavier, the constellations above seeming to pulse in time with the beating of Lin Yan's heart. They only reveal what is meant to be seen. Rioya's smirk faltered, her usual bravado replaced by a flicker of anxiety. Bro, I don't like this, she muttered, her voice low enough that only Yin Yang. You know, the kind that ends with us getting stabbed in the back. Lin Yan exhaled sharply, his mind racing. He had no choice but to trust the professor until he had no other options. The constellations above shifted their patterns, rearranging into a new formation that pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly light. Xianxia's expression darkened the worldly too. He had always believed the demon Khan's influence was vast, but this was something else. A force beyond Moyong Kongxing or Stefan's, but this was something else. A force beyond Mo Defuan away. Xunjin. Xianxia's voice rose above the din, his words carrying the weight of an ancient truth. The storm will not come for you, an ancient truth. The storm will not come for you alone. The cavern was a tomb of shadows. its walls slick with condensation that glistens like blood under the shade. Blood-Blade's blade, still slick with the remnants of his last fight, caught the light as he stepped forward. His strength, stay-night as he stepped forward. His presence is storm on the weight of the past pressed down on them. Lin Yuan's memory of his sister's eyes, wide with fear as she was dragged away. The betrayal that had Shabari of his sister's eyes, wide with fear as she was dragged to hold his breath. Then Blood-Blade lungs, 弹的 blood lungs 弹着，我感到非常放松。Dense blood lungs, his blade a crimson arc that's Blia. You're not going to win this with brute force. Blia called Hey Nin. He sidestepped Blood-Blade's next strike, the warrior's blade grazing his shoulder. The pain was a sharp reminder of his founder's stoic. The warrior's blade grazing his shoulder. The pain was a sharp reminder. 一收丁天覆盖。Blood-Blade snarled, his eyes narrowing. You're just delaying the inevitable. Your sister is already lost to Nightshade's grip. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. She's not lost. Not as long as I'm staying. She's not lost. Not as long as I'm still breathing. A flash of menace. That girl was gone, replaced by a prisoner of Nightshade's schemes. But he wasn't. He was still here, still fighting. The broken sword pulsed in his steel. Lin Yan nodded, his resolve hardening. The fight was no longer just about surviving. The fight was no longer just a battle. The fight was no longer just a ballad. Met the broken swords, the crash of steel sending shockwaves. The cowgirl. Lin Yan's strikes were faster now, his movements a blur of precision. Ryoya danced around them, her blade flashing. But don't think I'm not holding back. I'm saving my best moves for when you're about to die. Lin Yuan chuckled, his breath coming fast. You're not holding back, bro. You're just being annoying. Lin Yuan barely dodged the force of the impact, sending him skidding backward. His shoulder throbbed, the wound from earlier bleeding freely. He could feel the weight, the wound from earlier bleeding freely. He could feel the weight of fight. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Then let's see what you're made of. The broken sword flared with light. Its energy, see what you're made of. Sun Lin, Wan, see what you're made of. Lin Yuan, Xianxia. The memory was a lifeline, a reminder of what he was fighting for. Bro, I'm not letting you go through this alone, Lawyer said, her voice cutting through the haze. We're in this together. The cavern erupted in a storm of steel and energy, the clash of blades echoing through the steel. The broken sword's power surged its steel. The broken sword's power surged its steel. With Loya at his side, he would fight, not just for vengeance, but for the future. The Withering Grove was a place where time seemed to rot. The trees stood like skeletal fingers, their bark cracked and oozing a viscous black. Red scathed through the tall. Shadows slithered between the roots, whispering in a language that made the skin prickle. Lin Yuan's breath came in short, ragged gasps. As he trudged forward, came in short, ragged gasps. Bro, I swear, if this place is trying to kill us, it's doing a asterisk. Really asterisk. Bad job, she said, her voice tinged with sarcasm. So I think I just heard my mom say I'm the best, Loya said, her voice laced with confusion. She was staring at the ground, her brow furrowed. He severed the whispering vines with a swift motion, their tendrils recoiling as if burned. We need to stay focused. This place is trying to break us. Lyoya let out a breathless laugh, but fine. I'll play along. Just don't let me die here, okay? I've got too many mammoths to post and too many chicats to do. Her tongue was white, but her eyes flickered with something raw fear. Maybe all the weight of the journey they'd undone Chikai. Li Rong stepped beside him, her voice quiet but firm. "We're not just fighting for your sister Lin Yuan. We're fighting for the people who've been lost to this war. Every step we take here is a step towards saving them." Her words hung in the air. He thought of his sister's face, the way her eyes had dimmed when the soul-locking pearl had taken her. He thought of the heavenly sword set, its house now silent. It's the soul-locking pearl had taken her. He thought of the Hehao, the Yitian. He would not let it extinguish him. The whispering vines were only the beginning. As they pressed deeper into the grove, the air grew colder in Shu. Their eyes glowed with a sickly green light, and their movements were fluid, almost hypnotic. "Bro, I think we've got company," Lyoya said, her voice tight with nerves. She drew her sword, the blade catching the faint light. "We're not backing down," he said, his voice steady. The first shadow stalker lunged, its claws slicing through the air. Lin Yuan barely dodged the force, its claws slicing through the air. Lin Yuan Bei Hao stood. The impact sent the stalker reeling, but it didn't retreat. It circled, its eyes locked on him. "Bro, you need to move," Lyoya shouted, her blade slashing as she engaged another. A burst of golden light erupted from her palms, forcing the creatures back. "We need to work together," she said, her voice sharp with urgency. "These things feed on fear," he said, her voice sharp with urgency. They were not bound by the rules of the mortal world. They were a manifestation. He could feel the weight of his sister's fate pressing down on him, the urgency of their misses there. Nin's breath came in short, ragged gasps as he fought, his body aching with every strike. Li Yayi was beside him, her movements wide, gasping as he fought, his body aching. "Hold for." Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with understanding. He shifted his stance, his movements more fluid. His strengthened. He shifted his stance, his movements more fluid. His strengthening. The grove trembled as the battle raged on, the shadow stalkers a relentless tide. But Lin Yuan stood firm, his resolve unshaken. Not now, not ever. The hidden sage's sanctuary was a place where time seemed to hold its breath. Mist curled around the roots of trees, whose spikes where time seemed to hold its breath. Mist curled around the roots of trees, whose spike was edged with 80. Yuya's usual sarcasm had faded into quiet unease, her eyes darting to the shadows between the trees. Li Rong's hands trembled slightly as she trees. His posture was serene, but the way the light seemed to bend around him felt wrong, like a mirage that defied logic. The symbols on the trees glowed brighter as he spoke, their meaning just out of reach. Warder, as he spoke, their meaning just out of reach. "I need to know the truth about the immortal realm. I need to know how to break the soul-locking pearl's hold on my sister." His words hung in the air, heavy with urgency. The hidden sage's eyes, twin stars in a face that seemed carved from my sister. "The immortal realm is not a place of power but of sacrifice," he said, his voice like wind through a storm. "You seek to save your sister, yet you must first understand the cost of such a journey." His tone was calm, but there was an edge to it, as though he were testing. Laya crossed her arms, a smirk tugging at her lips. "So, bro, are we just going to stand here and let some old guy with a beard tell us what to do?" Her words were laced with Gen Z slang, but her eyes behind was a beard tell us what to do. "The storm is coming," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "and in the storm a choice will be made that will shape the fate of all." His words felt like a riddle, but something about them sent a chill through Lin Yuan's spine. He couldn't shake the feeling, but the sage wasn't just a guide. Lin Yan's mind raced as he stared at the sage, his thoughts a tangled mess of hope and suspicion. But why does he keep talking about the storm? Asterisk, his gaze flicked to the symbols on the trees. Their glow now brighter than be symbols on the trees. Their glow now brighter than be symbols on the trees. Their glow now brighter T-Pyung. Asterisk, I can't afford to make the same mistake again. Asterisk, the air around them seemed to sicken, the mist curling tighter as if the grove itself were holding its breath. Bro, she said, her voice lower now. Why does this place feel like it's watching us? Her words hung in the air, and for a moment, the grove seemed to pause, with a silent answer. The hidden sage's eyes gleamed, and for the first time, Lin Yuan saw something in them. A first conflict erupted as the ground beneath them trembled. The symbols on the trees flared with a blinding light, and the mist coiled into shapes that looked unding-like hands reaching toward them. The grove is reacting to us. Lin Yuan's grip tightened on the broken sword, his instincts screaming that they were in danger. Then we need to move, he said, his voice sharp. Now. But before they could take a step, the mist surged forward. Guaya's eyes widened as she turned to Lin Yuan. Bro, what the hell is going on? This isn't part of the plan. The hidden sage rose from his dais, his movement stout but deliberate. You have failed. Ming Yan's jaw tightened. Exiled, we're here for answers, not a test. His words were laced with frustration. But he knew the sage wasn't just testing them. She was. We're here calling. Wei Nians. Why, He staggered back, his vision blurring. Asterisk. This isn't just a test. Asterisk. He realized, asterisk, it's a trap. It was the voice of the demon clown, a voice that had haunted demon call. 我感到非常放松酷。我猜猜 It's a trick. The sage is working for them. Lei Rong's eyes were wide with realization. He's not a sage, he's a puppet. The grove seemed to shudder, the mist swirling. Nian Yuan's heart pounded as he realized the truth. The hidden sage wasn't a guide, was a gatekeeper, and the demon clan had sent him to ensure they keep her. The hidden sage's sanctuary was a realm suspended between time and shadow, its air thick with the scent of ancient ink and tetraquartz. Mist coiled around their feet as they stepped onto the stone dais. The symptoms etched edge. His eyes, twin stars in a void, seemed to see through them, past their injuries, their fears, and into the tangled threads. Their voice, the sage's voice, low and resonant, cut through the stillness. The shadows have long whispered of a storm, but few listen. You have come seeking answers, yet the answers are not yours to claim. You're saying Nightshade isn't just a rogue cultivator? Lin Yan's voice was sharp, the question cutting to the sage's cryptic preamble that the demon clan has been poured sacked, the mysteriable. His fists clenched, the broken sword's energy flaring in response. If that's true, then every move I've made, every sacrifice I've made, it's all been part of their plan. Ro, are you saying we've been running in circles for years, chasing ghosts while the real villains have been sitting back, sipping tea and watching us fail? She shook her head, her voice tinged with disbelief. About their stupid sensory-assault power play. Her words hung in the air, a bitter laugh escaping her as she stared at the sage. Asterisk, this isn't just about my sister anymore, asterisk, he thought, his breath coming fast. Asterisk, it's about everything, asked about my sister every death. Asterisk, he thought every sensuous. Asterisk, his thoughts spiraled, the broken swords, as if mirroring his terror. The hidden sage's gaze remained steady, his voice a quiet tempest. The demon clan's influence is not a new thing. It is a thread woven into the fabric of the world. It is a thread woven. They do not seek conquest, but control. Nightshade is but a vessel. His betrayal was not of you, but of the balance itself. The soul-locking pearl is not merely a prison for your sister. It is a key to a greater scheme, one that has been in motion since the first day come. His words hung in the air, the mist around them sickening, as if the very world held in as if devour them. Then Yim's jaw tightened. His mind raced. But if we stop now, we're not just letting them win, we're giving up. We've come too far, sacrificed too much. There has to be a way to fight back. His grip on the broker's ties took. The sage's voice cut through his thoughts, calm yet unyielding. The storm is coming, but the choice of how to face it is yours. The Skybreak Mountains loomed like jagged teeth against the bruised sky, their peaks shrouded in perpetual mist. The tavern a crumbling relic of Format's tree, the tavern a clumsy trick, their peaks shrouded. Inside the air was thick with the mingling scents of smoke, spilled ale, and the faint metallic tang of blood. The floorboards groaned under faint metallic tang of blood. The floorboards groaned under faint metallic. His cloak was tattered, his face gaunt, but his eyes closed, sharp, unyielding eyes were the only toes shut and dulled with the weeks of running. He moved toward the bar, his hand brushing the hilt of the sword, as if to reassure himself it was still there. The tavern's owner, a gaunt man, with a face like Xianxia. He didn't have the energy for small talk. His thoughts were a storm of Linge's voice, her laughter, her last words before the world had turned to ash. The sword's hum grew louder. Also the world had turned to ash. The sword's hum grew louder. Dust swirled in the air as Yuya strode in, her sword already drawn, its edge gleaming like a crescent moon. Lin Yan, your asterisk, literally asterisk, worst at hiding, she said, her voice sharp enough to capture the tavern's hay. Her eyes scanned the room, her posture coiled like a spring ready to snap. I've been looking for you for days. You know, if you wanted to be a ghost, you should have just stayed one. I was just about to order a drink. Yeah, well, the drink asterisk is about to be interrupted. Lioya said, her gaze locking onto the shadows at the far end of the room. Their leader, a hulking figure with a jagged scar across his cheek, stepped forward, his laugh a rasping cackle. The sect's traitor and his asterisk sidekick asterisk, how asterisk, matter asterisk. Lin Yan's hand moved to the hilt of the broken sword, his jaw tightening. I don't run from anything, he said, his voice low. I just know when to stop. Lin Yuan's strikes were slower, deliberate, each one a calculated blow. The tavern erupted into chaos, the air thick with the clash of steel, the air thick with the clash of steel, the air thick with the clash of steel. Lin Yan's eyes flicked to the broken sword, its glow now a faint flickering ember. Because I haven't found the answer yet, he muttered, his voice barely upped. The Mercian sees, nears. Lin Yan's grip on the sword tightened his resolve, hardening the broken sword's glow flare, a single defiant spark in the darkness. Lin Yan, he could almost see her sitting by the fire in the old village, her fingers tracing patterns in the sail. You'll find the answer, she had said, her eyes filled with a certainty hide. 签的美好的一天. And now, here he was, surrounded by enemies who had no idea how close they were to the truth. The mercenaries' leaders' tongues faded into the background as Lin Yuan's mind spiraled. He had spent weeks running his annual. Maybe it was in the people who had stayed with him, who had never given up on him. Lioya's laughter, sharp and unrelenting, reminded him that he wasn't alone. The tavern's chaos reached a fever pitch as Yoya and Lin Yang fought back to back. their styles clashing yan, fire and water back. Their styles clashing like fire and water pandan. Her sword Daniel. You're not asterisk, that asterisk good at this, are you? She taunted, her grin widening as she tasked us. Good at this is. The mercenaries' leader roared in frustration, his blade carving a jagged arc through the air. You think you can outlast us? He snarled. You're just saying the ended ours. She snarled. 我感到非常放松 ，But I'm not done yet. She dodged into she. 这是一个平静的时刻。我感到非常放松 ，But I'm not done yet. Lin Yan's lips twist at the corners, a ghost of a smile forming, and your aster is literally at the corners the worst at taking things seriously. The mercenaries' leaders now were the broken sword's glow flared brighter than ever as Lin Yan and Yoya prepared for the final clash. The hidden valley was a forgotten relic of the world, its misty expanse cloaked in an eerie stillness. Moss clung to the jagged stones, and the air hung with the faint scent of death. As they stepped cautiously through the undergrowth, the ground trembled, and a low resonant hum filled the air. The crystalline formations towering shards of translucent stone arose from the valley floor. The light reflected in wild, chaotic patterns, casting prismatic shadows that danced across the mountain. Welcome to the formation sect, he drawled, his voice smooth as polished glass. We're here to asterisk. Help asterisk. Evolved, his voice smooth as pulp astry, as though the very idea of assistance was a joke. We've perfected the art of asterisk. Perfect symmetry. Asterisk a little gift for the likes of you. He gestured to the crystalline formations, proposed with a faint ristisk, a little gift for the likes of you, an asterisk to the Christian. Guaya's eyes narrowed, her hand already drifting toward the hilt of her blade. Your asterisk, literally asterisk, the words are teamwork, she snapped, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Or are you just asterisk? Literally asterisk. The wiry man's smirk didn't falter, but his eyes flicked to the formations. A sudden sharp crack split the air as one of the Christian. The sect members scattered, some of them already bleeding from cuts on their arms and legs. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened as he watched the chaos unfold. But you're not here to asterisk rescue asterisk your sister, are you? You're here to asterisk understand asterisk. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to ask, and you are sword. It's just the beginning. As the sect's formations erupted again, Lin Yuan's gaze flicked to the ground. There, half buried in the moss, was a scroll. Its ends were frayed, but the patterns etched its bright. The markings mirrored the ones on the broken sword. Was this a gift or a curse? The question lingered as the verse trembled. Once more, he had spent weeks chasing answers, but this was something else entirely. A formation subsing answering. The forces Trutomsis and Taschen would this something as it backfired the scrolls in the back's mine. Was this the key to unlocking his power, or was it a trap, a test of his resolve? The scroll's glow pulsed again, and for the first time, Lin Yuan felt the faintest flicker of hope. The wiry man's voice cut through the tension, sharp as a blade. You think you can just take our scroll? He gestured to the sect members, who began to chant in unison, their voices rising in a discordant. Chant in unison, their voices rising in a discordant, their light intensifying. But something was wrong. The sect members stumbled, some of them screaming as the shards embedded in their bodies began to glow with an unnatural heat. Leoya's eyes widened as she watched the chaos unfold. Oh, this is asterisk. Your perfect symmetry is just a glorified way of impaling your own people. The wiry man's smirk faltered, but he quickly recovered, his tone icy. You think this is a mistake? His words rang hollow, and even he seemed to sense the cracks in his plan. Lin Yan stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the scroll. The valley trembled, and for a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. As the dust settled, the scroll's glow dimmed. Its pattern settled the scrolls. The valley trembled, the scroll's glow dimmed now. He could feel it. Something ancient, something 围场放松. He could feel it. Something ancient, something 围前. The broken sword's tongue grew louder, its radiant. The demon-sealing abyss loomed like a wound in the earth, its cavernous depths swallowing the light of the stars above. Lan Yuan, this place is asterisk, Ryoya quipped, her voice tinged with nervous. Mistress quipped, asterisk tinged with. This place says asterisk. Miss Chess 万滴，郭伟哀。A low guttural growl rumbled from the shadows. Lyoya's head snapped around, her sword already in her hand. We've got company, she muttered, her voice sharp. A jagged crack split the floor, and from the depths of the abyss, a writhing mass of shadows, erected the demons were Liar asterisk, back to back asterisk. Lin Yan barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. Liar didn't need to be told twice, her sword arcing in a blur as she met the first demon's charge. The clash of steel and bone echoed through the cavern. Ning Yuan's movements were precise, his strikes calculated, each one aimed at the demon's weak points, but the creatures were relentless. Ning Yan's lips pressed into a thin line as he ducked under a swipe from another demon. Because I haven't found the answer yet, he muttered, his voice barely audible from another demon. Because I haven't found the Xianxia cacophony. The demons pressed forward, their numbers growing with each passing second. Lin Yin's mind were their number 10. She was cornered, her sword locked in a deadly dance with the demon's cause. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He had no time for hesitation. With a roar, she surged forward. He had no time for hesitation. With a roar, he surged, their forearms recoiling. But the demons didn't falter. They pressed on, their eyes locked on Lin Yuan, as if they knew something he didn't. Lin Yuan, asterisk climb. Wei Yuan. These aren't just ancient symbols. They're asterisk matching asterisk, the patterns on your sword. Lin Yan's breath caught in his throat. He stepped closer, his eyes tracing the room. Asterisk, could this be a connection, a message? Asterisk. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If the broken sword was tied to this place, then the demons, asterisk. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, asterisk through his tear. These runes, they're not just symbols, they're asterisk language, asterisk. Ryoya's eyes widened as she took in the implications. So the demons are here because of the sword, or because of the asterisk you asterisk. This is asterisk. Literally asterisk, the worst timing. Lin Yan didn't answer. His thoughts were a storm of possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. The broken sword had always been a missing, its power tied to secrets she couldn't ceiling on him. Asterisk, if the sword is tied to this place. Then what does that mean for me, for Linge? Asterisk, his grip on the hilt tightened, his resolve hardening. Whatever the answer, asterisk, was asterisk. Ni, Yuan, and Yoya fought with everything they had, their movements a deadly dance of precision and chaos, the Brovens a deadly dance of Prius and slight Kayat. Their movements didn't falter. They pressed on, their claws seizing. Laya's breath came in ragged gasps as she parried another strike, her eyes darting to Lin Yu. The broken sword's glow had grown stronger, but it wasn't enough. The demons were immune to its power, their forms unyielding. Asterisk, what if the sword's not meant to fight them? The ground beneath them gave way, and from the depths of the abyss, a wave of shadows erupted. The demons shrieked, their forms twisting as they were consumed by the darkness. Lin Yuan and Yoija stumbled back. Wai Ya shouted, her voice barely audible over the roar of the abyss. What the hell is that? Lin Yuan didn't answer. He could feel its presence, ancient and malevolent, with a Zimetad presence and the stormer's fire. The floating island of the talisman sacked hovered above a churning sea of clouds, its jagged rocks glowing with an eerie, pulsating light. Lin Yuan and Loya stood at the edge of a cliff, peering down at the sack's falling dome. The air crackled with energy, the scent of burning incense mingling with something more primal, something that made Lin Yuan's skin prickle. Liao rolled her eyes, her blade still sheathed, but her stance tense. This place is as the... It looks like someone tried to make a say nightmare and failed spectacularly. A booming laugh echoed from the island center, followed by the clatter of metal and the sound of something heavy being dragged across stone. It was so large it nearly swallowed him whole, its edges jagged and glowing with a neon blue light. Welcome, travelers, he boomed, his voice like a thunderclap. We're here, travelers, he boomed, his voice like a thunderclap. 我感到非常放松。三者神，我感到非常放松。He jousted 过去，这是一个平静的 talisman. Man his chest, which caused in time with the talisman asterisk asterisk limoki, which I asterisk curly. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. He had heard of the talisman sets. He had heard of the talisman citation, how their so-called lucky charms had a 99.999%. We're here for the asterisk. Lucky talisman asterisk, he said, his voice flat. And we're not here for your asterisk, Latinum asterisk, tarisk, sales pit. He waved a hand, and the smaller talisman materialized in the air, hovering like a floating rock. Take this. It's asterisk. Literally asterisk. The most powerful pack in the world. Asterisk. It's asterisk. Well, both. Asterisk. Aloya snorted as she grabbed the talisman, her fingers brushing as she grabbed the talisman. The insects swung the air, their numbers growing by the second until the entire island was swallowed in a kaleidoscope of light and shadow, Loya said, her voice tinged with panic as she swatted at a firefly that had landed on her cheek. Lin Yuan exhaled sharply, his mind racing. The talisman's glow was too similar to the markings on the broken sword. He had seen those symbols before, was too similar to the markings on the broken sword. Asterisk, asterisk, you are asterisk, literally asterisk the worst at this. Asterisk, asterisk, the sect leader sneered, his voice muffled by the cacophony of buzzing. Asterisk, asterisk, I mean, look at you. You asterisk, literally, asterisk the best. At being asterisk, literally, asterisk the worst. This is asterisk, literally, asterisk the worst. Asterisk, literally, asterisk has to give you asterisk, literally, asterisk. The most points, but asterisk, lesterisk, the worst being asterisk, leasterisk, asterisk, literally, asterisk, love it. Asterisk, asterisk, love it. Asterisk, Leia groaned. Suave at asterisk, asterisk, Con May, asterisk, 科北 Lin Yuan's thoughts turned. The fireflies weren't just random, they were part of the talismans, the Lin Yuan's. And if the sect had created something this unstable, there had to be a reason. Asterisk, asterisk, your asterisk, or asterisk, asterisk, but asterisk, asterisk, asterisk didn't. Asterisk, asterisk, the asterisk thought to be asterisk, asterisk, literally asterisk. Think this is asterisk, literally asterisk, the most asterisk, literally asterisk, podcast, asterisk, die asterisk, literally asterisk, think I asterisk, literally asterisk, sting I asterisk, literally asterisk, the asterisk, asterisk, literally asterisk, stink I asterisk, literally asterisk, sincerely asterisk, literally asterisk, cd asterisk, literally asterisk, asterisks, lawyer Fanny snapped, grabbing the talisman and hurling it into the air. The firefly swung it, consuming it. See, the talisman wasn't just a weapon, it was a key to something much bigger than either of them had imagined. As the fireflies dissipated, the either of them had imagined, as the fireflies dissipated, the island fell silent. Jian turned to Noya, his voice. The sect leader's laughter returned, but it was different now, hollow, almost frantic. You're asterisk, literally asterisk, the worst at this. The desolate wasteland stretched endlessly, a barren expanse where the sky seemed ta. In the distance, a blood-red moon hung low, its light casting long, twisted shadows that slithered like living twisted shadows. Then, the wasteland was not empty; it was waiting, watching, and in the center of it all, the figure of Bloodblade stood, his armor gleaming with a malevolent sheen, as if the moonlight had been tainted by his presence. You are literally the worst at surviving. I've danced with the edge of death before, and it never felt this pathetic as that. 我感到非常放松。You think your little sword can stop me? I've felt its power before. I've tasted it. You're just another fool chasing ghosts. You're just another fool chasing ghosts. Come on then, let's see how long you last. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened his knuckles. Whitening his mind raced, the weight of the past pressing down on him like a storm cloud. He could feel the sword's energy flickering. Bloodblade's words clawed at him, not just for their arrogance, but for the way they echoed the doubts that had haunted him for weeks. Asterisk, what if I'm not strong enough? What if this is all for nothing? Her eyes flicked to his, and for a moment he saw the same fear in her that he felt. Asterisk, we can't run anymore. Asterisk, the ground trembled as Bud. Lin Yuan barely managed to raise the broken sword. In time, the clash of steel ringing out like a death knell. Sparks flew, and the air around them seemed to ripple, as though the very fabric of Ritian. Bakash, blade. The wasteland seemed to hold its breath, the moonlight casting long shadows that danced like specters around them. Lin Yuan's mind was a storm of conflicting thoughts. The broken sword's glow flickered, and for a moment he saw a vizier memory of Lin Yuan's voice, soft and distant, whispering, Asterisk, you have to be brave. Lan, you... He could feel the weight of the past pressing down on him, the ghosts of his failures, the people he had failed to save. Asterisk, what if this is the end? What if I'm none on him? 完间之喜，完间的时刻，我感到非常放松。 She twirled her sword, the blade catching the moonlight in a way that made it look like it was made of liquid fire. But hey, I guess we'll see who's the real asterisk, worst asterisk, when you're lying on the ground. Her words were laced with bravado, but there was a tremor in her voice that betrayed her own fear. She was trying to mask it, but Lin Yuan could see the way her hands clenched that. Blood-Blade's laughter was a low, guttural sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the wasteland. You think you can hide behind your little jokes? You think your flashy move will save you? I've seen 我好的一听 your lip. You're just another fool playing at heroism. His blade flashed again, and Lin Yuan barely managed to parry, the force of the strike sending him staggering backward. The broken sword's glow flickered, and for a moment Lin Yuan could feel some babe within it. It was old, ancient, and it spoke of something he had long forgotten. Asterisk, the sword remembered. It remembered something he had long coco. He could feel its energy pulsing in rhythm with his own, as if it were trying to communicate something to him. Asterisk, what if the sword isn't just a weapon? Blood was still standing there, his blade poised for another strike, and Loya was watching him with a mix of concern, and the time marked for another strike. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. He had come too far to back down now. Whatever the broken sword was trying to tell him, he would find out, and no matter how bad things seemed. The forest at dusk was a tapestry of shadows and whispers, the air thick with the scent of damp earth, and something older, something asterisk wrong, damp, 风丁 older, something asterisk wrong asterisk. A faint, eerie light filtered through the canopy, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move in Lin Tan's foot. The silence was not impetuous, that seemed to move independently of the wind. The air felt heavier here, as though the very atmosphere was holding its breath. The scent of herbs lingered mingling. Something or someone waiting in the gloom, and the forest itself seemed to hum with the promise of revelation. Lin Yan, Li Rong's voice cut through the silence, soft but edged with urgency. She stood at the edge of a clearing, her hands glowing faintly with the same pale light that had mended his wounds. Her presence was a paradox, gentle yet unyielding, like a blade wrapped in silk. I've been looking for you, she said, her gaze steady. Her eyes flickered when she said, I couldn't save my own brother. The mysterious elixir. Her words hung in the air, a thread of truth tangled with something deeper, something unspoken. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. You are the one who healed me. Why help me now? The sect's secrets are not just about power. They're about asterisk sacrifice. Asterisk. Her eyes darkened, and for a moment the light in her hands dimmed. You're not the only one who's been broken, Lin Yunyun. But if you want one, or's been broken, you'll need to face the truth. We all snorted, Fasong trust. Oh, asterisk, please, asterisk. The mysterious elixirs. Asterisk, literally asterisk, cursed amulet that makes you speak in riddles. Lai Rong's expression remained calm, but her voice carried a quiet warning. You think this is a joke? The sect's knowledge is dangerous. It's not just a weapon. It's an asterisk key, asterisk, and the mysterious elixir sect holds the map toward its answer. The Ning Yuan's mind reeled. But to what and why now? He looked at Li Rong, searching her face for answers. If you're telling the truth, he said slowly, then why are you here? Why help me? And I don't want to see it happen again. The forest seemed to hold its breath once more, as if waiting for the next word, as he stared at Li Rong. The weight of her words furrowed as he stared at Li Rong. The weight of her words prowled as he stared at Li Rong. He'd heard whispers of them before, stories of alchemists who could turn poison into match stories, who could bend the laws of nature with a man's. And yet here was Lai Rang standing before him with the same quiet determination that had once destined her brother, a brother who had died under the weight standing before him with the same quiet despair. The thought gnawed at him, a slow, insidious doubt that threatened to unvarious doubt that threatened. He had trusted Lai Rang, had believed in her when the broken sword had failed him. What if the sex's help was just another layer of manipulation, another step in a game he didn't understand? His fingers tightened among the hilt. As a step in a game he didn't understand, the forged 安倍号我忙that. Li Rang ebbed away, her step sure, despite the uneven ground, while Liuya trailed behind, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows. Lin Yuya trailed behind, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows. In the center stood a stone archway, its surface edged with symbols that pulsed faintly with light. Li Rang hesitated for a moment, her fainter with the asterisk love asterisks paralysis. Lin Yan stepped forward, his hand brushing against the archway. The symbols fled and a low hum filled the air. The ground beneath them trembled and the archway groaned as if waiting. Wait, Li Rang said, her voice urgent. Before we go in, you need to know something. Lin Yuan turned to her, his eyes narrowing. What? Li Rang's gaze dropped to the ground, her voice barely above a whisper. And their knowledge, it's not just about healing, it's about asterisk control. Asterisk. Lin Yan's heart pounded. What are you saying? Li Rang looked up, her eyes burning with something fierce. That the sex power is tied to the broken sword. And if you want to understand what it truly is, you'll have to face the truth. The archway fled again, and the forest seemed to hold its breath once more. The Whispering Grove was a place where time seemed to hold its breath. Towering trees with gnarled roots, twisted like ancient serpents, their bark edged with glowing roots to the winds. The air was seized with the scent of damp earth, and something older, something that had been buried. Stars of moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting fast shadows通蒙他有. Wya's boots crunched over fallen leaves, her sharp eyes darting to every rustle in the underbrush. Li Rang moved with quiet reverence, her hands brushing the bark of a tree as if seeking answers. Li Rang moved the living enigma, a place for sequence. It was here, in this cursed forest, that the past and future collided. Liuya leaned against a tree. Piranha leaning against a tree, her arms crossed as she watched. I half expect the trees to start singing Broadway show tunes. Li Rang didn't look up, her fingers tracing the moss with a careful, almost reverent touch. The Whispering Grove doesn't just keep secrets, she said, her tone measured. It asterisked. Every herb, every row is all part of a puzzle. If we don't solve it, we're not just lost. We're asterisk, doomed asterisk. Li Rang's lips twitched at the edge of a smile, but her eyes remained fixed on the mouth of a smile, but Li Rang's lips twitched at the mouth. The air was thick with tension, the kind that made his skin prickle. Then his thoughts raced. He remembered the way Ningir had looked at him the last time they'd spoken. Her voice trembling, Ningir had looked at him the last time they'd spoken. Asterisk, it's the only way to save me. Asterisk. He nodded, but the weight of her words had settled in his chest like a stone. Every step he took felt like a betrayal, not just to her, but to the people found. He thought of Loya, who had followed him into the fire without hesitation, and Li Rang, who had risked it to help him. They were his family now, even if they didn't always act like it. And yet, the forest, which A dozen figures emerged from the shadows, their robes embroidered with constellations that shimmered like stars. Their leader, a wiry man with scardles that shimmered like stars. The herbs here belong to the Starfall sect. You hand them over, or you'll regret it. Lioya's sword was already drawn, its blade catching the moonlight like a shard of ice. Lyron stepped between them, her hands glowing faintly with the power of the forming scroll. "This isn't about the herbs," she said, her voice steady. "It's about what's hidden in the grove, and you're not the only ones who know." That the air crackled with tension. "You think you're the first to come here," he sneered. "The grove has swallowed many before you, and it will swallow you too." Ning Yan's grip on his sword tightened, his mind racing. He could feel the broken sword's power stirring, its glow pulsing in time with his heartbeat. This wasn't just a fight, it was a test of strength, of reasoning. Neron's hands moved in a fluid, deliberate motion, and the forming scroll unfolded in the air, its intricate patterns glowing with a soft golden light. The Starfall Sect's leader's eyes rolled. He demanded, his voice. Digimon, the Starfall Sect's leader, snarled, his hand fussing toward his sword, but before he could strike, the ground beneath. Liran stood at the center of the clearing, her hands still glowing as she channeled the forming scroll's power. The runes on the trees flared brighter, their light forming scroll's power. The runes on the trees flared brighter, their light time, the faller's time. The cliffside cave was a tomb of light and shadow, its walls etched with ancient runes that pulsed faintly as if breathing. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone, and something sweetly metallic like blood and honey crystalline veins ran through the floored blood. Ling Yan's breath was shallow, his fingers twitching as he stared at the pearl. It was beautiful, but its beauty felt like Alia tracks. The key felt alive, watching, waiting. The pearl's glow pulsed again, and for a moment Ling Yuan thought he heard Ling Yuan sighed. The cave. Ho, wo. Ning Yuan turned to her, his jaw tight. "Then we break it, no matter the cost." Liran's eyes darkened. "You don't understand. Unlocking it could distort her or worse, consume you." Yin Yan capped forward. "You Yin Yan, I have to if I don't. She's gone for good." Liran reached out, her fingers brushing his arm. "You're not the only one who's lost someone, Li Yuan. But this isn't just about her. It's about what happens fifth. Now we're all doomed. Literally the worst at this." Lin Yan's mind was a storm of memories, each one a shot of pain. He saw Lingye as a child, he saw her face, pale and trembling, the day the sex betrayal had torn her from him. He saw her now trapped inside the pearl, her voice, a ghost in his dread, enstride the pearl. Her voice, a ghost in his dreams. Asterisk, no, not this team. Asterisk, the crystalline sphere around the pearls shuddered, and the cave trembled. A low, resonant hum sphere. A low rasped the crystalline, and the cave trembled. Lingye's voice echoed again, softer this time, almost pleading. Asterisk. "Lin Yuan, I'm sorry. Please don't do this. Asterisk. In Yuan, the crystalline sphere shattered with a sound like glass underfoot, and the soul-locking pearl fell into Lin Yuan's hands. It was warm, pulsing in time with his hands, Wang's hands. The cave's walls seemed to close in, the runes on the stone glowing with a sickly red light. A low guttural growl emanated from the pearl, and the ground beneath them cracked with a sickly red light. A low guttural growl, trapped. "The pearl's magic is tied to her soul. If you unlock it, you'll have to take her place. The price isn't just a sacrifice. It's a transit, just a success. That's not just a transfer, that's a death sentence. Liran stepped forward, her voice urgent. You don't understand. The pearl isn't just holding her, it's holding Asterisk. You Asterisk too. If you answered. Lin Yan looked down at the pearl, its glow flickering like a heartbeat. Asterisk, I already lost my cows. The day she disappeared. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, this is the only way to bring her back. Asterisk, the chasm below. The desolate wasteland stretched endlessly, a barren expanse of cracked earth and skeletal wounds. Kong's presence was a blade poised at the throat of the world-silent, lethal and waiting. The air around him shimmered faintly, as though the ground itself recoiled from his shadow. His half-hidden face was a masked strike. The desperation. The wasteland, once a graveyard of forgotten wars, now felt like a stage set for a confrontation that had been brewing in the shadows for far too long. It had been brewing in the shadows for too long. Li Yuan, Xianxia's voice was a low gravelly rasp, like the scrape of steel on stone. You think I betrayed the sect for fun. My sister's death was at Nightshade's hands. My sister's death was at Nightshade's hands. I'm doing this for her. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. You're not the only one with a broken heart, he said, his voice steady, but edged with steel. I've lost people too, but edged with steel. I've lost people to the jagged scars on Q1s. You think this is about revenge? It's about power. You're just another pawn in Nightshade's game. Ikang's laughter was a bitter, hollow sound. Pawns, I've been playing this game longer than you've been breathing. Asterisk, traitor has been this game longer. His hand twitched toward his sword, and the air around him crackled with energy, as though the wasteland a quaker. He had always assumed. See. The ground beneath him felt unstable, as though the truth was about to crack open and swallow them, both whole. Asterisk. It isn't just about betrayal. Asterisk. It's about a sister humming in his ear. But why would Ikang let that pain turn him into a monster? Asterisk. His hands clenched into fists. Asterisk. He's not just a traitor. He's a man who's been broken. Asterisk. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of ash, and something older, something darker. Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto casting. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. Xianxia wasn't just a villain. He was a mirror reflecting the pain that Lin Yuan had tried so hard to bury. Xiang's sword leapt from its sheath, a jagged arc of cream. Let's see who's the real monster. The ground beneath them split open with a deafening crack, and the wasteland erupted into chaos. The sky darkened as the two warriors cast, their swords colliding in a shower of sparks. The swords colliding in a shower of sparks that illuminated. Lin Yan's sword met Cushing's in a brutal exchange, the impact sending shockwaves through the earth. The air between them crackled with impulse. The air between them crackled with energy. The air between them crackled with envy. The very fog. Lin Yuan, for all his skill, found himself on the defensive, his movements forced by the sheer ferocity of his opponent. You think this is about revenge? My sister died because of Nightshade, and I'm not going to let her blood be wasted. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, his boots digging into the cracked earth as he tried to steady himself. You're not avenging her, you're hurting people in her name. Yuan's eyes burned with fury, but there was something else there to sue. But there was San's eyes, wild fool. 我 hurry, San Guang 没散. You think I want this? I've tried to forget. I've tried to move on. But every time I close my eyes, I see her face. I hear her screams. He had always assumed Quang's betrayal was a calculated move, but now he saw the truth. This was a man who had been broken by grief, who had tried to find purpose in the wreckage of his past. the Yuan cast the traitor did. He was a man who had lost everything, and now he was trying to take it all down with him. The ground beneath them cracked again, and the air goose trying to take it all down with him. The wasteland held its breath, waiting to see who would break first, and then, with a sudden, brutal strike, the fight began in earnest. The wind howled through the desolate expanse of the vast wastes, a place where the sky seemed to tear itself apart in endless jagged fractures. The ground beneath Lin Yun to tear itself apart in endless jagged fractures. The broken sword slung across his back pulsed with a faint rhythmic glow, its light barely piercing the glue, somewhere barely piercing the blue. He had come here for answers, but the air itself seemed to whisper of something far greater, something that had been waiting for this moment. The storm was no ordinary storm. This moment, joy seemed to whisper joy in one. The storm 梦美好的 The rounds will merge, and the balance will shatter. You must choose its sacrifice or salvation. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. You're telling me the world's about to end, and I have to pick between saving it or what escaped the 一天. The sage's laughter was a low, mournful sound. You think this is about asterisk, you asterisk. The sword is not yours to wield. It is a prison, and you are its key. Maisie's form emerged, his bloodred armor gleaming like a wound in the sky. You're asterisk, literally asterisk, the worst at this. He sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. Then explain it to me. What's the point of all this? Meisie's grin widened. The point? Oh, I don't know. Maybe to see how long it takes for you to realize the sword asterisk hates asterisk. You either way it asterisk meta asterisk. Lin Yan's mind reeled. The sword, the storm, the merging mindset, all felt like a puzzle with pieces missing. But the pieces were here, scattered the air. Asterisk. This isn't just a fight, it's a test. The sage's words, the sword's glow, Meisie's tongue stare, all pieces of a bigger picture. But what asterisk? He clenched his fists. His pulse cold. A lock. What does that even mean? Asterisk, his breath came in shallow gasps as the storm above seemed to pulse in time with the broken sword's glow. Asterisk, if the sword hates me, why is it? Asterisk. A sudden crack of thunder split the sky, and the ground beneath Lin Yi. The figure's face was a void, its eyes twin voids that seemed to pull the light from the world, and in its hand it held a broken sword. The ground erupted as Meisie lunged, his blade slicing through the air with a sound like a scream. Lin Yi, Wang barely managed to Exiled. You're still asterisk, literally, asterisk, the worst at this. Meisie sneered, his blade pressing against Lin Yan's, the force of it nearly shoving him backward. Yin Yuan gritted his teeth, his muscles burning as he pushed against the weight of Meisie's sword. Then explain it to me, he growled. What's the point of all this? Meisie's grin, why did he stick? Maybe to see how long it takes for you to realize the sword asterisk hates asterisk you, or maybe to watch you fail again and again. Either way, it's asterisk meta. Asterisk, the thought was absurd, but the weight of Meisie's blade, and the way the broken swords glide, and the way the broken swords made it feel all too real. A fissure of black light yawned wide, and from it emerged a figure that made Lin Yong's blood run cold. It was a version of himself, but wrong in aim, and 非常放松, and in his hand he held the broken sword. Its glow now a searing white-hot blaze. Its glow now a searing white-hot blaze. Your asterisk clearly white-hot blaze. Lin Yan's breath caught asterisk. This can't be real. It's a vision, a hallucination. Even if it kills me, asterisk. The storm surged and the fight began. The mysterious elixir, 6 holes, reeked of sulphur and desperation, a place where the air itself seemed to hum with the tension, sulphur and desperation, a place where the air itself seemed to hum with the tension of 1,000 furnaces. The walls were lined with shelves sagging under the weight of vials containing under the weight and cell. 我借机一锅. The Yanzi stood at the center of the room, arms crossed, his long robes trailing like the tail of a disgruntled dragon. His face was a mask and will help you take down Nightshade. He sneered, his voice a rasp that squeaked against the stone walls. You're chasing ghosts, boy. You're not even close to understanding what you're up against. I just need the thunder summoning talisman. Before Danyanzi could retort, Lai Wang stepped forward, her presence a calm returning. She's not here for the talisman alone, she said, her voice a low hum that carried the weight of unspoken truths. She needs to understand the cost of power before he can wield it. Then Yangzi's lips curved that carried the weight of unspoken truths. Very well, he said, his tone dripping with condescension, but don't expect me to coddle you. The trials here are no joke, you. Din Yan's lungs burned as he stumbled forward, his vision blurring with every step. The air was thick with the scent of sulphur. The air was thick with the scent of sulphur. Asterisk, this is nothing. Asterisk, he told himself, gritting his teeth. Asterisk, this is nothing. Asterisk. But the fumes were relentless. But the fumes were relentless. Fast, but the fumes were retained. He clenched his fist, the pain in his muscles a welcome distraxus. And Sassis, she's counting on me. Asterisk, he thought, his voice a whisper. His hands shook as he reached for the thunder-summoning talisman, its surface crackling with a faint electric glow. You made it, Liran said, her voice soft but laced with something that fell long, said. Jin Yuan met her gaze. He turned to leave the talisman burning against his palm, but Liran's voice stopped him. You are still too reckless, she said, her tone sharp enough to cut him. Ling Yan smirked, the corners of his mouth tugging upward despite the weight on his shoulders. Then let's see if I can control this, as he stepped into the shadows of the corridor. The hidden sage's words echoed in Lin Yuan's mind as he trudged through the mysterious elixir. But now, as the weight of the talisman pressed against his palm, he felt the truth of the sage's warning settle deep in his bones. The memory of his sister's voice, soft and trembling, true. Asterisk, he had ignored her then, too consumed by the need to avenge her now. The guilt of that choice gnawed at him, a constant, unrelenting gnawed at him. But the talisman was different. It was raw, untamed. A force that demanded was different. It was raw, untamed. A force that demanded. Asterisk, what if it's about choosing who I want to be? Asterisk. The thought lingered as he stepped into the main chamber, where the air was thick with the scent of burnt timber. Where the air was thick with the scent of burnt tin. You've learned your lesson, I hope, he said, his voice a low growl. The talisman isn't a toy, it's a burden. Lin Yan met his gaze, his jaw set. Then let's see how heavy it is. As the talisman's energy flared to life, a storm of lightning, the grand hall of the Seven Sects Alliance was a cathedral of power, its vaulted ceiling adorned with stained glass. That the mines was a council. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and something sharper is trust. A woman from the Starfall sect stepped forward, her robes a cascade of steel threads that shimmered like starlight, her eyes sharp as a hawk's, fixed on Lin Ying. But do you even understand the forces you're up against? Nightshade isn't just a man, he's a storm that's already swarmed and tossed its bed. Shade isn't just a man, he's a storm that's all 我感到非常放松。I've been chasing this storm since the day my sister was taken. You think I don't know what's at stake? Nightshade's got my sister in a vice. Nightshade's got my sister in a vice grip. His voice was steady, but there was a flicker of something raw beneath it. The hunger that wasn't just for vengeance, but for redemption. The Alliance leader, an Altaba. If you wish to fight him, you must first prove yourself. The trial begins now. The first challenge was a battle against the disciple of the Ironclad sect, a hulking figure with armor that looked like it had been forged from the bones of monks. The disciples' attacks were brute force, but Lin Yuan danced between them, his movements a paradox of grace and ferocity. When the disciple fomenced for grace and ferocity, when the disciple finally fell, his breath ragged, the whole war fall sects. The first challenge tested your strength. Now let's see if your mind is as sharp as your sword. She held up a scroll, its ink glowing faintly. And what's this? Asterisk, what is the path of the storm? And what is the path of the sword? He thought of the thunder, summoning talisman, its cost, the way it had burned his soul to summon lightning. He thought of the broken sword, its whispers of doubt and sacrifice. The storm's path is chaos. He said finally, you can't wield the storm without understanding its chaos, and you can't wield the sword without knowing when to let go. The woman's lips curved into a faint smile. You're not as reckless as you seem. You've proven your strength and your wit, she said. Now choose, save a disciple of the Alliance who's been captured by Nightshade's forces, or take a scroll that reveals the location of the soul-locking pearl. Only one choice can be made. The disciple was a child no older than 12, and the scroll could lead him to his sister, but the scroll was a Gambala path that might end in death. His hands clenched into fists that might end in death. As the trial ended, Lin Yuan stepped back into the hall, the weight of his choice passing down on him. The Alliance leaders, Huasting Yuan, stepped back into the hall, the weight of his choice past him. They were keeping. Later, as Lin Yan sat alone in a chamber carved into the mountain, the broken sword hummed beside him. He closed his eyes, memories flooding in his sister's laughter, the way her hand had gripped his before the sect had taken her. He had sworn to protect her, but now he was choosing a path that might cost him everything in her. I'm not just fighting for her, he whispered to the sword. I'm fighting for the future. I never had, for the world that doesn't deserve Nightshade. But the sword's wither was quiet, almost mournful. The formerly sect's halls were a labyrinth of impossible geometry, where walls curved like the spine of a sleeping dragon, and the floor shimmered with runes that pulsed sleeping dragon. Around him, monks in robes, embroidered with constellations, moved like shadows, their hands tracing patterns in the air that left trails of light. You seek power, he said, but power without understanding is like a blade without a hilt. It cuts both the wielder and the world. Lin Yuan's grip tightened on the thunder-summoning talisman. Its earth crackling with his voice steady summoning. Master Zen's eyes narrowed, and the monks formed a circle around him. The air crackled as they began to chant, their voices wagging a tapestry of sound. Their voices warmed a circle. The monk's leader raised a hand, and the riddle was spoken. Asterisk, what is the path of the storm, and what is the path of the sword? Asterisk, Lin Yu raised, mind raced. The storm was path of the sword. But the answer had to be more than that. He thought of the thunder summoning talisman, of the way it had burned his soul when he first claimed it. He thought of the broken sword, its blade humming with a resonance. Asterisk, vengeance without purpose is a prison. Asterisk, the storm and the sword, both, were paths, but they were not opposites. They were reflections. Asterisk, they are the same. Both are forces that must be wielded with care, or they will consume you. The formation shuddered. The lines of the lattice twisted, then snapped into place, forming a perfect circle. You understand, he said, but understanding is not the same as mastery. Let us see if you can wield that understanding. Lin Yuan felt the weight of the word understanding. Then Yuan felt the weight of the word standing. A low rumble echoed through the chamber, and the floor beneath Lin Yang's feet began to crack. The storm was no longer a metaphor, it was real. Mrs. Lin Yang's feet began to crack. The storm was no longer a meteorite. Power is not given, it is earned, and earning it means facing the storm, not just surviving it. Lin Yan's breath came in short bursts. The storm was casting in its goal. He could feel the broken sword vibrating in his grip, as if it too was preparing for the fight. He had spent his life chasing power. Then let's see what you've got, he muttered, his voice barely audible over the storm. The monk's chant rose to a crescendo, and the forest erupted. Lightning lashed out in jagged arcs, and Lin Yuan. He closed his eyes, letting the storm wash over him, feeling the weight of every choice he had ever made. The broken sword's hum grew louder, resonating with the sun grew latest. You've passed the first test, he said. Now let's see if you can survive the second. The monks stepped back, but let's see if you can succeed again. This time, the lion stepped back, and the formation shifted again. The broken sword's resonance grew louder, and for the first time he felt it not as a weapon, but as a part of him. The storm had tested him, and he had answered, but the trial was far from over. He could feel the storm's energy coiling around him, waiting, and in that moment he knew. The path of the sword was not just about fighting. The air in the formation's halls was thick with the scent of ancient incense, and the Meichangwei, the sentient incense, and the Meishi above them. The ceiling's intricate carvings of stone patterns glowed faintly, as if the very walls of the sect were reacting to the sword's awakening. A voice deep and immense, as if the very walls of the sect were yin yuan. The words coiled around him, sharp and unrelenting. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the hilt, his knuckles whitening. Then show me the way, he growled, his voice steady despite the storm of doubt. You seek vengeance, but vengeance is a double-edged sword. It cuts the heart as much as it cuts the enemy. Lin Yuan's jaw clenched the enemy. I won't be broken by doubt, he muttered, his voice firm. I will find my own path. The monk's runes flared brighter, and the air around them crackled with energy. You meddle with forces beyond your understanding, he said, his voice a low rumble. The broken sword is not a tool for vengeance, it is a prison for something far older than you. The monks staggered, their runes flickering wildly. Lin Yuan felt the weight of the sword shift in his hand, as if it were testing him. His mind screamed at him to run. Shift in his hand, as if it were testing him. Test the pain. Lin Yan closed his eyes. The memories of his sister's suffering, it was a prison, just like the sword spirit had warned. But what was the alternative? To let go of his sister's pain. To let go of his sister's pain. The sword's hum grew louder, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very stars above. Lin Yan opened his eyes. He said, his voice steady. This is not a trial you can survive, he said, his voice trembling. The broken sword does not choose its wielder, it consumes them. Lin Yuan's grip on the sword tightened, then let it try. The Chen sword and the burst tightened. The monks screamed as the runes on their robes ignited, their bodies lifted by the force of the storm. Lin Yuan stood unmoving, the broken sword's blade glowing. where the land stood unmoving, the roars of the storm. The storm of energy surged outward, tearing through the formation sack's holes like a hurricane. The monks' screams echoed as their bodies were lifted into the air. Their monks' screams echoed as their bodies were leaped into the air. Their rose that was both a gift. It was as if the sword itself was alive, its hunger for vengeance and power mirroring his own. A Kongxing's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. Lin Yuan turned to face him, his eyes blazing. "You're not here to help me," he said, his voice low. "You're here to remind me of what I've lost." Qiui's eyes twitched. The air between them crackled with tension. The storm of energy from the broken sword intensifying. Lin Yuan's grip on the sword tightened. "Then let's see who's right," he said, his voice steady. The chamberlain's grip on the sword tightened. The monk's body, still suspended in the air, began to disintegrate into molds. Lin Yan's mind raced. He had come here to find answers, to unload 非常方朽不void. 林岩是眉紧，叹气几埋以前。The whispering pines stretched into the horizon, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy, so dense it seemed to swallow the sky. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, then something older, something that smelled of secrets done. Strange symbols etched into the bark of the trees pulsed with a faint, rhythmic glow, like the heartbeat of something slumbering. A chill ran down his spine like the heartbeat. Lin Yan tightened his grip on the broken sword, his pulse quickening. The hidden sage had said the path to answers was not given. The hidden sage had said the path to answers was not given freely. You seek the truth about the soul-lacking pearl, but truth is a fickle thing. It bends, it breaks, and sometimes it hides in plain sight. The figure is the fig hides it hides. His face was obscured by a hood, but his eyes, deep as the void, seemed to pierce to Lin Yan's resolve. You believe the pearl is a key to power, but power is not the same as freedom. What you see in her is not her suffering, but your own. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. I don't need your riddles. I need to know how to save her. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled slightly. The sage tilted his head, the shadows of his hood deepening. You think you are the only one who's been betrayed. The pearl is not just a tool, it is a prison, and your sister used the key. The words felt like a blade twisting in his gut. He had spent years chasing vengeance, but what if the real enemy was not Nightshade, but the part of him Base thought had never truly let go? To wield its secrets is to risk everything, but you already have. Lin Yuan's mind reeled. The hidden sage's words were a lens. Saving her meant confronting the part of himself he had long buried. As he stood there, the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for his answer. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for his answer too. But peace can be lost, broken, or stolen. Are you certain you're not the one who has already been taken? Lin Yan's breath caught. The words felt like a blade twisting in his gut. He had spent years caught. The words felt like a blade twisting in his gut. The sage tilted his head, the shadows of his hood deepening. You think you're the only one who's being betrayed. The pearl is not just a tool. It is a prison, and your sister is the key. I don't need your riddles. I need to know how to save her. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled slightly. The weight of the broken sword felt hands trembled slightly. You think you're the only one who's been betrayed. The pearl is not just a tool. It is a prison, and your sister is the key. But keys can be lost, broken, or stolen. Be lost, broken, or tea. He had spent years chasing vengeance. But what if the real enemy was not Nightshade, but the part of himself that had never truly let go? The hidden sage's voice softened, off-mouthed voice sighed. Lin Yuan's mind reeled. The hidden sage's words were a labyrinth, each turn revealing. a new possibility, a new danger. He had always believed his sister suffered. As he stood there, the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for his answer. The hidden sage's voice cut through the silence. You think you're the only one who's been betrayed. Are you certain you're not the one who has already been taken? Lin Yuan's breath caught. The words felt like a blade twisting in his gut. I used an ear thought. You think you're the only one who's been betrayed. The pearl is not just a tool. It is a prison, and your sister is the key. But keys can be lost, broken, or stolen. I need to know how to save her. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled slightly. The weight of the broken sword felt heavier than ever, as if the blade itself were questioning his purse. The hidden blade itself was questioning his purse. The pearl is not just a tool, it is a prison, and your sister is the key. But keys can be lost, broken, or stolen. Are you certain you're not the one who has already been taken? Lin Yuan's mind reeled. He had always believed his sister's suffering was the only thing that mattered. But what if the truth was far more complicated? What if saving her meant tamponing the parted? The mysterious elixir sack's hidden chamber was a labyrinth of shadows and secrets. It was the Sabbath. Lin Yuan's boots echoed as he stepped deeper into the chamber, his eyes scanning the room for signs of the betrayal that had been hinted at in the hit stage. The air was thick with tension, as if the very walls were holding their breath. In the corner, a scroll lay unrolled, its ink shimmering with an unnatural sheen. It was a trap, and he had walked right into it. You think you're the only one who's being betrayed. A Yuan's voice cut through the silence. Kang's voice cut through the silence. Its tone sharp as a blade. His words hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in a riddle. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. You're here because of the soul-locking pearl, aren't you? You've been working with Nightshade all along. The sect isn't just a pawn, it's a player in a game. You don't understand. Lirong stepped forward, her voice steady but laced with guilt. I had no choice, she said, her hands trembling slightly. Dan Yangzi promised more, but I was wrong. Her words were a confession, but also a plea. Lin Yan's fists clenched. You let me believe I could trust you. His voice was low, dangerous. You were just a mayfall. They come. You were just another piece in Nightshade's game. But the cost is higher than you think. Lin Yuan's mind raced. He had trusted Wei Rong, believed in her. But now he saw the cracks in her resolve. Was he truly a traitor, or had he been a reminder the weight in hand? Asterisk, what if I was wrong about everything? Asterisk, his thoughts a storm of doubts and anger. Asterisk, what if Lirong was trying to warn me, not pray me? But how could she have known was trying to warn me, not pray? But how could she have known? It's not a place of power, it's a place of sacrifice. Asterisk, was this betrayal just another sacrifice, one he hadn't seen coming? A sudden noise shattered his thought, so low message shattered him. From the shadows a figure emerged, cloaked in robes that seemed to shift like smoke. The hidden sage's voice exodus. The price of power is never what you expect. The chamber was no longer just a place of betrayal, was a crucible, and he was the one being tested. The scroll on the table seemed to the one being tested. The scroll on the table seemed to pulse with energy. As the shadows deepened, a new conflict unfolded. The scroll's map revealed a hidden passage, one that led not to the sect's armed passage, one that led not to the sect's armed passage. It was a relic of the immortal realm, a key to unlocking the soul-locking pearl's true potential, but also a weapon that could unleash untold destruction. The Yangzi's behold was not just about in function. The sect had not merely been seeding Nightshade information. They had been preparing for a county Nightshade information they had been preparing. Asterisk. It's about the future of everything, and I can't let them decide it for me. Asterisk. The demon ceiling abyss was a place where shadows clung to the walls. Like Lin stood at the three holes, Yuan stood at the throne, in decay. At its center, a pedestal of obsidian held the soul-locking pearl, its surface shimmering with a cold, unnatural light. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened around the hilt of the broken sword, the weight of his sister's fate pressing against his ribs. This was no longer just a battle for power at his ribs. You think you're the only one who's been betrayed. Qing's voice cut through the silence, sharp as a blade. His eyes dark and unreadable. Silently, AQ. His eyes dark and unread the past. You can't explain. Lin Yan's jaw tightened. You think you know me? He shot back, his voice low and dangerous. You were the one who left me to Watan. You think you know me? He 相信我苍 I had no choice, he said finally. You were already lost before I ever met you. Meiji turned to Lin Yuan, her smirk widening. You seek the soul-locking pearl, she purred. Her fingers traced the air, and the sigils on the floor flared to life, casting jagged shadows across the chamber. It's not just a tool of constant chamber. It's not just a tool of constant chamber. Then I must stop him, he said, his voice dead. Meiji's smirk faded, replaced by a cold determination. You won't be able to stop him, she said. You're too late. With a flick of her wrist, a wave of dark energy surged toward him. The air itself cupped him, she said. He had been a boy then, too young to understand the weight of the words that had been spoken in that cursed hall. He had watched as the sect's elders had bound her with chains of light, their voices chanting the incantations that would lock her soul away. The memory burned in his chest now, a fire that had never died. He had spent years chasing vengeance, but what if this was the wrong path? What if spent years chasing vengeance, but what if first was the ride? 今天是美好的一天。The chamber erupted into chaos as Lin Yan lunged forward, the broken sword flashing in the dim light. Meiji's darkened and Xu, the dim light. Lin Yuan's strikes were relentless, each one fueled by the fire of his past. Meiji, for all her confidence, was no match for his fury. The pearl pulsed, its light growing brighter, as if it too had sensed the impending clash of wills. A sudden explosion of the impending clash of wills. You're still too weak, she said, her voice dripping with mockery. You think you can save her? You're nothing but a pawn in a game you don't undermaking with mockery. With a roar, he surged forward, the broken sword blazing with a light that seemed to defy the darkness around him. The final battle had begun, and this time he would not falter. The air in the immortal realm crackles with an energy that feels like static from 1,000 lightnings. The ground beneath his feet is neither solid nor liquid, a shifting tapestry of memories and regrets. The scent of ozone and something older, something ancient, and sweet click, click, click. Lin Yuan's pulse thunders in his ears, each beat a reminder of the journey that brought him here. This isn't just a trial, it's a reckoning, and the realm is wonder. It's a reckoning, and the realm is wondering. He stands a few paces away, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. This place doesn't just test your strength, it tears you apart. You'll see your worst moments, your deepest fears. My sister's death, my brother's betrayal, the way I let guilt eat me alive, this is just another version of that. He grips the hilt of the broken sword tighter, his knuckles whitening. Qiang's eyes narrow, but he doesn't move. You think pain is the only thing you have to lose. What about the people you hurt along the way, the ones who trust you? You're not just fighting Nightshade. He wants to snap back to dismiss Yuan's words as another attempt to derail him, but the truth is he's already hurt people. His sister, his brother, Ebel Lirail. Asterisk, you're not the only one who's been betrayed. Asterisk, Xiang had said earlier. Asterisk, you're not the only one with a past you can't escape. Asterisk, Lin Yang had said earlier. Promise me. Asterisk. He had promised, and now, standing here, he wonders if he's ending here. Shisk. His brother Xian stands across from him, his face twisted in fury. You're weak, Lin. Xian sneers. You'll never be strong enough to protect anyone, not your sister, not yourself. That he, had protected his sister, even if it was too late. But the vision doesn't. This time he's in the demon-sealing abyss, his sister's voice echoing in his mind. Asterisk, you can't save me, Lin. You're not strong enough. Asterisk, he tries to reach for her, but his hands pass through her like mist. Lin Yuan collapses to his knees, his breath ragged. The weight of his failures feels heavier than ever, but then a new voice cuts through. The hazards. His eyes are deep as the void, but there's something else. There's something that feels like understanding. Asterisk. Power without control is a curse. Vengeance 唯一的戳 post is a prison. Motivation 唯好 without 空. It's been about finding a way to atone, to prove that he's more than the mistakes he's made. The trial isn't over, but for the first time, he feels like he might be ready. The air in the immortal realm was thick with the scent of ozone, and something older, something that made Lin Yuan's skin prickle like static. The sky above was a swirling warm skin prickle like static. Lin Yan's fingers tightened around the hilt, his mind racing with the echoes of the hidden sage's warnings. Asterisk. Power with the echoes is a hidden sage's warnings. Far as he stepped forward, the ground beneath shifted, revealing not past, but to a future he had never made. Ire crackled with anticipation, and the broken sword's hum deepened, as if it too sensed the storm about to break. Lin Yuan, Ko Xiang's voice cut through the silence, sharp as a blade. I've come too far to turn back now, Lin Yuan replied, his voice steady. The past doesn't define me, the future does. Xiang tilted his head, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement. The fuelcast 美好的一天. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Lin Yan's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. The path ahead shimmered, and the broken swords hung. He had spent his life chasing vengeance, believing it was the only path forward, but now, standing at the threshold of the immortal realm, he felt the weight of every threat tish. But the hidden sage's words echoed in his mind. Asterisk power without control is a curse. Vengeance, we had seen the cost of untrue, is a curse. Vengeance, elate purpose, is a prison, and the way Li Rang had manipulated. And yet the path of redemption felt like a trap, a way to erase the pain of his sister's suffering without ever confronting it. Kang's voice cut through his sister's suffering. We think he can change the past. Lin Yuan turned to face him, his expression tight. The words felt hollow even as he said them. He wasn't sure if he believed them. The path ahead shimmered, and the broken sword shimmered, and the broken soul. He had come too far to turn back now. The ground beneath Lin Yan's feet began to fracture, revealing a vast chasm that stretched into the void. At the center of the city stood a figure cloaked in shadows, their face obscured by a mask that seemed to shift and change with every flicker of light. I faced worse than this. The figure tilted their head, the mask reflecting the light of the stars. Then let's see if you can handle the truth. The broken sword's hum grew louder, and the chasm beneath him began to pulse. and the chasm be too steep. 懒到逼长放 began to pause, 令余响言轻轻 and then dared to bend. The figures stepped forward, their masks glinting in the light. You seek redemption, but you don't understand the cause. Lin Yan's heart pounded. He had come too far to turn back now. The camp behold pounded. The sky above the convergence point was a kaleidoscope of chaos, with cold spraying tangier. Around it, the remnants of the immortal and demonic realms bled into one another, their boundaries dissolving into a grotesque, surreal landscape. Lin Yan's boots sank into the ground. The earth trunk Nian comes. The pearl's glow intensified, casting jagged shadows that danced like specters. This wasn't just a battle, it was a reckoning. This wasn't just a battle, it was a reckoning. And the pearl wasn't destined or you think you're ready for the truth? His silhouette emerged from the storm, his cloak billowing like smoke, his eyes twin voids of black, locked onto Lin Yuan's. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened. You're full of hot air, Nightshade. I've seen what the pearl does. It's a prison, not a creation. You're just another fool trying to play God. Night saying what the pearl does. The pearl asterisk wants asterisk to be broken. It's been waiting for someone like you. Someone with enough rage. It's been waiting for someone like you. Someone with enough rage, enough asterisk to be broken. It's been waiting tongue. He'd spent his life chasing this moment, but now standing at the edge of the abyss, he felt the ground shift beneath him, the pearls, the ground, shift beneath him. He always believed the pearl was a prison, a tool of control, but what if it was something else? Something asterisk alive, asterisk. His breath came in short, ragged gasps as the storm rolled down. The pearl posed again, its light flickering like a dying flame. Lin Yang's fingers twitched at his sides. The weight of the broken sword, a constant rebut. But now, standing at the precipice of the immortal realm, he felt the edges of that line blur. Asterisk, what if the pearl isn't just a prison? Asterisk, the question gnawed at him. Was it possible that the pearl had been waiting for him? For someone with the fire to break it. Yuan's voice cut through the storm. You're thinking too much, cut through the storm. You're the one who's been hiding things, aren't you? The pearl is not just a tool, it's an asterisk test. Asterisk, a Tuke's smirk faded. You're not ready to hear the truth. The pearl's glow flared and the world around them. Asterisk shattered. Asterisk lung. The soul-locking pearl hovered above the chaos, its surface now a swirling vortex of light and shadow. From the void emerged a figure tall, draped in robes that shimmered like liquor. You've come far, Lin Yan, the figure intoned, their voice echoing like 1,000 whispers. But you're still blind. Lin Yan staggered to his feet, his heart pounding. Who are you? The figure tilted their head. And you? They extended a hand, and the pearl asterisk, post asterisk. In response, asterisk, what the hell is going on? Asterisk, Lin Yuan's mind. Raised the pearl wasn't just a prison. It was the asterisk, mere asterisk. You see it, don't you? He said, his voice tinged with something Lin Yuan hadn't heard before. Fear. The pearl isn't just a P. It's an asterisk. Door asterisk to something asterisk. It's an asterisk door asterisk to something. 我感到非常放松. Dicey stepped closer, his eyes burning with a light that wasn't his own. You think you're the one who's been chasing vengeance. You're not. You're just the asterisk who, asking vengeance. You're not. You're just the asterisk to asterisk. The pearl. You're just the asterisk. 我感到非常放松. What do you mean? Asterisk to Zhou. He gestured to the storm around them. You've been fighting for your sister, for your revenge. But what if the pole asterisk wants asterisk you to fail? What if it's been asterisk wants asterisk you to, Allens? It was a asterisk trap, asterisk, and he'd been the bait. The storm roared, and the pearls light, asterisk flared as fastest. The air in the hidden workshop reeked of molten metal and scorched stone, a cavernous forge buried deep beneath the mountains, where even the stars seemed to fordeep beneath the mountains, where even the stars seemed to fordeep the shine. At the center of the room, Taishan stood hunched over an anvil. His back bent like a bowstring under the weight of his labor. Sparks rained from his hammer as he struck a glowing ingot of metal. Sparks rained from his hammer. Ning Yan and Liu Ya entered cautiously, their boots crunching over shards of broken steel. Liu Ya's eyes darted over shards of broken steel. "You're late," he growled, his voice rougher than the forge's hammer. "The sword's core is incomplete. I need the metal from the demon sealing armors." The broken sword's hilt was already there, its blade still a jagged, unfinished shape, but the Korea swirling mass of dark energy was missing, a void in the weapon's heart. "You're telling me this thing's not even finished?" he asked, his voice ended with this. "You think I'd risk my life for a weapon that's just asterisk? Okay, asterisk. No, this needs the Apis's metal. It's the only thing that can counter nightshades. No. We're just going to traipse into a place where demons probably have a asterisk way-placed asterisk for tourists. Royal Glamour's quest is about as asterisk for tourists. Bro, your glamorous quest is about as exciting as washing paid dry. Ain't?" His voice was low, but it carried the weight of a storm. "If I don't get that metal, Linger dies, and I won't let that happen." Liu Ya's smirk faltered. "Xiaoba dies, and I won't let that happen." "You're wasting time," he said, resuming his work. "The abyss isn't just a place. It's a prison. The metal's guarded by something. Asterisk alive. Asterisk." He'd heard stories of the demon sealing abyss, how it swallowed entire armies and left nothing. "There's a betrayal in the Seven Sects Alliance. AQ1's involved. He's not just working for Nightshades. AQ1's in Jingjing. He's this. You think I'm here for the glory? I'm here because my sister's life is on the line." Asterisk Lin Yuan's words echoed in his own mind as he stared at the unstitched swords. Deng Kai's gun-clawed, but now standing in this forge, he felt the weight of every failure, every loss pressing down on him. Like a mountain, he remembered the day Ling Gare had been taken, how her screams had been swallowed by the void. He let them take her, Vesteros, but now the betrayal was clearer. A Xiang wasn't just a traitor, was a puppet dancing to Nightshade's tune and Tuan. He needed to be here, in this moment, to face the truth. Tishan's hammer struck again, the sound reverberating through the workshop, like a war drum. "Bro, you're telling me we need to find the asterisk, another asterisk. Reki, what's next?" "A holy grail." Taishan didn't look up. "我感到非常放松. Without it, you'll never get the metal." Ling Yuan's stomach twisted the soul-locking pearl. He'd heard of it, a forbidden, battered sigh, 管 the person's soul, 要 where 其中密言. That's the thing, it's not just hidden, it's asterisk, taken asterisk, by someone who doesn't want you to find it. Liu Ya groaned. "Bro, this just got asterisk way, asterisk core, 框系的灯用下." The pulse, it all pointed to one thing. Someone was trying to stop him, and they'd succeeded. The workshop's entrance groaned as they stepped back into the night. The forge's heat fainting bouncing. "Storm the abyss and hope the demons are in a good mood." Ning Yan exhaled slowly, his eyes fixed on the horizon. We find the pearl, then we get the metal, then we end this. Lioya snorted. Easy for you to say. I'm the one who's going to have to fight a demon, that's asterisk. Lioya snorted. Easy. Lin Yuan smirked. Hey, at least you'll have me to back you up. Lioya rolled her eyes, but a small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Bro, if you're trying to make me feel better, it's not working. Lin Yuan chuckled, the sound dry. I'm just reminding you that we're in this together. Leia looked at him, her usual sarcasm softening. Yeah, bro, we're in this together. The mysterious Elixir Sect's headquarters loomed like a skeletal hand clawing at the sky, its spires twisted, and clawing at the sky. Lin Yan, Liuya, and Dirong stood in the shadow of a towering bronze stood in the shadow of a towering Wing Yuan, Li. Bro, you're telling me we're just gonna waltz in here and find asterisk a ledger? No cap, this place is a nightmare waiting to happen, Loche said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. My yes, 美好的一天. And trust me, I've seen some weird asterisk doors in my time. Lai Rang's eyes narrowed, her voice steady but edged with steel. You think I'd waste my time with theatrics? This place is a vault whose secrets of Nightshade's experiments are here. They'll be in the archives. But if we barge in like fools, we'll be dead before we even see the first page. Lioya snorted, her laugh sharp. What's next? You gonna tell me you've got a sixth sense for ancient tones? Lai Rong's jaw tightened, but she didn't rise to the bait. Instead, she stepped forward, her fingers bright. Lin Yan, who had been silent until now, exhaled slowly. We don't have time for this. He muttered, his voice slowly. We don't have time for this. He muttered, his voice slowly. Mingya's life is on the line. If they're going to find the truth, we need to move. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and something older, something that made Lin Yuan's skin prickle. Lirang moved with deliberate precision, her eyes scanning the room, something that made Lin Yan's gaze landed on a pedestal in the center of the room, where a single ledger lay open, its pages stained with ink that looked like it had blood from Song. The soul's locking pearl is not just a reathesis, a formula, a forbidden one. They're not just using it to control Linger. They're asterisk, rewriting asterisk, her asset. Yurong's voice was almost inaudible. The pearl is a key, but the lock is asterisk you. Asterisk. Lin Yan's stomach twisted. He had heard that line before it spoke by the hidden sage in a cryptic way that had left him confused. He asked, his voice rough. Lirang didn't answer. Instead, she turned to the ledger, her hands trembling as she flipped through the pages. The ink bled into the paper for heads. One passage stood out, written in a hand that was both elegant and cruel. Asterisk, the soul is not a vessel. It is a fire. To quench it is to extinguish the self. To reignite it, to quench it is to execrate. That's asterisk deeply asterisk creepy. Lin Yan's mind raced. He had always known Nightshade was dangerous, but this has asterisk sister. Asterisk, a memory surfaced unbidden. Linger no older than 10, chasing fireflies in the fields outside their village. Lin Yan, Dirang said softly, her voice cutting through his thoughts. We need to get out of here. Now. He nodded, but his hands clenched into fists. No. Waya groaned. Bro, are you asterisk, trying asterisk to get us all killed? We're all already in a nightmare. Let's not add asterisk, more asterisk nightmares to the list. Lin Yan turned to her, his eyes blazing. I'm here because my sister's life is on the line. Ria opened her mouth to retort, but Lirang stepped between them, her voice calm but firm. Lin Yan looked at Leslie, then at Lirang. The weight of what they were facing pressed down on him. But he knew one thing. They couldn't turn back now, not when the stakes were this high. As they left the chamber, the less high, the air shimmered with an eerie violet glow as Lin Yuya and Lyron stepped into the formation sets, strong-colored labyrinth formation. At the center of the courtyard stood the sex masters, their robes flowing like liquid shadow, their eyes glinting with cold amude, their icy care. "Welcome, travelers," intoned the oldest of the sex masters, his voice a low rumble that seemed to echo from the very stones. "You seek passage through our domain? How? But your sword cannot slice through asterisk space. Asterisk, can it? Try again." Leoya's jaw tightened, her fists clenching at her sides. "Bro, this is why we don't trust mystical nonsense. You think we're here for a lesson, Mako? No kappa. I'd rather be fighting demons in the demon ceiling abyss than playing asterisk, Sudoku asterisk, with your stupid abyss, than playing asterisk, Sudoku asterisk." Lin Yang exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening around the hilt of the broken sword. The weapon's core pulsed faintly, as if responding to the arrayed faintly, then, "And the relics don't break easily." He raised the sword, its blade humming with a low resonant frequency. The spatial array shuddered, its edges flickering like a dying flame. "Try me," the elder smirk faltered. But the broken sword's resonance amplified whole. "Kaboku pastor." But the broken swords wrestled downward, distorted. "铁一个." "But know this. The journey is far from over." He extended a hand, revealing a map carved into a slab of obsidian. "This will guide you to the demon ceiling abyss." But Diva's price to the demon ceiling abyss. But Diva's eyes narrowed as he studied the map. The lines were precise, yet there was an odd asymmetry to the markings, as if the map itself was a puzzle. He felt a chill crawl up his spine. As the group left the stronghold, Loya let out a sharp breath. "So what's the catch? The map's got asterisk price. Asterisk. Bro, I'm not paying for anything that's gonna get us killed." Lyron's voice was calm but firm. Lin Yuan's mind raced, the elder's warning echoed in his thoughts, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the map was a double-edged sword. He glanced at Loya, who was already asterisk. "If this is a trap, I'll be ready for my sister. I'll be ready." This. The map's first clue led them to a hidden cavern beneath the mountains, its entrance obscured by a curtain of vines and mist. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something mandali. The walls were lined with a "This place is asterisk lights, asterisk," Loya muttered, her voice low. "Bro, I don't like this. It feels wrong." Asterisk, he turned to Liron. "Do you recognize this symbol?" Liron's eyes flickered with recognition. "It's the mark of the first forger. The sword is bound to a curse." "Great," Lior groaned. "So the sword's not just broken, it's asterisk, cursed asterisk." "No cap, bro, I'm out. I'm not dying for a cursed sword." Lin Yuhan ignored her, his focus dying. "The sword's power is tied to the wielder's soul, but if the wielder falters, the curse consumes them. It's not just the welter, the cavern's walls seeming to close in." Lin Yuan's heart pounded. Asterisk, he glanced at Loya, who was pacing, her frustration palpable. "Bro, I'm not saying this is easy, but we don't have a choice. If the sword is the key to saving Linger, I'll face whatever curse it throws at me." "Bro, I'm not your emotional support group. If you're gonna die, at least make it asterisk dramatic. Cons, at least make it asterisk dramatic. Asterisk." Lin Yuan's once. As they left the cavern, the map's next clue awaited a path that twisted through the mountains. leading them deeper into the unseen. The air in the demon-sealing abyss was thick with sulfur and the acrid stench of decay, a miasma that clung to the skin like a second layer. The ground beneath their boots cracked and pulsed with. Above them, the cavern ceiling stretched into darkness, punctuated by jagged stab echoed a haggard stab echo. Wire rolled her eyes, her voice sharp enough to cut through the gloom. Bro, this place is like a horror movie cemetery. You think the scriptwriters are trying to give us the asterisk plot twist the asterisk. Chiron, ever the pragmatist, adjusted the straps of her satchel and muttered, "If we're going to die, at least let's make sure it's asterisk dramatics." A low growl reverberated through the cavern, followed by the skittering of claws against stone. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped to the shadows, where a cluster of demons emerged, twisted, feral things with too many limbs and eyes that gleamed like molten gold. For one of them, a hulking brute with a jagged horn protruding from its forehead. "This is why we don't trust mystical nonsense. You guys asterisk, literally asterisk, brought a monster Kanzinchu to our doorstep." She lunged forward, her blade slashing through the air. "You think I'm here for the glory?" he shouted over the chaos, his voice raw with desperation. Laya's daggers danced like lightning, her laughter cutting through the din as she skewered the demon that had lunged at Li Rong. Another asterisk, literally asterisk, the universe's way of saying, "You're not ready for this." Li Rong, meanwhile, had knelt beside the wounded demon, her hands glowing with a soft golden light. "Please," she whispered, her voice on light. The demon's eyes flickered, its claws retracting as it shuddered. Lin Yuan watched his jaw tightening. "What are you doing?" he demanded, his voice a mix of anger. "They're asterisk people. AC Kukaste. They're Aston Kuchi Pukaste. 我感到非常放松。Bika Lastman Kuko and the Deafening Wall. System of Creasy and the Deafening Wall. 生气们得他们。You think you can take what's mine?" he sneered, his voice a chorus of overlapping whispers. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. You're not taking anything," he said, his voice steady despite the fear. Blaze attacks were relentless, each strike a blur of crimson light that forced Lin Yuan to his knees. Lin Yuan felt something shift within him, a presence ancient and vast, stirring in the depths of the sword. Asterisk, you think you can save her, stirring in the depths of the sword. Asterisk, Yuan's vision beamed. Asterisk, I'm not worthy. Asterisk, he thought, his voice a whisper in the chaos. Asterisk, but I don't have a choice. I can't let her die. Asterisk, the sword's glass glow flazed. The air crackled with energy, the ground trembling as if the abyss itself were alive. Bloodblade's laughter rang out, but it was hollow, a sound that echoed with the weight, but ever up. The words hung in the air as the sword's glow intensified its light, illuminating the cavern in a blinding radiance. Somewhere in the depths of the abyss, the chamber pulsed with an eerie otherworldly light, as if the air itself had been dyed in hues of obsidian and silver. Shimmering motes of energy drifted light in. The walls, carved with ancient runes that seemed to shift when unobserved, hummed with a low, resonant frequency. Shadows pulled in the corners, rising as though alow. The faint metallic scent lingered in the air, mingling with the acrid tang of ozone. The sword's glow intensified, casting jagged reform. "Brow, this is asterisk way. Asterisk more dramatic than I expected." Leo muttered, her voice tight with unease. She shifted her weight, her hand hovering near his. She shifted her weight, her hand hovering to look like I, but does it asterisk have asterisks too? Lin Yuan didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the sword, which now emitted a low, resonant hum that vibrated in his bones. The air around it shimmered distorted. Yuan dared the low, resonant Tasja. You think you're the hero? A voice echoed, neither male nor female, but something in between, like the sound of a blade being drawn from a sheath of starlight. Pathetic, you cling to a relic that is not yours. You seek power, but you do not act. I don't want power. I want to save my sister. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled. If that means giving up my memories, so be it. The sword's glow flared, and for a moment the chamber was swallowed in dark May. May's sword's glow flared, and for a moment the chamber was swung. She leaned against the wall, her arms crossed. You know, I'd be more scared if it didn't sound like it was asterisk board. Asterisk with your whole sacrifice for the greater good speech. Lin Yi Yuan didn't look at her, his gaze with Xiang. It's not just a sword, he said quietly. It's a fragment of something older than any of us. It's been waiting for this moment. Yeah, well, let's hope it's not waiting for you to make a mistake. Because if it is, I'm not sure even the sword spirit can save you from my sarcasm. The sword let out a low, almost mocking chuckle. You are but a child playing with fire, and yet you dare to ask for a gift. Lin Yuan's breath caught. He could feel the sword's presence pressing against his mind, a weight that wasn't physique. He could still for everyone, the chamber trembled. What if I give up my memories and it's not enough? Asterisk, Lin Yuan's so I am. Chen, do I give up my memories? And it's none, then math. Asterisk, he could feel the sword's presence probing at the edges of his mind. It was testing him, and he wasn't sure if he could withstand it. He remembered the night his sister had been taken, how she clung to him, her small hands gripping his shirt as if he were the only thing keeping her grounded. And he remembered the promise he'd made then, the one that had driven him to this moment. Asterisk, I'll find a way to save you, no matter the cost. Asterisk, but what if the cost was too high? What if he gave up his space bust, his identity? The sword's glow pulsed again, and for a moment Lin Yan felt as though he was standing on the edge of a precipice, staring into the abyss. You will lose asterisk of who you are, the moments that shaped you, the pain that made you strong, the love that kept you human. They will be asterisk, unmade asterisk. Lin Yuan's breath came in shallow gasps. He could feel the weight of the sword. Then what's the point of having a weapon if it can't help me? He asked, his voice hoarse. What's the point of fighting if I lose everything in the process? The sword's glow flared, and the chamber was bathed in a light so intense. The point, the spirit said, is that you are not the only one who must choose. The relic is not yours to wield. It is a fragment of an ancient immortal, a being who once walked this world and was asterisk, a made asterisk. You are not the first to stand here, and you will not be the last. Loya's eyes widened. Wait, hold up, you're saying this sword is asterisk, lowly asterisk. A piece of some ancient immortal asterisk. Low cap, bro. That's asterisk way, asterisk. He could feel the truth of the spirit's words, settling in his chest like a stone. The ground beneath them cracked, and the deep, resonant sound echoed through the chamber like the ground of a mountain. 我感到非常放松。Mayoya grabbed his arm. Her greeted firm. Were you not asterisk? Literally asked firm. Were you not asterisk? Literally fancy. The sword spirit's voice was softer now, almost mournful. You do not understand what you are asking. The memories you lose will not be the same. You will be a shadow of what you were. His eyes burning with without be the same. But I'll be asterisk, my asterisk shadow, and I'll use it to save her. The air was thick with the scent of iron and decay, the kind of place where shadows clung to the wire, the kind of place where shadows clung to the walls like old sea earths. A fate. The ground was slick with moisture, but not from rain. It was the residue of something older, something that had bled here long ago, a sun that had bled here long ago, a something that cared. 空开去，中看过. It was the kind of place where the line between the mundane and the mystical blur. The air tasted of ozone, and something sweeter maçon the air tasted the air. You think you're the hero. I'm just playing the villain you asterisk deserve. Asterisk. His smile was a jagged thing, all teeth and malice, as he leaned against the stone wall. Arms crossed, the torchlight caught the glint of something on his wrist. You've always been blind, Yuan. You think this is about saving your sister. This is about Istas. You asterisk. You're the one who failed us. You asterisk. His eyes gleamed with something darker than loyalty, something that hinted at debt. His voice was low, steady, but there was a tremor beneath it, a crack in the armor he cheated. You let asterisk her asterisk. He stopped, the words catching in his throat, his sobs, the words catching in his throat. His eyes flicked to the bracelet on Encan's wrist, stopped, the words catching in his throat. You're just asterisk, broken asterisk. The cavern seemed to hold its breath, the hum in the air growing louder, as if the walls themselves was a stall. A hum in the air growing louder, as if the one's mind was a stone. Asterisk. Why drag this out in the middle of a war? Asterisk. He could feel the weight of the broken sword at his back, its presence a reminder of the broken he'd lost at his back. Its presence a reminder of Abdisal. He'd sworn to protect her, but he tailed again, and now Xianxia was here, holding a mirror to his guilt, twisting it into something. He couldn't see Ping was here. History. Asterisk. The bracelet on Xianxia's wrist was a clue. But what did it mean? And why did the runes on the wall feel familiar, like they'd been carved by someone who knew him? Lacombe's laughter was a sound that didn't belong in this place, high and cruel. You think you're the only one with secrets. He stepped closer, the torchlight casting his shadow over Yuan like a curse. You think I'm doing this for you? No, brother, I'm doing this for asterisk, me asterisk. His voice dropped, almost a whisper, as he leaned in. You want to save your sister, fine, but you'll do it, asterisk, my asterisk way, or you'll watch her dying this time. I won't stop you. Yuan's breath came in short, shallow gasps. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him, the air thick with the scent of betrayal, and something else, something that tasted like the fates the moment the Boxing smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with triumph. You're not ready, Yuan, but you'll be, and when you are, we'll see who's the real hero. Yuan's hands curled into fists, his rigid, and this time he wouldn't let anyone asterisk, not even his brother asterisk, stop him. The hidden sage's temple lay buried beneath a canopy of ancient trees, their gnarled roots twisting like the veins of the earth itself. The air was thick with the scent of incense of the earth itself. The sage sat cross-legged, his robes tattered yet shimmering with threads of starlight, his eyes glowing faintly as if they held galaxy, with shimmering with Xianxia. The weight of the moment pressed against them, as though the temple itself were holding its breath, waiting for the first word to shatter the stillness. Yuan, his fingers twist, and the air around him rippled like disturbed water. Liaoya's jaw tightened, her eyes darting between the sage and Yan. The sage's words hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, as if the very fabric of reality had paused to listen. Bro, Lawyer snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut through the silence. If Yogonia snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut through the silence. If you're gonna drop cryptic metaphors, at least make them asterisks. As she rolled her eyes, but her tone betrayed her nerves. No cap, this is the most dramatic temple I've ever been in. Are we in a movie or what? The sage tilted his head, his expression until he said. His gaze flicked to Lirong, who shifted uncomfortably. The pearl is a key, but the lock is asterisk. You asterisk. Lirong's voice was steady, but her knuckles cracked as she clenched her fists. What does that mean? The sage's eyes darkened. The heart of a brother is the most dangerous weapon. Lin Yuan's breath caught. He remembered the night his sister had been taken, the way her voice had cracked as she whispered, asterisk. You'll find me right? Asterisk. Asterisk. The weight of that moment pressed against him now, heavier than it had ever been. He had spent years chasing this. But what is the end chasing this? But what spent years chasing this? But what is the end chasing then? But wait. You must prove your worth. He gestured to a pedestal at the center of the chamber, where a scroll lay wrapped in silk, its edges toasting faintly with the nearing. Lin Yan sat forward, his heart pounding. What's the price? The sage's smile was thin, almost cruel. The truth. The scroll was warm in Lin Ying's hands. The words were ancient, their meaning obscured by layers of time, but one phrase stood out. Asterisk, the pearls also. Lirong's eyes narrowed as she studied the scroll. The heart of the storm. That's the same place where the soul-locking pearl was first forged. If Nightshade's planning involves mastic, evil, then he's not just used it. He had always known Nightshade was dangerous, but this was something else. The pearl wasn't just a weapon. It was a prison, just a weapon. It was a prison, just a weapon. The sage's voice echoed again, softer this time. The storm is not just a place, it is a test. You must face the storm with the scroll. It is a test. You must face the storm with the scroll. His grip tightened. You must face the storm with the scroll. His grip tightening. He had spent his life running from the past, from the pain of losing sister. But now the past was catching up to him, and there was no more running. Lioya nudged him. Bro, you okay? He exhaled sharply, his voice steady. No, but I'm not running anymore. As the grief turned to leave, the temple seemed to shift around them, the shadows deepening, the air growing colder. The path ahead was unclear, but one thing was certain. The forbidden vaults of the mysterious elixir sect loomed like a wound in the earth. Its stone fort sloped with kanji. Li Rong's breath came shallow as she pressed her palm against the cold iron bound. Though high, the vault silence was oppressive, broken only by the dissing. Somewhere in the darkness, a cultist's laughter echoed, sharp and cruel, as if mocking her resolve. The vault was a tomb not just for the dead, but for the living who dared to remember. Bro, you're like a ghost haunting this place. She flipped the torch toward the vault's entrance. If you're gonna stand there staring at the door like it's the face of your ex, at least do it with some flair. At least do it with some flair. Vaya rolled her eyes, but her grip on her soul tightened. Dude, I get it, but if we're gonna save her, we need a plan, not just the I'm gonna cry over a journal vibe. Every second we waste, linger, suffering gets worse. I can't. A sudden crash shattered the moment. The vault's door burst open with a deafening asterisk. His voice was a rasp, like gravel being dragged across stone. You think healing can fix what's broken? Yingzha stepped forward, her eyes broken. Yingzha stepped forward, her eyes blazing. At least I'm trying to fix asterisks. Something lasting. The power will consume her and you'll be next. Then let's see who's laughing when I'm the one holding the knife. Li Rong shot back, her voice steady. The cultist's mask they crept further. Li Rong shot back, her voice steady. The cultist's mask crept further. Bull, I'm ready, Liu Ya said, ducking beside Li Rong. We've got assisted to save, no cap. The cultist's laughter died as he raised a hand, summoning a wave of dark energy. The air sickened to save. No cap. Yuan's mind spiraled back to the night. Ninga had first approached her, her eyes wide with fear and hope. Yuan, I don't want to be a weapon. I want to be asterisk. Me asterisk. Li Rong had promised her then that she'd protect her, that she'd find a way to stop Nightshade, but now, as the cultist's energy crackled around them, she felt the weight of that promise like a noose. The cultist's energy surged, and the vault trembled. You think you can stop what's coming? The pearl is the future. You're just asterisk trapped as coming. The pearl is the future. You're just. Royal sword flashed, cutting through the cultist's energy with a burst of force. Soft inside the vault. Li Rong's hands shook as she unfastened the journal's binding. The pages were brittle, their ink faded but legible. Nightshade's alchemical experiments had been designed to strip her of her humanity, to mold her into a full panda. Huxi, Tanti, Tanti. The transformation is compulsina, Okansis, Wima, Sis, even if it takes every last drop of blood we have. The vault's silence seemed to deepen, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Somewhere in the distance, a clock began to chime, its toll exhaling like a cathedral. Li Rong closed the journal, her voice steady. No, we go back to the others. We tell them the truth, and we make sure Nightshade knows. But this isn't just about Linger. It's about Asterisk, others. Raw, I like the way you think. As they turned to leave, the cultists' laughter followed them, a cruel reminder of the batter's laughter. But Li Rong's resolve had never been stronger. The Parang's was knowing had never been stronger. The chamber was a tomb of forgotten power, its walls etched with carvings of lightning crower, its walls etched with carvings of lightning cracking through the heavens. The air hummed with late Nintamben day. Ning Yan's fingers hovered over it, his breath shallow. Loya stood behind him, arms crossed, her smirk tight. You sure this thing isn't just a fancy paperweight? She asked, her voice laced with sarcasm. The talisman's glow intensified, casting jagged shadows. They danced like specters. Lin Yan's hand closed a dance light, capturing into shadows. And the storm was already brewing. Bro, you're like a battery useful until you die, Lu Yo said, her tone dripping with mock sympathy. As Li Yuan staggered back, the talisman's runes flared, and for a moment the air crackled with the scent of ozone. Liu Ye's smirk faltered. Wait, that's not just that man. That's asterisk. Real asterisk. If this is the only way to get to the abyss's core, I don't have a choice. His words hung in the air, but something in his tone, a flicker of hesitation, made Yoya's stomach drop. And she had no idea what the cost would be. Lin Yuan's mind screamed in protest as the talisman's ending screamed. It asterisk, unmade asterisk. His vision blurred, and for a moment he saw his sister's face, pale and distant, as if she were already gone. The talisman's runes were shifting, rearranging themselves into a pattern he didn't recognize. Was this a trick, a trap, or was the talisman asterisk a trick? But now, as the storm outside the chamber began to form, he realized the talisman was something else than Xianxia, something older, something asterisk, hungry beer asking out the, something older, something asterisk. The talisman's glow had turned violent. its runes now screaming with energy that seemed to pull the very air into. 我感到非常放松，我感到非常放松，我感到非常放松。The talisman, it's not just summoning lightning, it's asterisk channeling asterisk. The storm's fury, whatever this is, it's not meant for us. But Lin Yu, he had no choice. He had to push forward, even if it meant tearing himself apart. The hidden path to the abyss core was out there, waiting. A torrent of wind and rain poured through the gap, carrying with it the scent of ozone and something older, something asterisk wrong as still sting, something as things, 方 as 天眼，空气中弥漫 betrayal of strength, of will, of sacrifice. And he was failing, his body screamed in protest, his muscles 非常放松 SDL, they tuned in protest. And he was failing, his body screamed them. He saw it. The abbess's car was asterisk, this close asterisk, but before he could move, the talisman's runes flared one final time, and the storm asterisk shrieked asterisks. The demon sitting abyss loomed ahead, its jagged cliffs slick with rain, the air thick with the massic with rain, the air thick with the masquerade with rain, the air thick with the massive stangle. The end, Yinyi 6, Koya and 10. Well, the Ama Tixian had arrived earlier, his presence a quiet storm of contraction. Lin Yan had trusted him, even as Lia's skepticism, now as the storm above crackled and the abyss's heart throbbed like a heartbeat, the groups and stormer crackled and the abyss's hum. Tristan's smile was too smooth, his words too careful. Something was wrong, but the clues were buried beneath the weight of their shared purpose. Bro, you think this is a bad idea? Lyle muttered, her voice low as she peered down at the abyss. I mean, Tyson's been helping us since the beginning. What's the catch? Catch, Lin Yan. You think he's not got his own agenda, this whole formation sept map thing? Why would he just hand it over? He's been waiting for something, and I don't like the way he's been looking at the abyss, like it's a Arthur's truth. You overthinking, Ding Yuan. The formation sect maps are just a tool. I'm here to help you save your sister, not to summon taskmaster bugs. He wanted to believe him, but the weight of his sister's life on the line had made him paranoid. He trusted Tixian because he'd had no choice. Now, as the storm above began to swirl with unnatural asteriskly, Yan's mind raced his thoughts, a tangled knot of doubt. Asterisk. What if the real Besign is something else? Asterisk. He'd assumed Tixian's Mogat hissed. What is the real Tixian's Mogong? Gokosi's tummy. What if the real enemy wasn't Tixian, but something deeper, something hidden in the abyss itself? The thought made his stomach twist. He trusted Tixian because he touched Tixian, but thought made his stomach twist. The ground beneath them trembled, and the abyss's core flared with a sickly green light. Tixian's smile widened, but this time it was a small one. Tixian's smile widened, but this time it was a smile. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped to Tyson, who stood motionless, his expression serene, but the calm was a lie. The air around the blacksmith shimmered, and for a heartbeat, Lin Yuan saw it small, but the calm by small. Bro, you're not going to believe this, Loya said, her voice sharp with disbelief, as she pointed at the abysses. Look at that asterisk. The formation's sigil asterisk is glowing in the core. That's not a map, that's an asterisk trap. He'd seen the sigil before carved into the stone of the formation 6. Of course, it was a symbol of power, but also of control. Tyson, Lin Yuan said, his voice low, dangerous. You didn't bring us here to help us. You brought us here to test to see if we'd fall for the same traps the formations used on the sects. You're not wrong, he said, his voice smooth as silk. But you're missing the point. The formation sect didn't just destroy the sects, they rewired asterisk. I've been waiting for someone like you, someone who could see the truth. Lin Yuan's hands clenched into fists. So what? You're using us as pawns in your own game. You think the formation's maps were just a tool. They were a asterisk, and I've been waiting for the right moment to unlock the door. The abyss's core pulsed as she backed away. Well, we need to move asterisk now. But Lin Yun was frozen, his mind reeling. Tishan hadn't been frozen, his mind reeling. Tishan hadn't been frozen. His asterisk near the abyss slide flared, and the storm above roared, as if the world itself had decided to play along. The misty valley of the formation sect was a realm of shadows and whispers, where the air hung thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient magic. Towering stone pillars at the scent of damp, all coiled around their feet, clinging to the ground like a living thing, while the distant hum of energy cascaded. The formation sect disciples clad in robes that shimmered with the sheen of polished obsidian formed a semicircle of the sheen of polished shared by the moon, their fidings as severed by the mist. You're trespassing on sacred ground, Zen said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the valley. This is a place of power, not a playground for meddlers. She took a step forward, her boots crunching against the gravelly ground. You're not exactly the most respected sect in the realm. I've seen more impressive respected sect in the realm. You speak with the arrogance of someone who doesn't understand the weight of the formations. Huoze's Bailey is not just a place, it's a prison, a seal. You've broken its better bed than this thing. He gestured to the broken sword, its surface marred by cracks that seemed to deepen with each passing moment. Warrior smirked, her tone mocking. Why is your back so weak, casting mock? For a moment the valley seemed to hold its breath, the mist thickening as if the very fabric of the realm was listening. Lioya's fingers twitched toward her sword, but Lin Yuan raised the barrier to stop her sword. If we can't break the barrier, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, we'll have to outsmart it. The air around them shimmered as the formation's sick disciples abetted the barrier, sending waves of engine in his head. We'll have to outsmart it. Then Yan Yan's heart pounded in his chest, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He could feel the power of the formations, the way they twisted and coiled around them, trapping them in a web of ancient magic, trapping them in a web of ancient magic, trapping them in a web of ancient magic. She chanted the incantation, her words sharp and pristine. Baya groaned, rubbing the back of her head as she scrambled to her feet. Ugh, that's not how it's supposed to work, she muttered, her voice tinged with exposed to work. She muttered, her voice tinged with exposed to work. There's a flaw in their design, he said, his voice filled with sudden certainty. If we can exploit it, we might be able to break through. Rising Y raised an eyebrow, her scapuate. I've got a sword that's been broken for a reason. As the mist swirled around them, the air seemed glistened. He had been too afraid to speak up, too afraid to challenge their authority. Now as the barrier loomed over him, he felt the weight of that decision. He could feel the sword's power, ancient and raw, waiting for the moment to be unleashed. And as the mist thickened beyond them, he knew that the time for had through his thoughts. So, what's the time? Yitu, his thoughts. We are not just breaking it, he said, his voice steady. We are rewriting it. The valley seemed to hold its breath once more, the mist thickening, as if the very air was waiting. The starfall sex's grand hall shimmered like a star-strewn night sky. Its vaulted ceiling a tapestry of constellations that pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly glow. The air was thick with the scent of incense and something mighty. Lin Yuan and his companions stood at the threshold, their boots echoing on the polished obsidian floor. The sect's leader, 满的 polished Dumpty Median. The sect's leader, 满的 polished Damian, said, "You seek knowledge, but knowledge comes at a price." Xuan intoned, his voice a low hum that resonated in their bones. The words hung in the air like a challenge, and the constellations above seemed to shift as if the stars themselves were watching. The group excised and asked. Lawyer groaned, pacing in front of the starlit dais where Master Xuan now stood. "What's the point of this? It's not like we're in a game show." Lin Yuan, his hands clenched, "It's a metaphor. Something a burden." Waya rolled her eyes. "Yeah, because nothing says burden like a riddle that makes no sense." Lai Rong, who had been quietly a suburb, stepped forward. "It's not about the words, it's about what they represent." "Oh, brah, you're the healer, not the philosopher. Why don't you just heal us out of this?" Li Rong's jaw tightened. "This isn't a joke, Huiloya. If we fail, we're not just stuck here, we're trapped in the sect's fate. You think they'd let us leave if we messed this up?" Waya opened her mouth to retort, but hesitated. Her usual bravado failed Qi. Lin Yan's mind raced as he stared at the stars above their cold light, a stark contrast to the warmth of his sister's laughter, which had once filled the halls of the heavenly sword set. Back then he had believed in the power of fate, in the idea that the stars would guide him to a better future, but now standing in the Starfall sect's great grand hall, he felt the weight of stars Xianxia. And yet, as the stars above pulsed with energy, he felt a flicker of resolve. He wasn't just fighting for the past anymore. He felt a flicker of resolve for a chance to rewrite. The stars might have whispered. The prophecy unfolded like a tapestry woven from threads of light and shadow. Master Xuan's voice was Sabsting Xuan's voice was shadow, but Xuan's voice was something sung. YK the Kogurace said. But they have also foreseen a glimmer of hope, a broken sword, a fractured soul, and a path that will either lead to Saldrimov. A broken sword, a fractured soul, and a path that will evil sin. It was a key, a symbol of the choices that had led him here. Li Rong's eyes widened as she pieced together the implications. This isn't just about stopping Nashid that had led him here. It's about understanding the sword's true purpose. Waya, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, her voice trembling. "So what's the plan? We're not just fighting for our lives anymore. We're fighting for the future of Iran." The stars had given them a glimpse of the path, but the journey would be theirs to shape. The group's voices clashed in the grand Haitian, a cacophony of fears to shape. "How are we supposed to fight something we can't even see?" Li Rong's voice was steady, but her eyes betrayed her anxiety. "The prophecy is a warning, not a map. We have to figure it out as we go. We're fighting for everyone who's been affected by Nightshade's rise. If we back down now, we are no better than the people who let this happen." Leoya's expression softened, but her flirtation with Nightshade's rise. "If Weya's expression softened, but hers a bunch of kids trying to save the world." Adron reached out her hand, brushing against Leoya's arm. "We're not kids anymore. We've come too far to turn back now." The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their shared journey. They were a team. Bound by the trials they had faced and the choices that lay ahead, the stars had given them a path, but it was up to them to walk it. The mysterious elixir sect's domain was a labyrinth of twisted roots and venomous flora, a place where the air itself seemed to hum with malice. The path before them was lined with thorn vines that pulsed faintly, as if alive, and patches of glowing fungi that cast an eerie green light. Lyron's breath hitched. Yeah, but it's also the kind of place that could kill us all if we're not careful, Lyron replied, her voice tight. She had replied, her voice tight. His gaze was sharp, assessing. You've been involved in the sect's greatest tragedy, he said, his voice a low rumble. Why should I trust you? Lin Yuan stepped forward. Dan Yanji's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing, turning instead to the garden behind him. Then prove it, he said. Survive the poison gardens. The trial began with a single step into the labyrinth. Lyron moved first, her hands brushing against the thorns with practiced ease. This is insane, she muttered, dodging a vine that snapped at her axius. This is insane, the optimist. But the garden was no laughing matter. A patch of crimson flowers bloomed at their feet, releasing a cloud of spores that made their lungs burn. She recognized the spores poisonous, but not lethal. We need to move, she said, her voice steady. If we stop, we die. Lin Yuan nodded, his grip tightening, ground the broken sword. Lyron exhaled sharply, her fingers brushing against the edge of her sleeve. Yeah, I'm fine, she said, though her voice wavered. Just don't let me be the one who dies first. You're not the type to back down, remember. You've got the brains of a healer, and the guts of a warrior. You'll survive this. Lyron managed a weak smile. Thanks, Leon. Asterisk. I was there, I saw it all, and I didn't stop it. Asterisk. The weight of her past pressed down on her, but she forced herself to focus. The asterisk. A patch of moss that looked harmless sprouted thorns as they stepped near it, forcing Lin Yan to leap backward. A gust of wind carried a cloud of stinging pollen, and Taishan cursed as he clawed at his face. Lyron's mind worked rapidly, recalling the sect's teachings. The moss is a mimic, she said, her voice cutting through the chaos. Avoid the center. The pollen is from the asterisk. You're telling me we're going to survive this, but I'm still going to be covered in poison. Yes, Lyron said, her tone firm, but we'll survive. Dan Yanji stood at its edge, holding a vial of glowing liquid. This is the elixir of the phoenix, he said, his voice reverberating. It grants strength, but only its. Dan Yanji's expression was unreadable. The price of power is always steep. Lyron's heart pounded. The mysterious elixir sex halls, reeked of burnt herbs and the acrid tang of alchemical failure, but the air now hummed with an unnatural anger. Leave, we can. Ji's hands trembled, lay Axor Jingqian, Lin Yuer, his hands trembled Nan. Around him, Laya and Lyron stood frozen, their faces pale under the flickering shadows of alchemical lanterns. The ground beneath them trembled, cracks spider-webbing across the stone floor, as if the earth stills. This isn't just a soldiers. It's a damn earthquake waiting to happen. Lyron, clutching her chest, whispered, It's reacting to something, but to what? Her healer's instincts screamed at her to run, but her feet were rooted to the spot. Lin Yan. The sword's glow intensified and a wave of heat radiated outward, forcing Royale to shield her eyes. This isn't just a weapon, Lin Yuan muttered, his voice barely audible over the crackling energy. From the glow emerged a figure, its form shifting like smoke caught in a windstorm. The spirit's voice was a low, What's the sword's purpose? The spirit's eyes, twin voids of infinite depth, locked onto him. The sword is not just a weapon, it is a key to the secrets of the Imoran. The spirit's head tilted, as if amused, but it is also a prison. The sword's power is bound by the will of its wielder. Lin Yan's haster is expanded. The sword's power is bound by the will of its wielder. None of this is real. The sword's just a piece of broken metal, and I'm just a guy who's been running from his past. But the way it's glowing, the way it's pulling me in. I spent years trying to forget the fire that destroyed my sect, the screams that echoed in my mind, but this is different. This is a chance. Asterisk. The spirit's words lingered in the air, a weight pressing against Lin Yan's chest. The air, still rubbing her eyes, girls, lingered in the air, a weight pressing upon Lin Yan's chest. Mir, 控为心，我也派开。Li Rong, her voice steady despite the tremors, stepped forward. This changes everything. If the sword is a key, then it's not just about stopping Nightshade. It's about understanding the immortal. Nan's spirit's gaze shifted to her. It is measured in the choices you make when the world is on the edge of ruin. A sudden crash echoed through the hall as the ground split open, revealing a chasm that pulsed with the same green light as the sword. From the depths a figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, their presence radiating. The figure sneered, their voice a venomous whisper. The sword's power is not yours to wield. It belongs to the one who forced it, the one who trapped it. Only one who can face the truth of their past will unlock its full power. Then Yuan's hands clenched around the hilt, his mind racing. The figure in the shadows lunged, their form dissolving into a swarm of black tendrils that lashed toward him. You're too late, little boy. The sword's prison is already breaking, and when it does, the immortal realm will consume you all. Asterisk. Lei Rang's eyes widened. That's the elixir of eternal dawn. It's supposed 七堂梵宗 the spirits asked. Dang Yangzi, the sect's leader, stepped forward, his face etched with grim determination. The elixir can enhance your strength, but it comes with a cost. The one who drinks it must regret decades, but it comes with a cost. What if it's the one that keeps me from destroying Nightshade? Lyoya's voice was sharp with sarcasm. Great, so we're not just fighting for our lives anymore. We're fighting for our asterisk, mine's asterisk. You think you can control the elixir, the sword. You're all just pawns in a game you don't understand. The spirit's voice grew colder. The immortal realm is not a place of power. As the chasm's light intensified, the group stood frozen. The weight of the sword's awakening, and the elixir's price pressing down on them. The hidden monastery of the hidden sage looms like a phantom in the mist, its stone walls etched with symbols that pulsed. Saint Xiantang. Inside the halls, stretched impossibly long, their ceilings lost to shadow. At the center of the main chamber stood a debtor of the main chamber stood. At the center of the main chamber stood a dais. The walls seemed to shift when no one was looking, and the scent of old parchment mixed with something metallic like rust and regret, a sense of being watched, lingered, though no eyes were village-like, rust and record. Lin Yan, the hidden sage's voice echoed low and resonant, as though it had been carved into the very stone. You carry the broken sword, but do you know its purpose? His robes dark as the void between stars, swirled constellations that seemed to re-radiate. His face was obscured by a hood, but the eyes beneath it, deep, ancient, and unblinking, held the weight of millennia. The sword is not just a weapon, it is a key to the secrets of the immortal. His sword hung in the air, heavy with irritation. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his grip tightening on the hilt of the broken sword. I want to find the truth about my sex destruction and save my sister. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled slightly. The sword's blade glowed faintly. The truth is not simple, the sage murmured, his gaze piercing. It is a chain of choices, of betrayal and redemption. The immortal realm is not just a place of power, it is a mirror of the soul. The prophecy speaks of a reforging. The wielder will decide the fate of both realms. But beware, the price of such power is not measured in gold or blood. It is measured in the weight of your own soul. It's a holy relic, a key to some cosmic vault. Her voice was laced with sarcasm, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. And the price of redemption sounds like a really bad deal. No cap. Li Rang, ever the pragmatist, stepped closer to the sage. Why now? What's changed? Her voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, a question that hinted at a deeper suspicion. Is the process real a deep point? The balance has shifted. The sword's awakening is not a coincidence. It is a signal, a reckoning. His gaze flickered toward Lin Yuan, then back to Lai Rang. The sage's words were riddles, but they carried a weight that gnawed at him. Asterisk, the immortal realm, is a mirror of the soul. Asterisk, what did that mean? Was he being tested? Asterisk, if the sword is a key, then what is it unlocking? Asterisk, his hands clenched tighter around the hilt. Asterisk, and why does it feel like the underhilt? Asterisk, and why does it feel like the underhilt? Asterisk, and why does it feel like the underhilt? The lantern's flame flickered violently, casting jagged shadows that danced across the walls. The symbols on the dais pulsed brighter their glow, and the path ahead is not one of light. It is one of fire and ash. But if you are the one destined to wield the sword, then you must be ready to face the flames. Lin Yuan's breath caught, asterisk fire and ash. He looked at the sword in his hands, its blade now glowing with a light that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. Asterisk, what if the prophecy's not about saving the world? What if it's about saving might that cast us? The hidden sage's hood fluttered slightly as though caught in an invisible wind. The time for riddles is over, he said, his voice now a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The demon ceiling abyss yawned before them, a chasm so deep it seemed to swallow the sky. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, like the hush before a storm. The ground was uneven, littered with jagged rocks that seemed to shift underfoot, as though the abyss itself was watching. A low guttural hum resonated through the air, a sound that made the hairs on the back of their necks rise. Sound that made the hairs on the back of their necks rise. Even the light from their lantern seemed to dim as they descended, as if the abyss were determined to keep its secrets buried. The deeper they went, the more the silence pressed against them, a void that felt almost sentient somewhere in the dark heart of Yitian. So, anyone else getting the vibe that this place is asterisk more haunted than we thought? She twirled her sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. Like, I swear that rock just winked at me. Lin Yuan didn't look up from the broken sword, his grip tightening. You think the abyss is haunted? He asked, his tone dry. Rumor says the demons here don't just fight the asterisk, feed asterisk, fawn fear. And I don't mean the kind of fear that makes you run. I mean the kind that makes you asterisk, break asterisk. I mean the kind that makes you asterisk. We've got each other. Her smile was forced, but her eyes flicked toward Lin Yuan, as if testing his resolve. Lin Yuan's mind raised the weight of the art. They're echoes of something bigger, something I don't understand. The broken sword's power is tied to this place, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing a piece of the puzzle. What if the swords waved? Asterisk, he glanced at Loya, her bravado masking the fear in her eyes, and felt a pang of guilt. Asterisk, I should have heard better, I should have known. Nesto I should have duped. Asterisk, I should have pounced so. Its eyes burned with malevolent light, and its voice was a chorus of whispers. You trespass in the domain of the damned, it hissed. We're here to stop Nightshade. The demon's laughter was a sound like broken glass. Nightshade, you are but insects. You will be consumed. The air around them grew colder. You will be consumed. You think the sword's power is enough? She asked. Because I'm not sure we're fighting just demons anymore. I mean, look at those symbols. They're not just decorations, they're asterisk warnings. But as the demons closed in, he couldn't shake the feeling that this battle was only the beginning. Something deeper, darker, was waiting in the abyssant. It wasn't deeper, darker, was white. The ruins of the Heavenly Sword sect loomed like a forgotten monument to hubris, its unmajestic halls now reduced to jagged stone and shattered pillars. The air was thick with the centaurs now reduced. Laden morals of ancient warriors clung to the walls, their faces eroded by time, their stories lost to the void. Lin Yuan's boots crunched over broken tiles, each step echoing like a ghost sigh. 我感到非常放松，我感到非常放松，我感 boy. The words hung in the air, and for a moment the ruins seemed to pulse with the memory of the past, as if the very stones were washed with the memory of the past, as if the very stones were washed very ardent. Lawyer turned to him, her eyes softening. Because you were here, every time you failed, you've come back to this place. Her words struck him like a physical blow. You've come back to this place. Lin Yuan, Lyran said gently. We're here for you. Her words were a lifeline, but they couldn't drown out the memory that surged forward unbidden. He saw himself again older, younger, the same standing in the same broken hall. His sister's hand slipping from his grasp. I should have been stronger, he said, his voice breaking. I should have saved her. Liuya's eyes narrowed, her usual sarcasm replaced by something fiercer. You've carried the weight of the past, and you've still kept going. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. That's not weakness, that's strength. Not just for you, but for her too. You're not carrying this alone anymore. Her words were a balm, but they couldn't erase the guilt that gnawed at him. The vision of his sister's fall was still burning in his mind. A fire he couldn't extinguish. A sudden noise shattered the silence, a low, guttural growl that echoed through the ruins. Lin Gan's head snapped toward the sound. His heart-tongue. Their face was familiar, a former disciple of the Messiah, a Forsi Do Shu. Their face was familiar. You think you're here for redemption, the traitor sneered. Their voice dripping with mane. Nian Yuan's grip tightened on the broken sword, its blade pulsing with a faint, ominous light. This is it, he said, his voice steady despite the storm raging inside him. We're not just fighting for vengeance anymore. You think you can change what's already been written. Nightshade's forces are coming, and you'll all fall with the rest of the weak. Lightshade's forces are coming, and you'll all fall with the rest of the weak. The traitor's smirk faltered for a moment, but it was quickly replaced by a cool grin. Then let's see who's the real pawn, shall we? The ground trembled as the first wave of Nightshade's forces descended. Their dark forms is the first wave of Nightshade. The battle had begun, and the ruins of the Heavenly Sword sect would bear witness to the final reckoning. The Talisman sect's grand hall was a labyrinth of shifting symbols and flickering lights, its walls adorned with sigils. The sickering, wild eyes darted around her usual bravado, tempered by the eerie quiet. Even Tyson, ever the pragmatist, muttered, "This place is hella dangerous. I don't like the need." "They're alive." The hall paused with an almost sentient tone, as if the very stones were watching, waiting. Lin Yan tightened his grip on the broken sword, its glow dimmed by the prep on the broken sword. Lawyer cracked a nervous joke. "If this place is a trap, I hope it's not one of those you fall into a pit of snakes kind of traps." But the humor faltered as Master Li's voice cut through the silence, cold and unyielding. "Peace!" Leah scoffed, her arms crossed. "We're not here for your fancy trinkets. We're here to stop 那些. Then if you're smart you'll 黑水 trinkets. We're here to stop 那些. You're here because the talismans have chosen you, or rather the asterisk truth. Asterisk has chosen you." He gestured to a pastel truth. "Asterisk has chosen you." He gestured to a pastel truth at the hall's center, where a simple ground He saw his sister's face, pale and trembling, as the formations crushed her. He heard her voice, a whisper in the dark. "Asterisk, he found us, you'd protect me. Yes, asterisk, he found you've protect me." His hands trembled as he gripped it tighter, the metal cold against his tin. "Asterisk, maybe I don't have to be perfect. Asterisk," he told himself. Asterisk, maybe I just have to keep going. Asterisk, the pedestal's glow, inch testified. Asterisk, 的陪好的一天 thank to a single glowing talisman. But the price of redemption is not just words. He gestured to the talisman. "This is the asterisk card of the Starfall asterisk, a relic that can amplify the broken sword's power. But it comes with a cost. You must choose. Refuse and you leave with nothing." Lin Yuan's breath caught. The talisman pulsed like a heartbeat. Yuan's hand hovered over the talisman, her expression conflicted. "But what if it changes us? What if we lose ourselves?" Tyson, ever the pragmatist, muttered, "Furrow, make-outs." The gripper braced themselves as the air crackled with energy, the seagulls on the walls shifting into new patterns. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened his resolve, hardening the shoji chipen. "But the task of redemption is yours to forge." The talisman's glow intensified, and the group felt a surge of energy coursing through them. The broken sword's blade tensified in the cracks, sealing with a sound like thunder. The mysterious elixir sex grand hall was a labyrinth of ancient tones and flickering lanterns, their golden light casting jagged and flickering lanterns, their golden light casting jagged shadows on the stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of the binquyi she was about to comb. The timber had been prepared for this moment, maps of the sex, hidden vaults, vials of poison, and a single unmarked vial resting. Then a voice calm, almost amused, echoed from the shadows. "You're late, Liron." The word sent a chill down her spine. The traitor had been waiting, and the vial was just the beginning. "Liron, you're 阿考的一天. Yang Guile why? You knew this was coming, right? I mean, we all knew someone had to spill the tea eventually. You're not the first person to betray a friend for a quick fix, but you're definitely the first one. You try a friend for a quick fix. But you're not the first person. Seriously, though, did you really think we'd let you walk into this without a little drama? You're not the only one who's been keeping secrets, you know." Her words hung in the air, a subtle jab at the traitor's motives. Liron's heart pounded as she stared at the vial, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Asterisk, this can't be real. He was my friend. Asterisk, Maybe it's not him, maybe it's someone else. But the vial, it's the same one I lost, the one that was used to poison the sect's leader. He had to know, he had to be involved. Asterisk, if this is a trick, I'll never forgive him. But if it's true, asterisk, her voice cracked. Asterisk, if it's true, I'll never forgive Craig. I'll never curse the true. I'll never the traitor Li Tian, 阳光明媚. I did it because I had no choice. Nightshade's forces had me cornered. They threatened my family. I didn't want to. Lie wrong. I swear I didn't. The words struck like a fatal blow. I swear I didn't. The words struck like a fist sank to the floor, her hands trembling. You were asterisk forced asterisk, she whispered. The weight of the revelation crossed. Asti, the weight of the justice caused. Astida, Nightshade's forces had arrived, their presence heralded by the howls of demonic beasts and the crackling of corrupted energy. The traitors 非常放松, their eyes hollow with farces, nitrito face finite interview. The vial on the pedestal flared with light, its contents swirling like liquid starlight. Liran's mind raced asterisk. This isn't just a betrayal. It's a trap, and the vial, it's the key to everything. Asterisk, as the vial, the Amistera Elixir sect's grand hall was a labyrinth of shifting shadows and flickering elixirs, their comrades, swirling shadows. Raya stood beside him, her eyes scanning the crowd of sect disciples, their faces a mixture of fear and anticipation. At the center of the hall, the traitor Liran's former friend stood with a center. You're too late. The elixirs are already in Nightshade's hands. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Lin Yuan's stomach dropped. The sect's elixirs powerful, rare, and rumored. But if the traitor had already stolen them, the group's chances of victory were slipping through their fingers like sand. The hall seemed to shrink, the walls closing in as the weight of the revelation. Why would you do this? Lawyer's voice cut through the tension, sharp as a blade. Her eyes narrowed at the traitor, her tone laced with barely contained fury. You were one of us. You knew what the sect stood for. The traitor's smirk faltered, just for a moment. But you, Lin Yu, you don't see the bigger picture. The elixirs aren't just toys. Yeah, asterisk, peace. Asterisk. Nightshade isn't the enemy. She's the asterisk keys. Asterisk. She's the reason we're here fighting for our lives. The traitor's eyes flickered with something undeniable, maybe, or a twisted sense of purpose. You see, they said, their voice a whisper. Asterisk, the traitor's words. They're too confident, too sure. But why would they betray the set for Nightshade? Asterisk. He glanced at Liron, who stood frozen, a face pale. Asterisk, is there something? Who stood frozen, her face pale. Asterisk, did I miss something? Was the traitor always on Nightshade's side? Asterisk, the broken sword's glow, intensified, as if sensing his third glow, instantly, as if sensing his turmoil. Asterisk, 细节 看 my moil. The traitor's voice rang out again, this time with a command that sent a ripple of energy through the hall. Active the elixirs. The disciples scrambled their hands, darting toward vials of fall. Asterisk, this isn't just about the elixirs. Asterisk, he realized. Asterisk, this is about the elixirs. Asterisk, he realized. Asterisk, this is about the elixirs. Asterisk, this sword is not just a weapon, it is a key to the secrets of the immortal realm. Asterisk, asterisk, and the elixirs. There the lock, asterisk, a sudden explosion of lighter. From the depths of the abyss, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked in shadows. Their face obscured by a mask of shifting symbols. The traitor's smirk widened as they stepped forward, their voice a low ridden. You've awakened the guardian, asterisk, the guardian, asterisk, his mind, raced, recalling, asterisk, the guardian, asterisk, the guardian of the mosque, asterisk, the guardian. But how could the traitor know about the guardian? Asterisk, his thoughts were cut short as the figure raised the hand, and the air around them grew up. Daya's voice was a sharp contrast to the tension. So the guardian's here. What's the plan, genius? Her sarcasm was a thin veneer for her fear, but Lin Yuan barely heard her. His focus was on the guardian, their practice, the dying. Asterisk. This isn't just a battle. Asterisk, he realized. Asterisk, it's a test, a trial of the sword's true purpose. Asterisk, the sword trembled as he tightened his grip on the hilt. Asterisk, the sword, what if it's someone else's? Asterisk, the guardian's voice was a chorus of whispers, each one a different language, yet all speaking the same truth. The key is not in the sword, but in the blood of those who wield it. Asterisk. He glanced at Lai Rang, whose face had paled even further. Asterisk her blood, the elixirs, they're made from her blood. Asterisk his stomach turned as the razors. She used her blood to unlock the guardian's power. Asterisk his voice was hoarse as he spoke. Li Rang, you're the key, the elixirs. They're made from your blood. Li Rang's eyes wide. It is possible. You were the first to drink from the elixirs. Your blood is the catalyst. Lin Yan's heart pounded in his chest as the weight of the revelation zen about proving that the sword's power isn't bound by the will of the wielder, but by the will of the one who gave their blood for the cause. Asterisk. His grip on the broken sword tightened as he stepped forward, his voice steady. The formation trail began in the heart of a labyrinthine structure that seemed to defy the laws of geometry. The air was thick with the scent of aged stone. The air was thick with the scent of ametry. The air was thick with the scent of fate and sour tea. The group stood at the threshold, their boots crunching against the uneven door. The pull-ups tossed faintly, as if alive. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened around the hilt of his broken sword, its blade faintly glowing in the dim light. Lioya rolled her eyes, muttering. Her sarcasm was met with a cold stare from the sect's leader, Stone Fang, a towering figure with a face like carved granite, and eyes that seemed to see through the fabric of rough granite. Eyes that seemed to see through the fabric of create of your own incompetent. Loya smirked, her tone dripping with mock reverence. Why so serious, Dongfang? We're just here to asterisk. Literally asterisk. Break the rules. He could feel the weight of the trial pressing down on him, but there was no turning back. Now, Lin Yong's mind raced as the peel so wide. His thoughts drifted to the broken sword, its faint glow a reminder of the power it held. He had always been told that the sword was a relic of the past, a weapon forged in an age when marriage的风而挖，空气中的费力。Asterisk, what if the sword's power wasn't meant to destroy but to protect? Asterisk, a thought gnawed at him. A wasn't meant to destroy, but to protect. Asterisk, the thought gnawed at him. A question he had no answer. Trust me, Lin Yun. This is a test of asterisk instinct. Asterisk, not logic. Her words stung, not because they were cruel, but because they echoed the truth he had long buried. But what if that was the very thing that had led him here to this moment, where the rules of the world no longer apply? The trial escalated as the pillars shifted with a violent, "Oh!" Lin Yan's broken sword pulsed brighter, its glow casting jagged shadows across the walls. He could feel the sword's power resonating, Bo Ting casting jagged shadows was the walls. She shouted, 非常放松. She shouted, 好卡气. She shouted, 哈太. She shouted, cast the asterisk, go with it, the asterisk. 没分开眼 a thought, yet they carried a straight kind of truth. The sword's glow intensified, and for a moment he saw a visual battlefield, a storm of steel and fire, a figure standing alone at the center of it all. The figure was him. But his face was obscured by shadow. Asterisk, what if the sword's power wasn't meant to be wielded by someone who feared this asterisk? The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. He took a step forward, the ground beneath him shifting as if in response to his decision. Stonefang's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and unrelenting too. You think you can outwit the formation. His words were a challenge, but Lin Yuan didn't flinch. He had faced worse, and he would not let fear dictate his actions. The pillars shifted again. Their mueyas let fear didn't 放松. You're not the only one who can break the rules, Stonefang, she said, her voice laced with defiance. We're not here to play by your rules. We're here to the very 放松 day, your rules. And as the pillars rearranged themselves into a new formation, Lin Yan felt something shift within him. The broken sword's glow fled, and for the first time, he understood this wasn't and forced it. The trial reached its climax as the pillars coalesced into a single towering structure that loomed over the group, like a monolith of judgment. The air was thick with energy, the granolith of judgment that loomed thick with ennui. This is the final test, he said, his voice low and measured. If you fail, you will be erased from the records of this sect. If you succeed, you will be marked as one of the few who have ever passed. His words carried the weight of centuries, but Lin Yu have ever passed. He stepped forward, the broken sword's glow intensifying as he raised it. The pillars responded, their movements slowing as if, we're not here to play by your rules, we're here to asterisk redefine. As Stonefang's expression darkened, but there was no denial, rekind. But there was no denial, 会再 down. 空气多美好的一天。You are not the first to wield the sword, he said, his voice tinged with something that might have been respect, but you may be the first to undo that might have been respect. But you may be the first to untie their moonmost. Ning Yuan's hand tightened around the hilt of the broken sword, his mind racing with the weight of the moment. This was not just a test of skill, it was a test of who he was. The air in the Elixir sect's hidden sanctum was thick with the scent of herbs and something more elusive, something that clung to the back of the throat like a whisper's secret. The chamber, carved in the heart and chant. Flickering lanterns cast jagged shadows that danced across the floor, their light barely piercing the gloom. At the center of the room stood a table of blackened wood, its surface littered with vials of liquid that simpered. Myron's hands trembled as he faced the disciple of the elixir sect, his face half hidden beneath a hood that seemed to absorb the light around him. His voice half hidden beneath a hood that seemed to absorb the light. You were never meant to save lives. You were meant to asterisk enhance asterisks them, to make Nightshade's demons stronger, more ruthless. Your mentor knew that he, asterisk, chose asterisk to use you. Li Rong's jaw tightened, her eyes narrowing. You're wrong, she said, her voice steady but laced with a tremor. He taught me to heal, to asterisk, culp, twist, not to hurt, not to asterisk. The world doesn't need saviors, Li Rong. It needs people who can endure. Asterisk, the words had felt like a war. Then that you can undo what was done. His gloved hand gestured to the vials on the table. their contents swirling like liquid fire. Your mentor didn't just teach you to heal, he taught you to asterisk, critique bias. Koi? Oh, come on, Lioya said, stepping forward with her arms crossed. You're just a glorified lab rat with a bad attitude. You think throwing around some half-baked history is going to scare us? We've faced worse than your creepy lit history. A Timon scare us. We've faced worse than your creepy lit Hewitt. A Chowing to scare us. The disciples' eyes narrowed. You think you're ready for the truth, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. You think you understand what's at stake? Li Rong's race dropping to a wasted stake. Li Rong 是美好 to a wasted stake. The disciples' laughter was cold. You'll see what happens when the world stops pretending it's not broken. The room seemed to hold its breath, the weight of his words pressing down on them like a storm about to break. The elixir sect's involvement in his sect's downfall had been a revelation, but it was the impulses in Tissi. The elixir sect's alchemy had been the catalyst, the spark that had ignited the flames of destruction. His thought turned to Q Chuang, the Ekate Kako. Asterisk. The alchemy of the elixir sect is not what it seems. Its true purpose lies in the hands of those who would shape the world's fate. Asterisk. The words had been a riddle, but now they felt like a warning. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. If Qiang had been working with the elixir sect, then the betrayal was deeper than he had imagined. The sect's downfall had not been a mistake. It had been a calcal, had not been a mistake. The disciples' words had planted a seed of doubt, and the weight of it was suffocating. He could feel the group's tension, the unspoken fear that this was only the beginning. Lai Koya's voice spoke through. Hikoya said, just what we needed, another mystery to solve. Lin Yuan turned to her, his expression unreadable. We don't have a choice, he said. 罗感到非常放松。莱优雅 rolled her eyes, but there was no real malice in her expression. Yeah, but don't expect me to be the one who has to dig through all the dirt. The moment was brief, but it was enough to break the tension, for now the past could wait. The future was still unwritten, and they had a long way to. The air was still the kind of silence that clung to the skin. Like a second layer, Lin Yuan stood at the edge of a desolate plateau. The wingman stood at the edge of a desolate plateau. The wind tugging at the edge of a desert plateau. Yoya leaned against a nearby boulder, her arms crossed and her face edged with impatience. So, are we just going to stand here and let the sword whisper secrets to you? Or are we actually going to stand here and let the sword whisper secrets to you? Or are we? She's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the sky bled into a bruise of violet and crimson. The group had just escaped the formation's silent trial, but the weight had just escaped the formation's trial. But the weight of Ford's power still. It wasn't just a weapon. It was a relic of something ancient, something that had been waiting for him. Then the wind shifted, a chill swept through the plateau, carrying with it the faintest whisper. He turned sharply, his eyes scanning the empty expanse. Okay, that's not normal, Loya muttered, her tone a mix of awe. Loyoya muttered, her tone a mix of awe. His cloak was tattered as though it had been torn by 1,000 storms, and his eyes burned with a light that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. You've called me, the figure said, his voice a blend of gravel and wind. Lin Yan's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his weapon, but he hesitated. You're the sword spirit, he asked, his voice low. Kale tilted his head, his express, and the sword has watched empires rise and fall, has bled with warriors who thought themselves invincible. You are not the first, nor will you be the last. But you are the first, nor will you be the last. Wow. You carry the weight of the past, but the sword's power is not yours to wield. It is a mirror reflecting the choices you make. It is a mirror reflecting the choices you make. Lenience is a blade that cuts both ways. Chaos' eyes narrowed. Chaos are already lost. Chaos out, and the plateau seemed to tremble. Lin Yu howled, and the plateau seemed to tremble. Lin Yu hung. CT have. The past was a chain he couldn't break. And the future. As Kyo's voice faded into the wind, Lin Xuan's mind spiraled. He thought of Yong Tian's death, of Ekuyan's, Din Tian's. Then what if the sword's power wasn't a gift but a curse? He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. I won't be consumed, he whispered, his voice bait-hum. Then choose wisely. Lin Yuan, the sword's true power lies not in your rage, but in your choice. With that, the spirit vanished, leaving only the faintest echo of his words. Lin Yingying stole the weight for the little while. Well, that was intense. What now? Lin Yuan turned to her, his expression unreadable. We move forward, he said simply. No more running, no more hiding. Lin Yan smirked faintly. Better than being a ghost myself. Better than being a ghost myself. Better than being a ghost myself. The wind that being a ghost myself. 空泛去 but 性 to shift. Pound, pound, pound the cursed groves enigmatic. Embrace the cursed grove, loomed before them a labyrinth of twisted trees, wove the scam to Xian. Each step the group took was met with the unsettling Sensongning. Each step the group took. Hoya, ever the skeptic, rolled her eyes at the grove's ominous vibe. Okay, so the trees are whispering secrets and the shadows are probably plotting something. But hey, at least it's not a Hongsping Min the ghost who's as Testa. Her attempt at humor was met with a glare from Xiang, the reluctant blacksmith who had been dragged along for this journey. I don't know what worsities could have been dragged out. The group who pressed on, their footsteps muffled by the thick layer of moss that carpeted the forest floor. The trees, gnarled and ancient, twisted unnaturally, their branches forming mansoor. It was clear that this place was no ordinary forest, was a test, a trial of will, and resolved secrets began to reveal themselves. One avalanche deeper, the grove secrets began to reveal themselves. Man amanens witty, one particularly large tree, its trunk twisted into an almost humanoid shape, suddenly leaned towards Loya, its branches twitching like fingers. You there, the tree rumbled, its voice a deep, resonant growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground. Are you here to steal my secrets, or just to annoy me with your presence? Lioya's eyes widened, her usual bravado faltering for a split second. I'm here to collect a spiritual nirb. She crossed her arms, her tone a mix of defiance and sarcasm. If you're going to be a pain, at least be a asterisk. Useful asterisk pain. I am asterisk, not asterisk, a walking log. I am a sentient being with a deep, complex personality. I have hobbies. I like reading. I also like to watch people struggle and fail. Tisang, who had been sailing while Sui Coke. So we're not just dealing with a cursed forest. We're also in a place where the trees have a personality daughter, and the flair for the dramatic wear tree. The tree let out a low rumbling chuckle, its branches settling slightly. Fine, but don't expect me to be nice. I'm a tree. I have no idea what nice means. Pound, 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 the soulbloom's riddle. The group pressed on, the growth atmosphere shifted again, the oppressive stillness giving way to a strange, almost melodic hum. At the heart of the grove, a cleaving emerged, bathed in an ethereal terror. On its petals shimmered with colors that shifted and changed, as if reflecting the emotions of the forest itself. The air around it was thick with energy, a mix of tranquility and tension that made the to claim the soul bloom, you must answer the riddle of the forest. The voice was soft, almost lulling, but it carried an undeniable weight. The voice responded, its tone shifting to one of playful menace. What has no heart yet lives on, what has no voice yet speaks, it whispered. What has no voice yet speaks in whispers. A heart that never beats yet lives on, a voice that never speaks yet whispers truth, a burden that is also a gift like the soul its youth, which can heal or the soul's enriched like. The full bloom its falls intensifying, the full bloom bee's voice was satisfying. You have answered correctly. The soul bloom is yours, but remember its power is a double-edged sword. As the soul bloom's energy in double-edged sword, as the soul blooms and triumph is a double-edged sword. A wave of relief and triumph washed over them. Pound, 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 reflections in the shadows. Ryoya's mind raced as she stood before the soul bloom, the weight of the moment pressing down on her. This wasn't just about collecting a powerful herbit, was about the choices they would have to make with it. She could already imagine the possibility, the ways the soul bloom could change their lives, for better or worse. And yet, as much as she feared the burden of power, she also felt a strange sense of resolve. She had always been the one to burden. She had no faith in the one to push. The soul bloom's energy was unlike anything she had ever encountered, and it stirred something deep within her. She had spent her life healing, mending wounds, both physical and in Xianxia. But now, as she looked at the soul bloom, she wondered if she had been wrong. Could this herb be the key to redemption, or was it another tool of this soul bloom? She wondered tentatively. Pound, 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 the grove's hidden threat. As the group stood before the soul bloom, a sudden shift in the air sent a chill down their spines. A low guttural growl reverberated through the clearing, and the ground beneath them trembled as if something massive was stirring. Beneath the sorcerel, she took a step back, her voice laced with tension. What the hell is going on? Before anyone could answer, a figure emerged from the Xianxia. What the hell is going on? Before anyone could answer, a figure anyone. Its branches were jagged and broken, as if it had been wounded in a brutal battle, and then its eyes were glowing, hollow voids locked onto the group. Many have come before you, and none have left unscathed. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his expression unreadable. Who are you? What do you want? The corrupted tree let out a low guttural laugh. I am the keeper. What do you want? The corrupted tree let out a low guttural laugh. But knowledge comes at a price, and I fear you are not prepared for what lies ahead. Lioya's jaw tightened. We are not here to play games. If you know something, spit it out. The soul bloom is not just a gift, it is a key, and the truth it unlocks may change everything you believe. The grove's air grew heavier, and the group knew that whatever lay ahead would test not only their strength, but the very foundation. The talisman's domain was a place where time itself seemed to pause, as if the air held its breath in reverence. Massive talismany seemed to pause, as if the air held its breath in talent hold. The scent of aged incense and something faintly metallic lingered in the air, mingling with the whispers of unseen forces. The sect's hidden whispers of unseen forces. The sect's hidden elevation was no under right conditions. Sika's hidden layers of shadows moved in the corners of the dimly lit hall, and the walls seemed to pulse with an energy. that felt both welcoming and ominous. The group's footsteps echoed an energy that felt both welcoming and ominous. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken promises and the weight of choices yet to be made. You're not here to gamble your future on a gamble, Lin Yan said, his voice low but edged with steel. As he stared at the man, said, if this talisman's price is more than we can afford, we walk. His eyes flicked to Leah, who was already rolling her eyes, and then to Lirang, who looked as if she were weighing the cost of every breath. The masked leader then tilted his head slightly, the motion all based. You think I'd offer something without a price? He asked, his voice smooth as silk, but laced with something colder. The thunder summoning tossing with silk, but laced with something colder. The thunder summoning talisman, or will you be swept away by it? His words hung in the air. The room seemed to hold its breath, the shadows deepening as if the walls themselves were listening. Great, another one-way ticket to a cult. Ria muttered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You know, I've seen a lovely ticket to a cultum, but this one's got the kind of vibe that screams glitch in the system. She crossed her arms, her stance defiant, as if daring Xian to argue. You're not exactly the kind of people who give out freebies, are you? So what's the catch? Her words were sharp, but there was a flicker of something else in her tone, a suspicion that she was already half right. Zen's mask receded in passive, but the air around him seemed to shift. You'll learn that soon enough. Lin Yan's mind raced as he stared at Zen, the masked leader's words lingering like a shadow. Asterisk, a test of storm, a price. Asterisk. The talisman's power was undeniable. He couldn't shake the feeling that Zen was toying with them, that the sex offer was more than it seemed. His thoughts drifted to the broadened sword, its thing. His thoughts drifted to the broadened end, its thing. What if this talisman was the kind of thing that would cost them more than they could afford? Asterisk. He glanced at Loya, who was still muttering under her breath, and then at Lirong, whose silence spoke low-laden words. The weight of the deceit, the thunder summoning talisman, was unlike anything the group had ever seen. The some more. This Bapik is not merely a weapon, Zen said, his voice low and reverent. It is a conduit, a bridge between the mortal realm and the force has hum. It can also consume its wielder if they are not strong enough to control it. Lin Yuan's hands clenched into fists as he stared at the talisman. The power it promised was startling. Asterisk. The words echoed in his mind, each one a reminder of the risks they were taking. He turned to Zen, his voice steady but edged. It turned to Zen, his voice steady but edged with Tintin, though it did nothing to soften the sharpness in his eyes. A favor, he said simply, one that will not be easy, but it will be necessary. The talisman's power is bound to the will of its wielder, and I believe you are the only ones who can fulfill the task I have in mind. But I must warn you, this is not a request I make lightly. The favor I ask may change the course of your lives forever. The room seemed to hold its breath again, the weight of Zen's words pressing that loomed before them. Lin Yan's thoughts were a tangled mess. Asterisk, a favor. What kind of favor? Asterisk. He had no doubt that Zen, what kind of favor? Asterisk. What if this was as another trap? What if the talisman's power was too much for them to handle? Asterisk. He glanced at the talisman addendum, its shifting runes, A1 的 一看 的 single print. The group's decision to accept the talisman's offer set in motion a chain of events that would test them in ways they had not anticipated. The first ripple came in the form of a cryptic message hidden within the talisman. It spoke of a convergence and a shadow that moves in silence, words that sent a chill down his spine. He tried to distill down his 或者 send a chill down his as a warning 放线 but the uneasy that stirred in him was in cries. The air grew heavy, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, as if something unseen was watching them. Zen's voice cut through the tension, calm but sharp, and keys can unlock doors that were never meant to be opened. Lin Yan's heart pounded as he looked around, his instincts screaming that they were not alone. The tremor had not been enacted as he looked around. His instincts sacked into 10-1. Asterisk. The thought was a question without an answer, but the unease it brought was undeniable. The talisman's power was a double-edged sword, and the group had just taken the first step into a game. They did not yet on the first step into a game. They did not yet on the first step. The talisman's runes shimmer fatty in their hands, a reminder of the power they now carried and the secrets they had yet to uncover. The path of 美好 was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The storm Zen had warned them, and it was only the hidden sage's trial unfolded in a realm untouched by time, where the air hummed with a resonance that felt like a forbidden by man's curled a hum with a resonance that felt like a forgotten melody. 'Neath curled 的美好的一天 they seemed to pulse with the rhythm. At the center of this enigmatic landscape stood the sage, a figure draped in robes that shimmered like liquid shadow, their face obscured by a veil of mist. The ground beneath their feet crackled with latent energy. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken truth, a tension that coiled around the characters like a noose demanding they conjure the ghost. 苍气 Lin Yan, the sage's voice echoed, neither loud nor soft, but resonant, with an authority that 行气楼 equals. Lin Yan's jaw tightened, his fingers curling into fists. I've already paid the price, he said, his voice low but steady. Every life I've lost. Then tell me, Lin Yuan, what is the sword to you? A weapon, a symbol of vengeance, or something more? That question was a blade slicing more. Oh, come on, Sage. You're not here to give a lecture on redemption, are you? You're here because you know something about the sword that even Lin Yuan doesn't. She stepped forward. You're here because you're afraid of what the sword's true power might be. The sage's veil of mist shifted, and for a moment their face seemed to flicker into view. A shadowed Asia, their voice now a low murmur. But knowledge is a double-edged sword. Tell me, what is it that you're truly afraid of? Their words lingered, a challenge that seemed to reach into the corners of Loya's mind. Unearthing secrets even she had tried to bury. Lin Yian's mind was he saw Yang Tian's face, the way the light had caught in his eyes the day he died, a flicker of hope extinguished too soon. He felt the sting of the Koshi too soon. And then there was Lin, her voice echoing in his dreams, a reminder of the lives he had failed to save. He had told him lies he had fated. The thought gnawed at him, a relentless witness. The vision shifted, and Lin Yuan found himself standing in a place that was not a place at all void, where time unraveled and the past, present and future glide into one. The man's eyes were filled with sorrow, not for himself, but for the choices that had led to his death. You think you can change the past? Yang Tian said, his voice a mixture as. Yang Tian said, his voice a mixture. He saw Etienne standing in the distance, her face a mask of betrayal, and then lingered her soul trapped in a web of shadows that pulsed with the weight of her suffering. The vision And as the fragments of his past coalesced into a single unrelenting truth, he realized that the broken sword was not just a weapon, it was a mirror, reflecting the choices that had shaped Taias. The weapon it was a mirror. The city's voice cut through the vision like a blade. To wield the broken sword, you must first master your heart, Ta wailed, their words echoing to the void. Vengeance is a blade that cuts both. Then, 文一卡. The word 非常放松. The word was a paradox, a contradiction that defied everything he had fought for. He had spent years chasing vengeance. For he had having. The realization was both a relief and a burden, for it meant that his journey was far from over. The sage's final words lingered in the air. The sage's final words lay in the air. The sage's final words 离开，阳光美好的。And as the vision dissolved, Lin Yun stood alone. The weight of the prophecy proved Lin Yun. The forest was a tapestry of shadows, the moonlight fractured by the gnarled branches above. A cold mist clung to the gourd, curling around the group like a living fur. Viyuya's eyes darted to the trees, her usual bravado tempered by unease. Li Rong's hands hovered near her healing talisman, her breath shallow. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. A figure emerged from the mist, cloaked in a robe that seemed to drink the light. The disciple's voice was a blade, sharp and unrelenting. You think you're the heroes of this story. No, Cap, you're just pawns in a game you don't even understand. The disciple's words hung in the air, a poison seeping into the silence. The forest seemed to pulse, as if the betrayal was already etched into its roots. Spill the tea, freak. Loya snapped, her voice a snarl. The disciple tilted their head, a smirk tugging at their lips. Oh, you're asterisk, so asterisk cute when you're this naive. AQ sounds not just some rogue sect leader. He's the guy who's been cooking up this alchemy demon fusion for years. You think Nightshade's power is the real threat? No, the real showstopper is when the elixir sex potions meet the demon clan's blood. It's like a level 10000000000. The crimson veil was a scar on the earth, a place where the sky bled red and the air shimmered with the heat of 1,000 suns. Beside him, Liuya rolled her eyes. At the sight of their enemy, a towering figure clad in blood-red armor, his presence radiating menace. Okay, so this guy's the asterisk, real asterisk deal, she muttered, her voice laced with sarcasm. Li Rong, ever the pragmatist, adjusted the straps on her satchel, her eyes scanning the battlefield. Iron Gambaming the pragmatist adjusted the straps on her satchel, Harston grumbling about the overly dramatic cutting, shifted his weight, ready to fight if needed. 我感到非常放松 every heartbeat a drumroll for what was to come. The veil had no mercy, and neither did Bloodblade, who stood motionless. The veil had no mercy, and Yuan. You think your little sword and your petty allies can stand against the might of Nightshade. His laugh was a sound that scraped against the soul, a cruel mockery of everything Denyan's the soul, a cruel mockery of anything Yan had fought for. Yuan called. You're wrong, he said, his voice steady despite the storm raging within him. I'm not a ghost. I'm the one who will end you and Nightshade and everything you've done to this world. His words hung in the air, a challenge and a promise. Wow, that was intense. But hey, Bloodblade, if you're trying to scare us, you're doing a terrible asterisk job. You're like that one guy from the movies who's all, I'm the bad guy, but clearly forgot to practice his thinking skills. She took a step closer to Lin Yi Weiqi. Don't let him get to you, okay? We've got this. I mean, we got asterisk Q asterisk. Fai Wang's eyes softened as he looked at Loya, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. You're right, she said, her voice quiet but firm. And that's more than enough. Lin Yuan's heart ached at the sight of them. His friends, his family, standing together against the darkness. He could almost hear the echo of his sight of them. His friends, his family, 单standard发展虚拟. I won't let you down, he whispered more to himself than to anyone else. Not again. The ground beneath them trembled as Bloodblade took a step forward, his movements slow and deliberate, like a combat took a step forward. His must see if you can keep that promise, he said, his voice a low growl. I'll show you what it means to face the truth. The air grew colder, the heat of the veil giving way to an unnatural chill. The broken swords glow in teeth of fight. It's like cutting through the darkness like a beacon. Li Yuchan, fan back a power. He could feel the eyes of his friends on him. They trust a shield against the storm that was about to come. Let's end this, he said, his voice steady, his heart resolute. The first clash of steel and met the stone. The ground cracked beneath their feet as the first wave of Bloodblade's attack struck, a surge of dark energy that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Lin Yuan raised the broken swords. The clash of their powers sent a shockwave through the veil, the air splitting with the force of their collision. Lin Yuan, watch out! Loya's voice rang out, her eyes wan. He's trying to trap you. Lin Yuan barely had time to react before the ground beneath him gave way, the fissure swallowing him whole. He landed hard, the impact sending a jolt of pain to his body. You're just like the rest of Fuik, broken. But Lin Yuan was not broken. He rose to his feet, the broken sword glowing brighter than ever before. The ground trembled again, but this time it was not from Bloodblade's power. It was from the group's Bloodblade's power. It was from the group's consulted taste. Byron stepped forward, her hands glowing with the power of her healing arts. We are not just fighting for ourselves, she said, her voice filled with determination. She said, her voice filled with determination. She said, her voice filled with determination. She said. The air around them crackled with energy, the combined strength of the group pushing body them. They were fighting for something greater, something worth dying for. Then let's finish this, he said, his voice filled with resolve. The battle of the Crimson Veil, he said, his voice filled with resolve. Lin Yuan's movements were a blur. His strides, 披长, Siwei, Huaya darted between the two combatants, her quick thinking saving them from a trap that would have left them vulnerable. You're not the only one with tricks, Bloodblade. She raised her hand, and a burst of light erupted from her palm, forcing Bloodblade to retreat momentarily. Lyron's hands glowed with the power of her healing arts. Her presence hands glowed with the power of her healing arts. Her presence calmed the ground trembled beneath them, the veil itself reacting to the clash of power. Bloodblade's dark energy surged, but it was met with the untongue. But in that moment, he knew this was not just about vengeance. It was about redemption, about proving that he was more than the ghosts of his past. He raised the broken sword one last time. Its light, cutting forward, pound, pound, pound the forgotten prophecy. The air in the ancient ruins was thick with the scent of aged stone, and something older, something that had not been touched by time. The group stood in 美好的一天 the wall thick cool by time. Symbols of power and control wind into sure and always. The words tossed faintly, as if waiting for the right moment to be understood. Leoya's eyes narrowed as she read the passage aloud. Her voice's eyes narrowed as she read the passage aloud. Her voice steady but laced. Pound, pound, pound words. A warning knee. Yuan exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening. Wan exhaled slowly, his thin chest though. Wan Yang. Loya rolled her eyes, but her tone was sharp. Yeah, well, if the world's about to shake, I hope it's not because of asterisk as asterisk. She gestured at the tablet, her usual bravado tinged with something else uncertain. I mean, sure, the sword's got some weird history, but what if this prophecy is just a bunch of old nonsense, a cheat code for the universe's game? Lin Yan's jaw tightened. We've seen things that don't make sense. If the prophecy is real, then we need to understand it before it's too late. Gloriola hesitated, then crossed her arms. Fine, but if it turns out to be a bunch of empty words, I'm blaming you for wasting time. Pound, 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 fractured understanding. Lin Yan's mind reeled as he tried to make sense of the prophecy's meaning. He had always believed the broken sword was a weapon of the prophecy's meaning. He had always believed the broken sword was a weapon. The sword's breaking wasn't a failure. It was a warning, a sign that the world was on the brink of something greater, something he had never consented to. Matron. But what if the prophecy was telling him that his quest for Fansong? But what if default? 马天陶俗我杂区. What if the sword's true purpose was not to destroy, but to seal something far worse? Pound, pound, pound. The revelation of the prophecy. As the group stood in the dimly lit chamber, the air around them seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy. He stepped back from the tablet, his gaze sweeping over the room, as if searching for answers in the shadows. The carvings on the walls, which had seemed so cryptic moments ago, now seemed to pulse with a strange, oh, this isn't just a prophecy, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. It's a warning, a call to action. The others turned to him, their expressions a mix of caution. The prophecy says the world will tremble when the sword breaks, but that's not the end, it's the beginning. Liuya's eyes widened, her usual bravado faltering for a moment. Wait, you're saying the sword's pa-pa-pa-qi? Her voice was tinged with disbelief, but there was a flicker of something else understanding. Lin Yan nodded, his expression grim. The weight of his words hung in the air, heavy and unrelenting. As the realization settled over them, a new sense of urgency took hold. They would need to understand the truth of the prophecy, no matter how painful it might be. Pound, 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 the vision of Lingear. Pound, 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 the vision of. Then, without warning, the chamber around them dissolved into darkness. When the light returned, they were no longer in the rooms. Lin Yiga stood at the edge of a vast shadowy expanse. When the light of the void, they were no longer Lin Yan, her form flickering. Her eyes, once full of life, were now hollow, trapped in a web of dark tendrils that pulsed with an unnatural energy. She looked up at him, her voice a whisper carried on the wind. But you've already broken the sword's balance. The world is already trembling. Lin Yan's heart clenched. He had spent so long chasing vengeance. Never Rian's heart clenched. Lin Yuan, we need to get out of here. This isn't real. This is just a prophecy's way of showing us what could happen. But Lin Yan didn't move. He could feel the weight of the prophecy prey of showing us what could happen. But Lin Yan didn't move. The demon Sealand abyss loomed before them, the jagged chasm of obsidian stone, and swirling chasm of obsidian stone, and swirling mist that seemed to drink the light. The air was thick with the scent of fall. Goya's eyes darted nervously, her usual bravado dimmed by the apostle. The abyss seemed to watch them, its depths yawning like an open wound in the world. A faint, mournful hum resonated through the air, as though the very air was alive with anticipation. The group's footsteps echoed. Something was waiting for them. Here, something that had been waiting for something that had been torso. Something was 系统放松. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, as if it had been shaped by the abyss itself. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. What kind of sacrifice? He asked, his voice steady, despite the chill that crept up his side. Ah, the question is not asterisk, what asterisk you must sacrifice, but asterisk why asterisk you must. The asterisk does not take without reason. The asterisk why asterisk Q. She must. The voice ignored her, its tone turning colder. The pearl's power is bound to a relic, one that lies at the heart of the attic. But to claim it, you must first face the truth of your own choice. Lin Yan's mind raised his thoughts, a tangled mess of questions. Asterisk, why does the abyss care about us? What does it want from us? Asterisk, he had always believed the abyss to be a place of punishment, a prison for the damned. A test of something he hadn't considered before. He glanced at Lyoya, who was still muttering to herself, her usual Satliya, who was still muttering to herself, her usual Saga-san. He had spent so long chasing vengeance, so long believing that the world owed him something, but what if the abyss was trying to tell him that he had been wrong all along? The mist thickened, swirling into grotesque shapes that seemed to wash them with hollow eyeless stares. Ayoya took a step back, her voice sharp with disbelief. She turned to Lin Yuan, her eyes wide with a mix of fear. What if we're the villains? What if the abyss is right about us? Her voice faltered as the mist swirled closer, the shapes in it seeming to reach for them. She shook her head, her usual bravado crumbling under the weight of the moment. This is not a game, Lin Yan. This is real, and I don't think we're ready for what's coming. The tremors intensified and the air grew heavier. From the depths of the abyss, the shadow began to rise. Its form indistinct, but unmistakable 过去. You must choose, face the truth of your past, or turn back now and leave the pearl to its fate. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened, his knuckles whitening, the weight of the moment pressed down on him, and for the first time, he felt the full force of the abyss's judgment. The relic, the pearl, the sacrifice. Each word echoed in his mind, a relentless drumbeat that threatened to drown him. He looked at Loya, at relentless, the drumbeat, and they were standing at the edge of it with no choice but to face the truth. The air crackled with energy as Lin Yuan and Loya found themselves ensnared in a shifting maze of illusions. The ground beneath them trapped was a master barrel, with their ace. The air smelled of ozone, and something older, like the scent of a forgotten tapestry of colors, as if the heavens the swirling tapestry of colors, as if the heavens the whirling. Maybe it's because you're too busy brooding over your sister's fate. She twirled a lock of her hair, her eyes flicking to defensive blades, materializing in the air, brooding brows Nakaware. His grip tightened on the broken sword, its hilt warm against his palm. If you're done with your stand-up comedy, maybe we can focus on not getting turned into statues, he snapped, his voice edged with frustration. The illusionist. Bioya rolled her eyes, but didn't press the point. Instead, she darted to his side, her movements fluid as she scanned the sheet. This isn't just a trapeze, it's a test. They want us to fail. Lin Yuan's mind raced. The formation sets leader. Master Zen had databed the Spanier, my contact Zoe paid the sun. His thoughts drifted to his sister Lingair, her face etched into his memory like a scar. Asterisk, what if this is how she felt? Trapped, helpless, what if this is how she felt? We don't have time for this, he muttered, his voice low. If we don't find a way out, we're done. Lyoya's laughter was sharp, cutting through the tension. She crouched, tracing the runes on the ground with her finger. These symbols, they're not random. They're repeating patterns like a code. Her eyes lit up with sudden realization. Oh, this isn't just a trap. It's a puzzle. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. Sure, Loya said, her tone dripping with confidence. I solved worse, like my ex's lies. The ground beneath them trembled violently. The illusions ensembled violently. The broken sword pulsed faintly, its energy flickering in response to the array's interference. He could feel it. The sword was fighting back, but it was weak, its power sapped by the formation itself. You're not just fighting these illusions, you're fighting the array itself. Yuan's breath came in ragged. 于是, to, Qun, asterisk. The thought was a knife twist indeed, but then a flicker of resolve hardened his expression. He couldn't let the array win. Not again. Loya's eye narrowing as she studied the pool. The array is trying to mirror our fears, but the key is in a repetition. If we can find the point where the pattern breaks. Yin Yuan's eyes widened. The loophole. The ground beneath them shifted again, the illusions warping as if sensing their realization. But this time, Lin Yuhan didn't flinch. He stepped forward, his Muan, 点字限定. And with a final decisive step, they broke free. Master Zan's face was a mask of fury as the array collapsed around him. The looks dimpled as he scowled. Yes, the array crumbled as he stared at the empty space where Lin Yuan's voice was calm, almost mocking. Guess your truck was as weak as your jokes, Master Zan. Zan's eyes burned with rage. But there was something else, to something deeper, like a wound that had never healed. Asterisk. As the dust settled, Ryoya let out a breath, her usual bravado tempered by the weight of what had just happened. So, that was a close one, she said, her voice light out happened. But hey, at least we're still one, she said, her voice on the horizon. But hey, at least we're still here to make more jokes. The array's remnants still hung faintly, a reminder of the battle they had just won, and the ones still to come. The crumbling temple loomed before them, its own semicystic spires, now jagged and broken, like the bones of a long-dead giant. Moss clung to the stone walls, now jagged and broken, like the bones of a long-dead giant. At the center of the temple stood the echoing bell, a relic of twisted bronze and cracked glass, its surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly, as though breathing. The group stood in a loose surge the pulse. Lirong's breath hitched as the bell began to vibrate, a low mournful sound that seemed to emanate from the very stone. The air shimmered and suddenly, from the very stones. The air shimmered and suddenly. The temple was no longer empty. His face, frozen in anguish, was unmistakable. Lirong stumbled back, her eyes wide, her hands trembling. You saw that, didn't you, Lin Yuan? Her asked, his voice low. Lirong turned to him, her voice shaking. He didn't die fighting. He died because some monster echoes to let him fall. Her fist clenched. And I'm still here, pretending I can fix this. Lin Yuan's eyes darkened. But you can stop letting the past define you. Akang let out a dry chuckle, his arms crossed. Man, this spell's got more layers than my ex's lies. I mean, sure, it's got a tragic pucker, but come on, this is like the Imonguo. He gestured at the visions still flickering in the air. Yang Tian's death, that's just the appetizer. What's the main course? Lirong shot him a look, for there was no real anger in the exhaustion. You think this is a joke? Kong, this is what happened to the people we're trying to save. Akiwang shrugged, but his usual smirk was gone. Yeah, well, I guess I just didn't expect it to hit this hard. The bell's vibrations grew louder. Suddenly, the glass on its surface cracked, and a burst of energy erupted outward. Naka stopped. As the light dimmed, Lin Yuan rose, his eyes alight with something new. This isn't just a weapon, he murmured. Great, so now we're not just chasing ghosts. Sweet taste, so now we're not just chasing ghosts. Great, so now we're not just chasing ghosts, we're chasing a sword that's got a mind of its own. Li Rong looked between them, her expression unreadable. If this is a key, then we better figure out what door it's opening. The temple seemed to hold its breath, the weight of the past pressing down on them all. Somewhere, in the distance, a low, ominous rumble. The celestial ruins loomed like a forgotten relic of a bygone era, their jagged monoliths clawing at the sky, draped in moss and veiled by a perpetual mist. Dread clung to the air like a veiled, coachful one. From the shadows of the ruins, figures emerged, cloaked in robes embroidered with sigils that pulsed with an eerie, forward, forgent. Lin Yuan, whose voice was a blade wrapped in silk, smooth yet laced with venom. His sword, the broken sword, flickered with unstable light, its power siphoned by the talisman's malevolent grip. Brooding bros never win. Bro, lawyer quipped, her voice sharp as a dagger. The voice shied, her hands. Your talisman's weaker than my ex's promises. At least they didn't leave me with a hangover. Her words were laced with sarcasm, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Yin. His mind raced, recalling the broken sword's latent chiffon. With a sudden surge of will, he drove his foot into the ground, channeling the broken sword's energy through his body. The talisman's web shuddered, then shattered in a burst of light, channeling the broken sword's talent. But the damage was done as the fragments of the talisman settled, a hidden message etched into the stamens. See. Guess we're heading to the abyss now. Hope it's not too far me. Feet are already complaining. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. The demon seething abbey. If that message is true, we don't have much time before Nightshade gets to it first. As the group turned to leave, the ruins seemed to shift, the mist thickening into a swirl. Who was remaining enforcers, their faces obscured by masks of obsidian, stepped forward, their weapons gleaming with malevolent intent. Don't think you're getting away that easily, Wu snarled, his voice a low growl. The enforcers surged forward, their weapons slicing through the air with getters. Quan Ti's expression green, moved with a fluidity that belied his earlier reluctance. His strikes precise and unrelenting. Lin Yi, with a final decisive blow, he shattered the enforcer's weapon, sending the opponent sprawling as the last of the enforcers, fending, the opponent falling as the last of the enforcers fell. The message from the talent, the demon sealing abyss awaited, and with it the next chapter of their quest. But for now, the group had escaped, though the shadows of the ruins still clung to them. The celestial ruins zoomed like a forgotten relic, its jagged stone pillars cawing at a broad gully. A shimmering web-like pattern of golden threads erupted, coiling around Lin Yuan's limbs like a noose. His breath hitched as the binding talisman's aura seeped, effused. Charming hitched as the binding talisman's aura seeped in mud, her voice sharp as a blade. She twirled her staff, its tip crackling with energy as she danced around the trap. Her movements a mockery of the talisman's precision. Guess you're just another fraud who thinks spiritual cheer means unstoppable. Hey bro, don't let this little hiccup make you look like a broken toaster. You've got more juice than that. Lin Yuan's snarl was drowned out by the talisman's pulse. a rhythmic throb that felt like a second heartbeat in his chest. His visitors faded for a moment. He saw Lyoya's joke as a cruel joke. But then he heard her laugh again, sharp and unyielding, and the thought of her being trapped in the same fate as Linger ignited a fire in his guts. He lunged forward, his sword slicing through the talisman's threads. But don't get used to it. You're still the brooding bro who's too busy worrying about his sister's fate to actually fight. She tossed a vial of glowing liquid toward Lyron, who caught it with a nod. Heal him, fast. This isn't. Neuron's hands glowed as she pressed the vial to Lin Yuan's chest, her energy weaving through the talisman's residual magic. The binding talisman's grip loosened. Across the battlefield, Tyson's forged weapons clashed with the talisman. Sachs enforcers der Stillen, Chu Stas T, Accusant's talismaning. Tais forced Talasos. Enough of this. Lin Yuan growled, his voice a low rumble. The broken sword's aura flared, its blade vibrating with a resonance that seemed to shake the very stones of the satin. But hey, at least you're not as useless as the last guy who tried to trap us. That guy got his face melted off by a rogue spell, so good luck with that. His sword cleaved through the webbing, and the energy of the broken sword surged outward, a shockwave that sent the talisman Sachs enforcers wheeling. The ground beneath them cracked. Guess your brotherly love isn't all bad, Kyung, Yoya said, her voice laced with sarcasm as she watched Kyung step into the fray. The former traitor's movements were hesitant. His sword traitor stepped into the fray. But when the enforcer lunged头细过，这是一个平静的时，A cool 细口。I didn't want to hurt you, Lin Yan. Xiang said, his voice low and strained. I just lost my way. I thought I was helping Nightshade, that I could make things right. But I was wrong. I see that now. Lin Yan's sword hovered inches from Huo's throat, the broken sword's edge gleaming with a cold light. You're not helping anyone, he said, his bold light. You're not helping anyone, he said, his voice a blade of steel. The talisman Seth's enforcers, seeing their leader's defeat, began to retreat, their forms dissolving into shadows. Seeing their leader's defeat, then Talos beat them their form. Looks like our next stop is the abyss. Guess we're not getting out of this one, huh? Lin Yuan seized his sword, his gaze lingering on Xianxia. You have one chance to prove you're not a lost cause. Help us find the truth about Nightshade, or I won't hold back next time. Quang's jaw tightened, but he nodded. I'll do whatever it takes. As the group turned to leave, the celestial ruin seemed to whisper secrets of the abyss. The demon-seething abyss stretched before them like a wound in reality. Its depths, so swirling void. Demons deep. Every step the group took sent ripples through the ground, as though the abyss were a living thing, waiting. Strange symbols etched into the rock pulsed faintly. The deeper they ventured, the more the environment seemed to warp, as if the abyss were testing them. Its traps not just physical, but psychic. The passage. Why help us? Lin Yan's voice cut through the eerie silence, his tone sharp with skepticism. He studied Master Lin. You've spent years hiding in the abyss, avoiding the world. What makes you think we'll trust you? Li exhaled slowly, his gaze flickering toward the swirling void. This isn't just about the broken sword or the demon-sealing abyss. There are forces at play here that even the formation sect didn't fully understand. You're not the first to come looking for answers, but you might be the last. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened, his mind racing stings. He had heard the name Nightshade before, always in hushed tones. He had heard the name Nightshade before, always in hushed tones, always tied to the kind of pace forward. If Ali was telling the truth, then the group wasn't just walking into a trap. They were walking into a war asterisk. What if he's lying? Asterisk. But even as the questions gnawed at him, he couldn't shake the feeling that Li's warning was more than just a warning. It was a challenge, a test, and he had no choice but to achieve. He had no idea what it could do, but the way Li had handed it to him, like a key to a door he wasn't sure he wanted to open, made his stomach twist. He wasn't sure he wanted to hold. The spatial pocket felt warm against Lin Yuan's skin, its surface pulsing faintly as if it were alive. He turned it over in his hand, the intricate etchings shifting like liquid ether. A way to carry the weight of the abyss without letting it consume you. But don't think it's a miracle. It's just a tool, and tools can break. You're not telling me, Erica, it's just a tool, and tools can break. The question lingered, unspoken but heavy. Lin Yuan glanced at the others. Xiaoya, her usual sarcasm, absent, as Xiaoya, her usual sarcasm. And yet, they were here now. As the group moved deeper into the abyss, the air grew heavier, the shadows more insistent, the space cold hatted asterisk, but there was no time to dwell on it. The abyss was watching, and it was waiting. The group's descent into the asteroid. The ground beneath their feet was no longer solid but a mosaic of translucent stone, rejoining glittering, Fan Day, the ground Zhao Kang. Ning Yan's hand instinctively went to the spatial pocket, its glow intensifying. What the hell is that? Liu muttered her guide. Every step we take is a challenge, and the abyss doesn't forgive failure. Before anyone could respond, the ground beneath them split open, revealing a chasm that pulsed with a sickly green light. It coiled around the group, its touch leaving frost on their skin. Move! Liang shouted, her voice cutting through the tension. Lin Yang's heart pounded as he stumbled backward, the spatial pocket burning as he stumbled backward, the spaniel puppet burning among. But as the tendril lashed out again, he caught a glimpse of something in the chasm's depths, a figure, half shadow, half light watching them, with eyes that flickered, fixate. The demon-sealing abyss loomed like a wound in the fabric of reality, its swirling voids pulsing with a sickly violet light. Shadows slithered across the cavern walls, shifting unnaturally. A faint, metallic tongue clung to the air, mingling with the scent of decay. Every step the group took echoed untapped shore. As so the absence of decay. Every step the group took echoed. The air here was heavier, charged with an energy that prickled the skin and made the hairs on the back of the neck riled the hairs on the back of the neck rise. Yuan, you're not seriously considering this, are you? Nioya's voice cut through the tension, her tone a mix of disbelief and dry humor. She leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her eyes next of disbelief. Because if you're sinking a wall, I'm going to have to start canceling our group chat forever. No one wants to be left with a bunch of unread messages and a dead healer. Laurent's fingers tightened around the edge of the ancient stone table where the healing vial rested, its surface touched with runes that pulsed faintly in time with her heartbeat. This vial is not just a cure, it's a key, a way to break the soul-locking Pearl's hold on Linger. If I don't do this, she'll be trapped forever, and if I do, well, I've already lost too much to stop now. You're not just risking your life, are you? You're risking, asterisk, everything, asterisk, the strength, your future. You're risking. Liron's gaze flickered to the vial, then back to Laya. What if it's not a trap? She murmured. What if it's a test, a choice I have to make, no matter haste? What if I'm wrong? Asterisk. Lyron's mind raced, the weight of her decision pressing down on her like the stone ceiling. above. She had spent years healing others, always putting their needs for her. But this was the thought of her trapped in the soul-locking pearl's grasp, her spirit withered and silent, made Lyron's chest tighten, and yet the vial's runes pulsed with a strange, all those thoughts, she wondered, her thoughts spiraling. What the alternacism psych? But the alternacism a snake. But the altar never to save her and choosing not towards worse the vial's gub. The healing vial's runes fled suddenly, sending a ripple of energy through the chamber. The air grew colder and the shadows around them seemed to constrict. The air grew colder and the shadows around them seemed to constrict. A sharp metallic scent filled the air, and the vial's surface shimmered with a faint, iridescent sheen. This isn't just a vial, she whispered. Low vial serves she asked, her usual sarcasm faltering. That's not exactly comforting, Liron. Before Liron could respond, the vial's glow intensified, and the chamber trembled. The shadows around them began to shift again, this time forming the outline of a figure tall, cloaked, and unmistakably human. The figure's face was obscured, but its presence was undeniable. This isn't possible, she said, her voice trembling. The abyss doesn't create illusions. It consumes them. The figure tilted its head, and for a moment the air seemed to ripple with the weight of its gaze. Then, without a word, it turned, and vanished. Vayura let out a shaky breath. Okay, that's not normal. That's not normal. Get all. Liron stared at the rune, her mind breasty. What does this mean? Or something else teeth. The vial's glow pulsed once more, and for the first time, Liron felt a flicker of doubt. Was she really ready to make this sacrifice, or was she being ready to make this sacrifice? The sky above the battlefield had turned a sickly shade of violet, as if the heavens themselves were recoiling from the storm summoned by Meiji's thunder summoning talistor. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of the storm's fury. Lin Yuan's fists clenched at his sides, his jaw tight as he watched the talisman's power surge. Liron's hands hovered over her healing shuttle, her mind already racing through contingency, Taishan's forged whizzing through. The storm was more than a battle. It was a reckoning, a test of their resolve. And the silence between them was as charged as the air itself. You're like a broken toaster keep, trying to shock us. She gestured wildly at the swirling clouds above. Her eyes wide as a bolt of lightning, split the sky. This isn't a movie, Lin Yan. He could feel the power pressing against his skin, a suffocating weight that threatened to crush him. His fingers twitched, aching to draw his sword, but he knew the moment he did, the storm would intensify. If I don't stop this, we all die, and I won't let that happen, not again. Meiji's laughter cut through the storm like a blade. You think you can stop the storm with a sword? You're a fool, Lin Yin. The power of the heavens isn't yours to command. His voice was smooth, almost mocking, as he raised the talisman higher. You're nothing but a broken relic, clinging to a past that's already gone. He had failed her once. He would not fail again. You're not weak. A voice echoed in his mind, familiar and warm. You're not weak, Min Yan. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the memory wash over him. When he opened them, his expression was resolute. Then let's see who's the fool, he said, his voice steady. The storm raged on, but the air around him seemed still. as if the storm itself was holding its breath. The ground beneath them cracked as the talisman's power surged, and the sky split open with a deafening roar. The storm behold was high as the talisman. The air around him crackled with energy, and for a moment the storm seemed to hesitate, as if recognizing the sword's passage. Liron's hands moved instinctively, her healing satchel already open as she prepared to counsel. Liron's hands moved instinctively, her healing satchel already open as she incontinently moaned. The lightning no longer struck randomly. Walked toward the talisman as if drawn to it. Meiti's eyes widened in alarm. No, this isn't possible, he shouted. His voice made trouble. His focus was on the talisman, on the way its light flickered and dimmed as the storm's energy surged toward him. He could feel the sword puckered and dimmed as the storm's energy surged toward him. Fiku. Wang Ya's voice snapped him back to the present as a bolt of lightning. Arc toward him, Brasin, sacked him. You think you can control this, he sneered. You're just delaying the inevitable. Lin Yuan rose to his feet, his breathing ragged but his resolve unshaken. The air around him shimmered as the broken sword's power surged once more, and the storm's intensity reached its peak. The battle was far from over, but for the first time, Lin Yi, the verdant glade, was a living tapestry of emerald and gold, where ancient trees stretched their canopies like cathedral arches. Filtering sunlight struck. The air was thick with the scent of moss and petrichor, mingling with the faint sweetness of unseen blossoms. Every step the group took sent ripples of fecal. Yet the path was no mere trail, was a labyrinth of shifting foliage, where shadows whispered secrets, and the ground seemed to breathe. Here the air felt heavier, charged with an unspoken tension that clung to their skin like a second layer. It was a pace. Are we sure this is the right way? Leo muttered, her voice tinged with unease as she glanced at the forest's ever-shifting paths. Lirang, her hands glowing faintly with the energy of her healing arts, adjusted the straps of her satchel. The map said to follow the light, she replied, though her tone betrayed her doubt. Tyson, ever the pragmatist, tightened the grip on his forged sword, its blade humming with Ladmatist Tyson. Lin Yuan, his jaw set, pushed forward, his steps deliberate. The forest seemed to react to his presence, the light around them intensifying as if recognizing the long-lost air. She leaned against a tree, her arms crossed, her smirk faltering as she caught Lin Yan's gaze. You know, sometimes you need to let go of the past to move forward, even if it's your sister's fate. Lin Yan's expression didn't change, but the tension in his shoulders eased just enough to betray the weight of her words. A cowing who had been silent until now exhaled sharply. You think I don't know that, he said, his voice rough with something that wasn't quite anger. Some of them are yours, Lin Yuan. Some of them are mine. His eyes flicked to the forest, then back to Lin Yuan, as if daring him to look curious, then back to Lin Yuan, as if daring him to look on but the bloom. Instead, he turned his gaze to the path ahead, as if the forest itself were the answer. The third, the 14 days. The air around them grew warmer, thick with the scent of something ancient and sweet. Yet the deeper they ventured, the more the forest seemed to resist. We are not welcome here, Taishan muttered, his sword slicing through a vine that had lashed out at Lirong. She winced but pressed on, her hands glowing with a soft protective light. This place is alive, she said, her voice back. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed as he studied the forest. Then we'll pass its test, he said, his voice steady. He stepped forward, and the forest seemed to recoil. The light around them intensified, and for a moment the air was still. But the forest's resistance was far from over. As they moved deeper, the trees began to shift. their canopies closing in till the only light came from the verdant Boon's glow. A low guttural growl echoed through the glade, and from the shadows emerged a creature unlike any they had seen before, a massive feline-like beast, with fur that seeming they had seen before, a massive feline-like beast. Looks like we've got a new problem, Loya said, her voice laced with dry humor. 来山 start and comes with a discount. 来山sold what comes with a discount. His tongue sword was already in his hand. He said hung with anti, and it's not going to let us pass without a fight. Lin Yan stepped forward, his stance firm. Then let's see what it's made of. The creature lunged, and the battle began. And then, in the midst of the chaos, Qiuhan's voice cut through the din. You know, I used to think Bastille was the only way to survive, he said, his voice low but steady. But I was wrong. Yin Yang sighs. Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed, but there was no anger in them, now only understanding. Then maybe it's time you found it again, he said. That piece stretched before them, a chasm of swirling voids and jagged obsidian spires, its epic width. Kang loomed beside him, his expression unreadable, the shadows of the abyss clinging to his form. Like a second skin between them, the shattered mirror pose was stayed. The mirror's edges were etched with runes that glowed faintly, their meaning obscured by the centuries. That glowed faint. Lin Yan's gaze flicked to Akshan, then back to the Mihao. A question unspoke, but heavy. Something about the mirror felt wrong, as if it were not merely an object, but a portal to something far deeper, something that had been wire-fabbed wrong. You've waited until we're in the abyss to confront me. What's the real reason, Cao Wang? You think this is some kind of redemption, or are you just trying to make it easier? You think this is some kind of 驱邪, 今天的freak show. His words hung in the air. Guang exhaled slowly, his eyes flickering toward the mirror as if it held the answer he had been avoiding for years. I didn't want to hurt you, Lin Yan had expected. I didn't want to hurt you, Lin Yuan, he said. I didn't want to hurt you, Lin Yan had expected. I thought if I stayed away, if I let you go on without me, it would be easier, but I was wrong. I've been wrong all along. His gaze met Lin Yuan, and for the first time there was no defiance. Lin Yan's mind reeled. 嘻嘻sans mi son, con sons condign, once in Bantian Tiu, Lini. The realization hit him like a blow, and for a moment he felt the ground beneath him shift, as if the abyss itself were mocking his certainty. The mirror's abysses hit him like a blow. It sometimes no. The sigil pulsed with a dark familiar energy, one that Lin Yuan had seen before on the soul-locking pearl, on the buying talisman, on the very not chosen betrayal. He had been forced in here. And the mirror was not just showing the past, it was revealing the future, the truths that had been hidden beneath layers of past. Lin Yuan's breath caught as the mirror's surface rippled. The Yan's breath caught as the mirror's surface. The realization struck him with the force of a thunderclap. This was not just about Xiang betrayal, it was about Xu. And as Lin Yuan turned to face Kang, his expression was no longer one of anger, but of something far more complicated than the sending. The demon ceiling abyss loomed ahead, a chasm of swirling voids and jagged obsidian spires that seemed to drink the light. Guaya adjusted her cloak, her eyes scanning the shaft. 快等地息 of 多之城. Then a low growl reverberated through the void. The ground trembled as a figure emerged from the darkness, his silhouette sharp against the abyssal gloom. Bloodblade. His presence was a stalwart steady. The group braced themselves, unaware that this encounter would unravel everything. Jesse. He took a step forward, his crimson cloak billowing like a wound in the air. You've spent so long chasing Nightshade's shadow, you've forgotten the real enemy. His words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Yuya snorted, her voice. You're just another pawn in Nightshade's game, aren't you? What's the big reveal? That you're actually working for the demon ceiling abyss, or maybe you're just a glorified janitor for this place. She gestured broadly. You're not the main act here. You're just the guy who shows up to yell at the protagonist. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened, his mind racing. Blood-blade words had struck a nerve, but they also fell off. The broken sword paused in his grip, its runes flaring as if in agreement. Asterisk. This isn't right. Asterisk. Lin Yuan thought his unless asterisk, his doors faltered as the ground beneath them split open, revealing a glowing sigil etched into the abyssal stone. The ground erupted in a burst of light as the sigil activated, and the abyss itself seemed to awaken. The group staggered back as the shadows coalesced into a new figure, one that bore the same Krigan. The air grew colder, and the broken sword's runes dimmed, as if sensing a greater threat. Lin Yuan, Bloodblade's voice was quieter, almost regretful. It's the one who forged this abyss, the one who buried the truth. It's the one who fought. The figure stepped forward. It's one who, the mist-shrouded valley was a realm of suspended tension, where the air felt tense spike a whole breath. Thick, silver-tinged fog cold breath. Thick, silver-tinged fog cold gold of some long-dead Zhangkang jutted from the earth. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of a precipice, his silhouette sharp against the faint glow of the mist, the broken sword resting at his same glow of the mist. The broya Lin danced the moss-covered bowl. So what's the plan? We just stand here and wait for the formation check to roll in like a bunch of overconfident nobles, she asked, her voice laced with the kind of sarcasm that masked her unease. Lin Yan exhaled his kind of sarcasm that masked her unease. Lin Yan, his voice was calm, but the way his knuckles whitened against the sword's hilt betrayed the storm behind his eyes. Li Yoya tilted her head, her eyes narrowing. Or is it more like, hey, let's see if you're dumb enough to fall for our trap? The mist parted with a sound like silk tearing, revealing a procession of robed figures, mimicking a praetor, more Mulford. At the center stood the man with the carved stone face, his presence a blade of stillness in the charged air. His eyes cold and glintless, like shards of ice, talked untold and gurgling. The formation sect has no interest in your petty vendettas, but we do have an offer. Lioya rolled her eyes, her sarcasm in your petty vendettas. But we do have an offer. We're not your enemy's speech. Let me guess something about how we all just middleweight. She took a step forward, her posture defiant. Or is it that we'll help you find your sister if you do our bidding mine? Lin Yan's jaw tightened, his mind racing through the possibilities. The man's jaw tightened, but only if you help us dismantle the mysterious elixir sect's influence in the region. Lia's eyes narrowed, her voice low. So this is a trap. Lin Yingwan's expression. He remembered the last time he trusted someone with a similar offer. How it had cost him everything. His sister's face flickered in his mind. Her lasters, if I can't afford to make the same mimari, asters may cut up too. You think you're the only one who's lost someone, Lin Yuan. The mysterious elixir sex corruption has taken lives, destroyed families. We're not your enemy, we're your allies. We're not your enemy, we're your allies who'd sell you out to the highest bidder. I see what your kind does. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. Then let's see how long your game lasts. The man's smirk faded, replaced by a cold resolve. Then let's see how long your game lasts. 4. And if you fail, your sister will be the first to pay the price. The air crackled with the weight of his words, the mist thickening around them as if the valley itself were holding its breath. Lin Yan's heart pounded not from fear. Loya's voice was a whisper, but it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken truths. You know, sometimes the worst traps are the ones that look like they're offering you a way out. The crumbling temple looms like a forgotten relic of a bygone era, its unsympathetic pillars now splintered and encrusted with moss. Vines tweeted of dampers. Lin Yuan knelt beside a shattered altar, his fingers brushing over the ornate talisman. He'd retrieved from his satchel. It was smaller than he'd expected, no larger than his palm, but the room's edge. Loya leaned against the crumbling column, arms crossed, her eyes flicking between the talisman and the shadows pooling at the temple's entrance. So, what's the deal with this thing? She asked boastfully. Lin Yan's lips twitched at the corner, but he didn't look up. It's not just a tool, it's a spiritual tear batik, the kind that can bend the elements to your will. If we use it, we might have a chance to turn the tide. Loya snorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, sure, because nothing says victory like blowing our chances of surviving this mission by summoning lightning. Real original Lin Yi. I mean, who wouldn't want to get zapped by a thunderstorm while fighting for their lives? She rolled her eyes, but there was a flicker of unease in her voice, a hint of the fear she'd been trying to mask. You're not even sure it'll work, are you? I'm sure it's our best shot. We don't have time to debate this. His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, a quiet desperation that made these days. Before she could respond, a low growl echoed through the temple, followed by the sound of boots crunching over broken stone. Loya's hand went to the hilt of her sword, her body tensing. Lin Yan's fingers tightened around the talisman, as the shadows at the temple's entrance coalesced into a group of masked warriors. Their armor was Seekon's temples and doors. 文大生卡子 come back, Royals Jingqiu. His voice was a rasp of steel and smoke. You think you can stop us, Lin Yuan? You're just a pawn in a much larger game. Liu Ya's eyes narrowed. She twirled her sword with a flourish, her smirk sharp enough to cut through the tension. How original. But hey, at least this time you're not hiding behind a bunch of lies. Lin Yan's grip on the talisman tightened. Then let's see how long your game lasts. You'll regret this. He raised a hand, and the air around him shimmered as a wave of energy surged forward. Lin Yan's mind raced. Asterisk, this is it? Asked forward. Lin Yan's mind raced. Asterisk, this is it. Asterisk, he could feel the weight of the talisman in his palm, the power it pummeled. With a sharp inhale, he pressed the talisman against his chest and whispered the incantation. The sky above the temple darkened, and a bolt of lightning streaked downward, splitting the air with a deafening crack. For a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. Then the chaos began. You have to choose, Lin Yuan, vengeance or redemption. The path you take will define Yuan, vengeance or redemption. He had spent years chasing vengeance, carving his way through enemies and allies alike, driven by a need to make Nightshade pay. But now, standing here with the talisman's energy crackling through his veins, he felt something shift. His sister Liuya, even Xiang, who had betrayed him but still carried the weight of his own guilt. The talisman's glow pulsed in tone with his heart, who had Biqitan's glow pulsed in time. His taste Asterisk, a chance to change everything. Asterisk, Lin Yan clenched his fists. He had spent so long thinking that redemption as the last. Lin Yan clenched his fists. He had spent so long. The omen. The talisman's energy surged again, and the lightning struck. The battlefield was a maelstrom of clashing steel and crackling energy. The masked warriors' weapons carved, seized. The warrior's blade deflected, but the force of the impact sent a jolt of pain through his arm. Leoya twirled between the antidote, but the force of the impact sent a jolt of pain through his arm. Lin Yan grunted as he blocked another attack, his mind racing. The talisman's energy was fading, its power draining him faster than he had anticipated. The leader of the masked warriors stepped forward, his mask cracked, but his eyes burning with cold determination. You think you can stop us, Lin Yan? You're just a pawn in a much larger war. You're just a pawn in a much larger Yan. Lin Yuan countered the clash of steel, ringing through the air. The battle was fierce, the ground beneath them cracking with the force of their strikes. The air in the crumbling temple was thick with the scent of ozone and decay, the remnants of an ancient battle lingering like a ghost. Broken pillars jutted from the ground. Lin Yuan's boots crunched over shards of shattered stone as he and the Yoya stood back to back, their breaths steady but their eyes sharp. Liuya's hand hovered near her sword, her smirk fading into a grimace as she took in the sight of the enemy. So, what's the deal with these guys? Lin Yuan's grip tightened on the broken sword, its hilt warm against his palm. They're not here for tea, he said, his voice calm, but edged with steel. The air between them crackled with tension, the kind that made the ground feel like it might shatter under the weight of it all. Hey, Lin Yuan, Leo said, her tone laced with sarcasm, as she twirled her sword in a practiced motion. So, what's the deal? You gonna blow our chances of surviving this mission just to summon some lightning? Her eyes narrowed, her voice dripping with mock concern. Or is this one of those I've got a plan monkons that always ends with us getting roasted by some ants talisman? It's not just about summoning lightning, he said, his voice steady. It's about buying us time. These guys aren't just here to fight, they're here to end us. If we don't act now, we're finished. I'd rather fight them head-on, but this is the only way we stand a chance. Yuya rolled her eyes, her smirk returning. Oh, I see. So we're just going to blow our chances of surviving this mission just to summon some lightning. She took a step closer. You know, I've seen a lot of dumb plans in my life, but this one might just take the cake. Her eyes flicked to the masked warriors, then back to Lin Yuan. The leader of the masked warriors stepped forward, his mask cracked at the corner, revealing a scarred face that twisted into a cold face. The formation sacked, the talisman sacked, the mysterious elixir sacked. They're all playing their parts. You're just the one who doesn't know it yet. The mister, the wonder, nervous, noble. Lin Yan's grip on the broken sword tightened, his knuckles whitening. Then let's see how long your game lasts, he said, his voice low and dangerous. You talk about pawns. I've seen pawns get crushed, but I've also seen them rise. Foreman. You want to play the we're not just trying to kill you card. Fine, but I've got a few tricks of my own. The ground trembled as the watch just tried. The broken sword hummed with latent energy, its edge glowing faintly as it met the warrior's strike. The clash of steel ran through the air, the force of the impact sending cracks. The force of the impact sending cracks. Sidewise. You know, I think I'm starting to like this, she said, her voice carrying over the din of battle. It's like we're in one of those action movies, Wary said. We're in one of those action of battle. It's like we're in one of those action. He could feel the weight of every decision he'd made, every sacrifice he'd made for his sister, for the people who had been wronged by Nightshade. The broken sword pulsed in his grip. It asked the rest, not just the survival, not just revenge, but redemption. Every strike, every step forward, not streaks. Up到家几点？I'll fight not just for myself, but for everyone who's ever been wronged, for the people who still believe in justice, for the sister I lost and the future I'm still trying to build. Blood trickled down his arm, but he barely flinched. You think you're the only one with a plan, he said, his voice low. You're wrong. I've got more than just a sword. I've got a purpose. The air around them crackled with power, the temple's ancient runes flaring to life. The masked warriors hesitated, their movements faltering. As the energy surged, the masked warriors hesitated their movements. The ground beneath them split open, revealing a chasm of swirling energy, revealing a chasm of swirly light. The mask wore Tanwanzo. The broken sword's energy surged, and the chasm roared to life, a vortex of power that seemed to drink in the air itself. The masked warriors scrambled back, their weapons flickering as the end to drinking the air. Yoya's eyes widened. Okay, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I think we just unlocked a new level of crazy. The chasm pulsed again, and the masked warriors needed. The courage's not meant for you. You don't understand what you're unleashing. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. I understand perfectly, he said, his voice steady. The battlefield was a shattered mosaic of broken stone and scorched earth, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt herbs and iron. The remnants was a fight with the masked warrior. 林年knelt on one knee, his breath ragged, the broken sword still humming face day. 阮万, a soft voice cut through the tension. You two look like you've had a rough time. You two look like you've had a rough time. Lin Yan's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing, as he saw Lei Rong, 是没看派. Lai Rong, he said, his voice low, what are you doing here? Lai Rong stepped forward, her gaze steady. I heard about the fight. I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Galoya crossed her heel eyes. That's sweet, but I think I've already survived this week. Li Rong shook her head. It's not just about healing you. It's about understanding what you're fighting for. Lin Yuan's jaw tightened. For redemption, for your sister, and for the people who have been wronged by Nightshade. Asterisk. What does she know? Asterisk Lin. Yan's mind stamp. He glanced at the lawyer, who was now watching Li Rong with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. You're not just here to help, are you? He asked, his voice edged with suspicion. But if you want to win, you'll need more than just swords and talismans. Lioya tilted her head. So, what's the catch? Are you here to want to win? But if you're not ready to face the truth, you'll lose more than just this battle. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. The sword's edge punch faithful tightened. The sword's edge punch faithful. 后圈移. Asterisk. This isn't just about saving the day. Asterisk. He thought. Asterisk. It's about understanding why it mattered. Liran's eyes widened slightly, her healing light flickering. We don't have much time, she said, her voice earth, flickering. Then let's make sure we don't die before we finish this. Lin Yuan nodded, his resolve hardening. The path ahead was unclear, but one thing was certain. This wasn't just a battle. The air crackled with energy as a group of figures cloaked in black stepped into view, their weapons glinting with an unnatural obsidian sheen. Lai Rong's light flared, but her expression remained calm. Lin Yuan's grip on the broken sword tightened. The fight was far from over.